Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble evening. This y'all shorty Rachel. And let me welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. All right. Listen, today we're gonna be diving down some rabbit holes. I'm gonna give it some time, see if anybody comes in. All right, then I'm gonna get, what I gotta get out my chest. And we're gonna how can I say review and react to some of these videos that we've been having on hold on the playlist. All right, we're gonna dive down the rabbit holes and learn about our ancestors. All right, our roots, presidents. Listen, our culture, much more. What have they erased? What have they twisted up? You see where I'm coming from? What do we know from where we come from, and much more. But while we give it time to see, if people come in, we got Mr. Oates. Mr. Oates, shout out to the return of Mr. Oates. Shout out to Young Riaz, man. All right, we're gonna give it some time though. All right, see if people come in, and then we definitely gonna dive down these rabbit holes. All right, we got a few rabbit holes to dive down, man. So listen, if y'all can, all right, I ain't gonna tell nobody to smash that like button yet because it's too early, into the stream. But if y'all can share the video, all right, help a shorty out by sharing the video. All right, like I said, listen, I ain't gonna say to smash that like button. I'm tired of people be like, oh, you gotta smash that. No, 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 no. Wait and see if y'all enjoy what I'm giving y'all. All right. But if y'all can, share that video for a shorty, all right? And let's see if people come in or not, and we'll get started within the next 15 minutes, all right? Yeah, we all got dreams, but we stuck in the grind. Looking back at the past, but it's time to unwind. Everyone can do it, just gotta take that step. Stop dwelling on the losses, let's rewrite the rep. Hating on the president, calling him corrupt. But let me break it down, we gotta interrupt. Lost been in place, he's just playing the game. Ain't about the man, it's about the system's name. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise, yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past, let the hate fall away. We building the future, let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix, caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic bag empty, y'all shit out of luck. Wake up before you get stuck. Y'all act like y'all in love, but y'all really in lust. Lost in the fame and the fortune. You ain't got no sense. You got the influencer fixation. You let them run your life. Red or blue, you're just a puppet with strings, always in strife. You think they care, but they don't give a damn. Just chasing the glow, the celebrity clout. They'll play both sides, the red and the blue, but they're just pulling your strings while you're stuck on your move. You're waiting for someone to tell you you're in luck, but mommy and daddy ain't coming, they're not in the cut. You're so blinded by the fame, the glitz and the glam, you forget what's real and who you really are. Wake up and see that you're just a pawn in the game. The red and the blue, they're all just the same. Stop being the puppet and take control of your life and break free from the chains. It's time to ignite. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We build in the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic bag empty. Y'all shit out of luck. Wake up before you get stuck. Yo, I see the struggle, I feel the pain, but we can't let the darkness keep us chained. We got the power, the voice is the might. Let's come together, turn wrongs into right. Everyone's a player, so step to the front. No more division, let's rise from the blunt. It's not just about politics, it's a call to unite. Stand tall, move forward, let's ignite the light. Yeah, we're all in this together. No need to divide. Let's focus on the future. Let the love be our guide. From the streets to the halls, let's make change. Break the chains of the past. Let's rearrange. Y'all really stuck. Puppets with strings attached, waiting for mommy and daddy to tell them they give a fuck. Y'all wondering why y'all stuck? Damn, can't y'all see? Y'all bleeding all over the matrix and the medic bag is empty. Soldier, soldier, in the game of life. You're playing with invisible strings, trying to prove your worth, but you're just a pawn in a bigger fight. They say you're just a number, another statistic in the system, but you're a soul with a story to tell. So stand up tall, break those strings, prove to the world that you're more than just a marionette. Don't let them control your destiny. You're the master of your own fate. Don't be afraid to go after and take. How do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We're building the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You're bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic's bag is empty. Y'all shit out of luck. Wake up before you're stuck. Everyone can do it. How do we move forward? How do we do this? Just add something to it. Some stay stuck in the past. That's not how we last. Y'all hating on the president saying he corrupt. I don't know who he is. I feel like he's implementing what already exists. We gotta rise above the hate and focus on progress. Together we can make a change and leave behind the mess. It's easy to point fingers and place blame, but true change comes from taking action and making a change. Let's unite and work together for a better tomorrow. Instead of dwelling on what's wrong, let's focus on what we can borrow. The power lies within us to create a new path, to break free from the chains of doubt and wrath. Believe in ourselves and each other. As we strive for greatness, together we can overcome any obstacle that tries to hold us back. Think about it. It's a little bit of thought. Yo, damn, man. Y'all act like y'all in lust, chasing shadows lost in the glitter and dust. Scrolling through the feeds like it's life or death. But these influences don't care, man. They just cashing checks. They just cashing checks, yo. Listen, man, just a reminder. I'm hoping y'all enjoying the poetry, but I want to remind a lot of you, all right? These ain't raps, all right? These are poems behind, how can I say, beats, all right? Like, yeah, you could turn it into a rap, all right? But I ain't no rapper, right? I don't know how to control my breathing, but I'm glad y'all enjoying the poetry, all right? Let us surely know what y'all think. We got one more poem after this one. We're going to get this John started, all right? I just want to see if we can get some people in the John. If not, hey, we still going to get this John started, because if y'all been watching me for a minute, y'all know that I'm going, listen, I'm still going to go live even if I have one person in the chat, all right? Stuck in a cycle, puppets on a string, waiting for likes, like it's everything. Red or blue, y'all fighting over crumbs. While the real world's burning, y'all just hum and strong. Hum strong until you know. So how do we move forward? Let's add something new. Together we can rise. Yeah, that's what we do. Don't get stuck in the past. Let the hate fall away. We're building the future. Let's seize the day. Can't you see? You bleeding all over the matrix. Caught in the hype. Man, it's all fake tricks. The medic's bag is empty. Y'all shit out of luck. Y'all better wake up before you get stuck. So here's the message, loud and clear. We got the power, let's shift the gear. No more dwelling, no more blame. It's time to rise up, let's change the game. So if you feel lost, just look to the sky. We're all in this together, let's reach for the high. Everyone can do it, just take a hand. Together we stand, united we land. So let's move forward, break down the walls. With love and respect, we'll answer the calls. No more hate, just the powerful proof. Together we can do it, yeah, me and you, riders. Let's show them how we ignite. Look in the mirror, tell me what do you see? A puppet on a string or a soul that's free? Break the chains, man, it's time to reclaim. Your life's not a game, don't let them play you lame. Stand up, rise up, let your voice be heard. No more silent screams, it's time to spread the word, Riders, let's ignite. Yeah, the world's a stage, but you ain't just a role. Find your truth, let it shine. Yeah, that's the goal. No more fighting over colors, it's unity we need. Plant the seed of change, watch the future succeed. So damn, y'all, stop acting like you're lost. Break the mold, it's time to pay the calls. Heal the wounds, let the real flow. Step out the matrix, man. Let your true self grow. Don't let this digital world, flatline. It's just a little food for thought. Yeah, We living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears. But the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal the scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't see. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on the mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody dreams the highs and the lows. But when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, reflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we can conceal. Talk to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. We shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tight, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for peace. With the strength of the many, we're shattering their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm.
Oh, I gotta lose this weight.
It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riding this night. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy walls. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo and they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, it's breaking them out. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, and no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left on us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. That's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment, remember this space, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system.
Yeah, I love this.
Riders show
how we ignite. Ooh, come on, y'all. All right, look, listen, grab all the toxicity, all the negativity, all the toxic people, throw them out the window and Kobe them into a trash can. You know why? Because that's what they is. Irrelevant. All right, all the toxicity. All right, Kobe that shit into a trash can. Now let's get this John started. All right. Let me give a big shout out. We got Leon from DC in the building. I know it's his first time here. Big shout out to Leon, man. If y'all want to check him out, make sure y'all go check out The Answer. All right. We got the return of Mr. Oates in this John, man. Shout out to Mr. I got, listen, y'all know I love me some Mr. Oates. My baby daddy knows I love me some Mr. Oates, all right? Him, Double Speak Show, man. Shout out to Double Speak Telecast. All right, I haven't seen him in a minute, but shout out to my OG, man. We always playing him in the corner, man. Poor Mr. Oates. Me and y'all got him like, damn. He's got to be like Poppy from Beverly Hills, Chihuahua. Like, mommy, ¿qué te pasa? Damn, Mr. Oates. We always got you on timeout. And let me give a, big shout out to my young boo. All right, my young boo is in the building, Young Riaz. Make sure y'all go check out Young Riaz. All right, him and his shorts bringing us music from the UK. All right, big shout out to Young Riaz. Listen, guys, I'll drop the link an hour within this live, or I might drop. It's going to be an hour within this live because of the 2 videos. All right, but let me give a big shout out to everybody. All right. I don't know where y'all watching from, but like I said earlier, I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble evening. All right, and welcome to Philly, baby. Listen, all right, y'all, buckle up because today we're diving, all right, head first into some rabbit holes. All right, not the cute little Alice in Wonderland. All right, ones. We're talking the deep, dusty. Your auntie told you not to go down there. Kind of rabbit holes, right? We talking about ancestors, culture, roots, identity, the stuff that actually explains why we walk the way we walk and talk the way we talk. I don't know why I was gonna say, damn man, you got George Jefferson still in your fucking head. Ray, get it together, man. I gotta slap some sense into me and get George Jefferson. We moving on up. Out of my head right now. I was watching the Jeffersons a minute ago. My bad. But listen. All right. Those are the type of rabbit holes we're going to be diving down. All right. Listen. And we're going to have fun doing it too. Because learning about where you come from shouldn't feel like a punishment or a lecture. It should feel like, unlocking, how can I say, a cheat code to your own life. So get comfortable, all right, get hydrated and get ready to learn something about yourself that your school system definitely skipped over. Shit, mine's did, all right, mine's did. Now listen, if y'all got questions, throw them in the chat. If I know the answer, I'll break it down. If I don't, all right, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm the, how can I say, encyclopedia of all human existence. I'm learning right along with y'all. Just because I know a lot doesn't mean that I know everything. I'm not your grandma who swears, she's right even when she's wrong. I'm open-minded. I'm curious. I'm not afraid to say, hold up, let me look into that, all right? That's how we grow. That's how we evolve. That's how we stop repeating the same dusty cycle, all right? The same dusty cycles our ancestors prayed we would break. And let me be clear. If something sounds like cat, all right, to you, say it. Don't sit there quiet like you're in a classroom scared. The teacher going to embarrass you. This is a conversation, not a dictatorship, right? Like if you know something we don't, drop that gem, all right? If you heard of a different version from your family, share that gem. If your grandma told you a story that sounded like a Marvel origin movie, all right, bring it to the table. All right, we're here to compare notes, not to compete. We're here to build a bigger picture, not argue over who. All right, who's the smartest in the room? This isn't who's smarter than a fucking 5th grader. Because the truth is, all right, our history is layered. Our culture is layered. Our roots are layered. And half the time, the stuff we're taught growing up, all right, was watered down, all right, sanitized or straight up wrong. Some of our ancestors came here in chains, yes, but some were already here before the chains even arrived. Some were indigenous, some were Afro-indigenous, some were free, some were stolen, some were warriors, some were healers, all right? And some were builders. Shit, some were storytellers. We didn't come from one path, all right? We came from a whole damn forest of paths, and understanding that help us, how can I say, understand ourselves. All right. And I gotta say, shout out to Mr. O's because he got me back into my, diving down rabbit holes. All right. Y'all know we went a whole almost 2 weeks, I think, diving down the history of Pennsylvania. We're gonna get back to that one next weekend. We're gonna get right back to the history of PA, all right? But I wanted to switch it up a little bit, right? So that in between, we could see something different. And if y'all got videos, man, make sure I'm gonna drop the link to my Instagram in a minute. Y'all could what you do, you motivated me to get back into my rabbit hole diving. All right, for a second he made me feel like I was Alice in Wonderland. I'm over here trying to chase the goddamn Mad Hatter and the damn rabbit. All right, I'm trying to catch these two mofos, trying to get one to become like, oh wait, hold up a minute, I know why you crazy, and the other one like, slow the fuck down and tell me where my real destination is. I just want to go home. So Mr. Oates got me over here like Alice in Wonderland on some real shit. So shout out to Mr. Oates, all right? He's like, Rachel, man, we got to go back to the beginning. So, man, I was like, we was already diving down rabbit holes. Fuck it. Let's take it back to the 1600s when colonization started, all right? So, yes, Mr. Oates got me inspired and motivated again, all right? Because we've been a few months without diving down rabbit holes. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I've gained some weight. Look at this, man. I got a turkey neck, gobble gobble, man. I got turkey arms. I had to start working out again. I gotta lose this fat. I've been in here 6 months doing like, no, man, it's not shit. Shout out to Mr. Oates, man, because he got me over here walking the streets of Philadelphia like, damn, is my history right? Oh, shit. I told y'all I'm gonna get a camera. Listen, I'm getting a camera, and we're gonna go to the parts of Philadelphia that they say that we're not allowed to go into. I definitely want to do that, but I don't want to do that with a goddamn phone. All right, so I'm gonna get me a camera, and I'm gonna take it back to when I was younger, because I definitely had a real camera when I was younger. I used to love taking videos, photographs, all that of everywhere I went, and I'm a good photographer. So shit, we're gonna take it back to the old days. All right, we're gonna do some uploads. So make sure if y'all haven't checked out the Writers for Life Brings It All right, y'all go check it out and sub up, because that's gonna be more of a family oriented channel, right? So y'all know definitely I'm gonna be uploading the Philadelphia videos over there. All right, but my bad. I got off topic. All right, but listen. Back to what I was saying. All right. None of this stuff was taught to us in schools, all right? So my whole thing is, right, we didn't come from one path, all right? We came from a whole damn forest of paths, and understanding that helps us understand ourselves, right? And don't get it twisted, all right? We're not here to bash anybody, all right? To come at anybody sideways. This ain't that kind of space. We're not doing that, all right? We're not doing that. We're not doing the I'm right, you're wrong Olympics type shit over here. All right. We're here to talk, to learn, to laugh, to question, to challenge, to unlearn, and to relearn. We're here to honor the people who came before us by actually trying to understand them instead of just repeating whatever the school textbooks told us. All right. We're here to build community and not chaos. So if you're sensitive, all right, relax. All right. The door's right there. Just make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a gun or split you. We ain't priests over here, and we ain't babysitting egos. So if you're defensive, breathe. If you're confused, ask. If you're excited, good. That means your spirit recognizes something familiar. All right. This is a space where curiosity is welcome, where questions are welcome, where different perspectives are welcomed. All right. Nobody in here is going to, get dragged for not knowing something. We're all students today. All right, we're all explorers, man. Consider me Dora the Explorer, except this time I ain't crossing the border. All right, real shit. All right, we're all digging through, how can I say, the archives of our own identity, trying to figure out what pieces belong to us and what pieces were handed to us by force. That's it. Ain't no need to feel no type of way. All right, you need a priest, the churches exist. All right, you need the Pope to get an exorcism. I mean, my bad. A priest. Yeah, I said that already. The churches exist to, exorcise the demons you got inside of you. You need, God, get on your knees and pray. If you need a babysitter, call your mama or your nanny. All right. But shit, you need a nurse to heal the wounds or your mommy to heal your wounds, call them. Because over here, we're not that. All right. I just needed to get that out the way. So let's get into it. Let's talk ancestors. Let's talk culture. Let's talk roots. Let's talk truth. All right. Let's talk the stuff that makes us, who we are, but somehow never get talked about. Let's laugh. Let's learn. Let's challenge each other, and let's walk. How can I say, out of this live today, a little more connected to ourselves than we were when we walked in? Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. Not perfection, not ego, not being the smartest person in the room, and not being, how can I say, an asshole, but being real, being open, and being willing to grow. Now, all right, let's dive in. All right, you know what's wild? The way they wash down history. All right, like it was some, how can I say, some dish they didn't feel like scrubbing. All right, they twisted it, they trimmed it, they took pieces out. All right, added pieces in and remixed it like a bad DJ, and then handed it to us like, here, this is the truth. And for a long time, a lot of us didn't even notice because we was kids. All right. Or we were, how can I say, trusting. We were trusting. What the fuck? We were trusting, or we were, how can I say, just trying to survive. But once you start paying attention, once you start actually reading, listening, digging, questioning, right, it hits you like, a brick. You start seeing, how can I say, I want to say it right because I don't want to say it wrong. You start seeing the edits, right? The dimensions, right? The lies, the propaganda, the sugarcoating, the straight up disrespect. And once you see it, right, you can't unsee it. It's like your third eye got LASIK. And I don't know if y'all understand me or not, right? Yes. These goddamn allergies are starting to kick. Why? All right. Searching my identity was something I wanted to find since child. I mean, I think we all did. All of us do that. All of us want to, all of us try to figure out who we are and where we belong or where we come from as kids. All of us got that question. All right. And listen, and what's crazy, right? Me saying what you say, me saying what you say, me saying what I said, right? I heard what you said, Riaz. My bad. Me saying what I said, right? That's when, for me, in my opinion, right? Maya Angelou's words start like ringing in my ears. Once you know better, you do better. I remember hearing that when I was like 6 or 7, right? Barely tall enough to reach the kitchen counter. But that phrase stuck to my spirit like glue. It became a rule I live by, a rule I apply to everything, right? A rule that checks me when I'm slipping and pushes me back, all right? It pushes me when I'm, grown. Because knowing better ain't just about the facts. It's about awareness, accountability, and refusing to stay, comfortable, all right, in ignorance. It's about saying, okay, now that I see the truth, what am I going to do with it, right? And if you've been watching me for a while, you already know I'm a history fanatic. I don't play about history, all right? I don't skim it, all right? I don't sugarcoat it. I don't run from it. I dive into it. All right. I dive into it like it's how can I say, a pool. All right. Like it's a pool in the middle of July and we're just starting January. Listen, I know it's a lot. All right. But I'm hungry to know more because history isn't just dates and names. All right. It's patterns, warnings, lessons, blueprints. It's receipts of how we got here. And the more you learn, the more you realize how much they tried to hide from us, how much they didn't want us to know, how much your power, all right, how much, how can I say, it's not even your power, how much power there is in your truth or the truth that you inherit. I don't know if I said that right, but hopefully y'all understand where I'm coming from. Snap. All right. But here's the thing. All right. I'm not learning just for me. I'm learning for my legacy. Right? I'm learning for the people who come after me because how can I teach them how to navigate this world if I don't understand how the world was built? How can I prepare them for the storms if I don't know where the storms come from or they came from? How can I help them? All right. How can I help them prevent cycles or survive cycles if I don't understand the roots of those cycles? All right. Knowledge is protection. Knowledge is armor. Knowledge is survival. And I refuse to send my legacy into the world, all right, unnamed. And let's be real. We got to be really real with ourselves, all right? If we don't learn how it all started, we're doomed, all right, to repeat it. That's why they keep, how can I say, history watered down. That's why they keep it twisted because, how can I say, because let's take it back to something that somebody knows. All right. Something that's been told to us a lot. All right. I don't know if these words sound very familiar. All right. Because if people actually understood the truth, right, they start asking questions. They start demanding accountability. They start recognizing patterns. They start realizing that a lot of what we're living through today is just old systems wearing new outfits. Y'all know why I say that a lot? Because the words of my old heads, you know, them OGs from back in the days, them real ones, is stuck in the back of my head. I could make 1,000 poems out of everything they said to me. That's what's crazy. Like, I think KB was coming at Anton, right? And he said this, and it's crazy because it's something that my grandfather used to say. What is it for a man to gain the world but lose his soul? And it's a crazy riddle. Right? He said it to all of us, not just to me. I never really understood that until I got older. But I had to ask 1,000,001 questions to even understand it. But what's crazy, even if we start, realizing that a lot of what we're living today is just old systems wearing new outfits, same script, how can I say, different cast, same greed, different century, same oppression, different branding. And once you see that, how can I say, you stop falling for the performance. That's why, I stay open-minded. That's why I stay curious. That's why I stay willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because history isn't, a straight line. It's a maze. And every time you think you figured it out, how can I say, you find another hallway, another door, another hidden room they didn't want you to see. And I'm not scared of that, all right? I'm excited by it. Because every new piece of truth, right? Every new piece of truth I find is another tool I can pass down, another lesson I can teach, another cycle I can help break. Man, I sound like a little kid that's about to get some Christmas or birthday presents. That's how I feel about Christmas, about history. Like, shit. So, yeah, man, they twisted history. They wanted, how can I say, they wanted to water it down. All right, and they did. They tried to erase pieces of us, but we're here now. All right, we're paying attention, asking questions, digging deeper, and refusing to accept the edited version. All right, and as long as I'm breathing, all right, I'm going to keep learning, keep teaching, keep passing down truth, and keep making sure my legacy knows exactly where they came from and how to move through this world with clarity, strength, and wisdom. Because once you know better, you do better. Shout out to Maya Angelou, man. I love Maya Angelou. Anyways, right? And I'm committed to doing better every single day. All right. Like, man, big shout out to Maya Angelou. Like, she's been a big inspiration, all right, for my whole life. Damn. All right, y'all. But enough about me. All right, let's dive straight down these rabbit holes because this first topic is juicy, messy, surprising, and honestly a little chaotic once really look at, once you really look at it. We're starting with a question most people never even think to ask. All right. And I'm gonna ask the question and I'm gonna share the screen and I'm gonna see if people could, get it by the time I get this the screen shared and everything, right? And I want to see how many people know it. All right. So how many White Houses have there actually been? All right. And no, I'm not talking about the one on your Monopoly board. I'm talking about the real presidential homes. The temporary setups, all right, the glow ups, the rebuilds, the oops, it burnt down. The fear of it all, the fear, how can I say? The fear it all out and start over. Because the White House we see today is not the first White House, not the only, and definitely not the original version of itself. Right? Boom, 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 boom. So y'all know how many White Houses have there been? All right. Okay. So listen. So picture this. George Washington, the first president, never even lived in the White House, right? Not once. Not for a day. Not for a sleepover. Nothing. He basically, was couch surfacing between presidents, presidential era B&Bs, if they ever did exist, in New York and Philadelphia while, the actual White House was still being built. And those temporary homes, they count. They were the first White Houses before the White House. All right. They were the prototypes. All right. The beta versions, the beta versions. Let me slow it down for y'all. All right. We're still working out the bugs editions. And honestly, that alone tells you how messy, American history is. The first president never lived in the house. All right. He never lived in the house we associate with the presidency. All right. Then you got the actual White House, right? The one in DC. And even that one has lived multiple lives. It's like a celebrity with a long career, all right? Different eras, different looks, different scandals, different, how can I say, renovations, all right? There were, there were secret competitions, all right, to design it. Drama behind the scenes and architectures, right? Fighting for, bragging rights. And the building that won isn't even the flashiest design. It was the one that looked the most, presidential. Whatever that meant, all right, in the 1700s. But even after it was built, it didn't stay the same for long. All right, presidents came in, all right, and immediately started redecorating it like, they were on HGTV. But nobody talks about this stuff, all right? And I know a lot of people's not going to be, interested. But then you got the plot twist, right? The White House got burnt down, not lightly toasted, all right, not smoke damage. I mean, burned. The War of 1812. Yep, 1812. All right, came through and said, "Yeah, we're gonna reset this whole thing." All right, the inside was destroyed, the roof collapsed, the walls were blackened. It was basically a haunted house with a government job. All right, they had to rebuild it from the inside out. So technically, hmm, that was White House number 2. Hmm. Same outside shell, completely new interior, like when you keep the same phone case, but get a whole new phone. Hmm. Then you got to think about it. You fast forward a bit, right? And the White House goes through another identity crisis by the early 1900s. By the early 1900s, it was, falling apart again, literally sinking, cracking, and leaning like it was tired. All right, tired of holding all that presidential stress. All right, so they gutted it again, took everything out, reinforced it, rebuilt it. All right, that's White House number 3. And then later during, how can I say it? I gotta say Truman's presidency, right? They gutted it again because the floors were sagging, all right, and the place was basically, how can I say, one bed step away from becoming historical pancake. That's White House number 4. Same address, same walls, but a whole new skeleton. All right. And then don't even get me started on, how can I say, the redesigns. Every president came in like, yeah, this is cute, but let me put my little touch to it. All right. Some added rooms, some added wings, some added entire traditions, some added drama, some added, how can I say, questionable wallpaper choice. The White House, how can I say, has had more makeovers than a reality TV star. And each version tells a story. And not just about architecture, but about the era, the politics, the culture, and the personality of whoever was living there at the time. All right. It's a living museum that keeps, how can I say, reinventing itself when it wants to or not. Kind of like the House of Wax. I wonder if it preserves things in there like it too. Oh shit. Right, get back on topic. So when we ask how many White Houses have there been, the real answer is more than people think. All right. There were the temporary presidential homes before the White House existed. All right. The original White House, then the rebuilt White House, then the reinforced White House, then the, how can I say, modernized White House, each one a different chapter, all right, a different identity, a different version of America. All right. And that's why this topic matters because, how can I say, because even the most iconic building in the country, all right, has a messy, complicated, rebuilt from the ashes history, just like us, just like our culture, just like our roots. And that's exactly why we're here, all right, to talk about it, learn from it, and see the truth behind the polished version they tried to hand us. All right, we're going to be talking about a few topics today. Yeah, the Confederates. I'm not done with commentary. I just want to show y'all the video, and then I'm gonna give some more commentary. All right, you know how we doing, Mr. Oaks?
Houses in the world. But just how many White Houses have there been? What could it have looked like? And where else did presidents run the country from? Hi everyone, Ken here. Today we are exploring the many renditions of the White House. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an exciting episode of This House. Following his inauguration in 1789, President George Washington made his residence in 2 separate private homes in New York City, which at the time functioned as the nation's executive residences. Initially, he settled into the Franklin House at number 3 Cherry Street, a property owned by Samuel Osgood, who was the Treasury Commissioner. He resided there until the end of February of 1790. Subsequently, the executive mansion was relocated to a more spacious accommodation at the Alexander Macomb House on Broadway. Here, Washington, alongside his wife Martha and a modest entourage, stayed until August of 1790. During May of the same year, plans were set in motion for the construction of a new official residence in Manhattan, known as Government House. However, Washington never had the opportunity to reside in Government House. The nation's capital was transferred to Philadelphia in 1790, where it would stay until 18. This move was a result of the Residence Act passed in July of 1790, which temporarily established the capital in Philadelphia for a decade, with a long-term plan to relocate it to a newly designated federal district. In Philadelphia, the government leased a mansion belonging to merchant Robert Morris, located at 190 High Street, to serve as the President's house. Given the mansion's limited space, which had to accommodate Washington's extensive household, which had grown to about 30 people, he had the building
Damn.
expanded. John
He had 30 family members? Jeez. Mind you, listen, all right, we reviewing and reacting to this together. I have not seen the videos yet, all right? So, listen, let's continue. But jeez, he had a family. Well, he must have had his parents with him or something. Aunties, cousins, I don't know.
Adams, Washington's successor and the second president of the United States, took up residence in the High Street Mansion from 1797 until 1800. Even though Philadelphia had initiated the construction of a more opulent presidential mansion, which was almost finished by Adams' inauguration in 1797, Adams refrained from moving in, citing a lack of congressional approval to lease the property. Meanwhile, back when Washington was still the president, he and his Secretary of State, Thomas Jefferson, began planning a more permanent executive residence. They decided that in the spirit of democracy, they would hold a competition in which the people would be allowed to design the president's house. This design competition caught the attention of some of the most well-known architects of the era, but the final decision boiled down to just 9 finalists. Some of the proposed designs were palatial and ostentatious, while others were more refined. Ultimately, it was not a tough decision, and James Hoban, an architect of Irish-American heritage, emerged victorious. While Hoban's design for what would eventually be called the White House might seem the most familiar, it ultimately would not stand the test of time. Construction started in 1792 and stretched on for 8 long years as artisans added finishing touches, including whitewashing the sandstone facade to give the White House its iconic appearance. John Adams became the first president of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue home, but the nation was still dealing with the British.
George Washington was a little too bougie. He said, I ain't living there. I want my own property.
Midst of the War of 1812, home, but the nation was still dealing with the British. In the midst of the War of 1812, the White House fell victim to a devastating fire set by British troops in 1814, an event that was part of the broader burning of Washington. This aggressive act was a reprisal for the American forces' raids in Canadian territories. The fire wreaked havoc. Post-fire, the structure was largely gutted, with only its outer walls left standing. These remnants were so that almost all had to be demolished and rebuilt, save for a portion of the south wall. The burn marks were covered over by white paint, finally giving the executive residence the nickname White House. At this time, James Madison was serving as the president and had to move into the Octagon House while the White House was being repaired. He lived in the stately mansion for just 6 months, and though it was not as large nor as opulent as the executive residence had been, the federal-style mansion was still.
Man, I hate again. But damn, shit, even the Octagon? I didn't even know that. It was a presidential home for 6 months? Oh, snap. They don't teach you this in school.
And it served its purpose well. The president's lease of the Octagon House was only meant to be temporary. In 1815, Madison moved to the 7 Buildings, a collection of some of the oldest homes in D.C., where he would serve the remainder of his presidency. During this time, Hoban collaborated with the designer of the U.S. Capitol building, Benjamin Latrobe, to rebuild the White House. This time, it would be given more attention to detail, with intricate relief work depicting roses near the column's capitals. The interior was lavishly furnished with richly colored textiles to convey the nation's wealth and permanence. The White House was classically styled both inside and out, placing itself in a position to not only compete on the world stage, but to play host to kings and queens, among other foreign dignitaries. This version of the White House stood proudly, mostly unchanged for decades until President Chester Arthur took the oath of office in 1881. By now, the Palladian and neoclassical interiors were viewed largely as being outdated. Arthur had every item in the White House discarded without any thought for historical significance, save 2 busts which he chose to reuse. He then hired famed designer Louis Comfort Tiffany to completely reimagine the White House. Tiffany was known for his stained glass work, which he incorporated throughout the White House, including a 50-foot long stained glass screen embedded with
Damn.
gems to greet visitors in the entrance hall. The Red Room was transformed into the Pomeranian Red Room, with both silver and copper stars worked into the ceiling's design. The Blue Room was refinished with metallic geometric tracery lining the ceiling and walls, with brightly colored floral carpets surrounding the opalescent fireplace. Furthermore, rooms were covered in gold leaf and faux marbling to give the White House an appearance more akin to the then popular Victorian era mansions of the ultra wealthy. This appearance did not sit well with President Theodore Roosevelt, who in 1902 hired the famed Gilded Age architecture firm of McKim, Mead and White to return the White House to its classical roots, doing away with its Victorian influence. The renovations were extensive, both inside and outside of the White House, as Charles McKim led the project to not only bring back a refined and classical aesthetic, but to modernize the functionality of the White House. Fleeting were the days of horses and buggies, so the grounds were updated to receive deliveries by automobiles. The newly built West Wing was ready to be staffed, which freed up much needed space inside the White House, not only to enlarge rooms, but to give the first family more privacy in their living quarters. Roosevelt was a man
All
of
right, I'm gonna
refined
pause it right
taste
real
and
quick so I can say something. All right, and and I wonder if a lot of people paid attention to it. Right, so let's get into something. You know, a lot of people don't even realize. Right, did y'all know that the White House, right, wasn't even called the White House for most of its early, life? For decades, the official name, right, was the executive mansion, and he said it earlier in the video, right, which honestly sounds like the kind of place where a rich villain in a movie would, host a fundraiser. It wasn't until 1901 when President Theodore Roosevelt said enough of enough of that. All right, we're calling this thing what everybody already calls it, and made the White House, the formal name through executive order, right? And that right there shows you how history works, all right? The people were already using the name, the culture, all right? And the culture had already decided, and the government just, how can I say, and the government just had to, how can I say, catch up. It's given we're, how can I say, late to your own party type of vibes, all right? And I'm speaking, and I'm speaking of being late. All right, so let's talk about it. The first international visit to the United States, all right? A lot of folks assume it was, some European king or queen, but nope. The first foreign head of state to visit America was I think it was Kalakua of Hawaii in 1874. Yes, Hawaii had a king. All right? Like, listen, this is why I love history. This is why I love history, right? And yes, America treated him like a celebrity. And yes, this was before Hawaii was taken over and turned into, how can I say, a tourist brochure. King Kalakua, all right, pulled up with culture, dignity, and how can I say, diplomacy. Don't say it in Spanish, Ray. Diplomacy. Damn, it's still trying to come out in Spanish. Anyways, and it was, the first time the U.S. had to, how can I say, host a leader from another sovereign nation. All right, the moment set the tone. All right, for what international relationships, relations will look like for moving forward. I just wanted to throw that out there, right? It was crazy, right? Then almost 40 years later, the first European head of state finally showed up, Prince Albert. All right, Eye of Monaco in 1913, if I'm not mistaken. And I know some people hear Monaco and I think, and they think casinos, yachts, and, Formula One at that. But back then it was a whole different vibe, right? The visit marked, how can I say, the beginning of Europe treating the U.S. like a major player, all right, on the world stage. Before that, America was still, how can I say, the new kid, the experimental democracy, the place Europe side-eyed, like, how can I say, let's see if they make it past season one. All right. Prince Albert's visit was basically Europe saying, all right, y'all legit now. Y'all sturdy. Start doing what you got to do, William Penn, and all of them. The the bathroom in the White House symbolizes something. I think it does, but I can't remember what it is. Shout out to my OG Flying Galantine 22, man. Go check him out. All right. Great conversations, great topics, but I gotta give y'all a warning. All right. My OG is raw in a cut. All right. He's like one of them uncles at the barbecue. And you ask him a question, and he's gonna give it to you straight up as it is. If you're uncomfortable, then you stay uncomfortable. All right. Because he is not rated PG-13. He is rated RRR. All right. Adults only. Make sure y'all go check him out. You will not be disappointed.
Family more privacy in their living quarters. Roosevelt was a man of refined taste and recognized the importance of Louis Comfort Tiffany's work, so he carefully had the screen dismantled and auctioned off. This allowed for Charles McKim to completely redesign the entrance hall, which we will see after passing through the vestibule. Tried and true motifs were used to decorate the new entrance hall, giving it an air of timelessness. Though it was not without detail, as we can notice the intricate relief work found in the frieze, a signature of the architect in the center of the White House. The Blue Room was toned down, allowing American-made furnishings and fixtures to speak to the quality of the nation's production. The East Room, continuing these classically inspired elements, was clad in wall panels marked by fluted pilasters. Large crystal chandeliers were suspended from an ornate plaster ceiling, while gilded accents were confined to the smallest of details to convey only whispers of excess. Instead of overly personalized objects d'art, the Red Room was not meant to distract, but rather to frame and call attention to portraits of previous presidents and first ladies. Though it wasn't all so impersonal, the state dining room, finished in rich wood paneling with an elaborate plaster ceiling, displayed the president's prized trophies, where he could bond with other leaders and plan hunts, events which helped solidify the nation's good standing with a sense of camaraderie among nations. The first floor continued on, with several more refined and elegant rooms, including the Yellow Oval Room. But we can skip ahead to the grand staircase, guarded by a bronze screen, to see the more private quarters of the first family. The bifurcated staircase splits at its landing, taking us towards the second floor hall, which was made to feel more homey, with wood
More
floors below
homey.
plush rugs
Why you
and
say it
plenty
like
of
that?
natural light pouring in through skylights above potted plants. At this time, the Queen's bedroom, as it is commonly referred to, was known as the Rose Room, and what would eventually be called the Lincoln Sitting Room served as the guest bedroom. For the first time, an east wing was constructed to flank the White House at the end of Thomas Jefferson's earlier colonnade. The McKim Mead and White redesign of the White House was an instant success with critics. Around this time, there were more items that needed to be addressed with the White House. Even with the addition of a West Wing, space was limited. There were proposed additions which would have forever reshaped the White House beyond recognition, but in the end, more subtle wings were added to preserve its now iconic form. Though, not every iconic piece of the White House had been placed yet. President William Howard Taft commissioned architect Nathan C. Wyeth to double the size of the West Wing, adding subterranean levels, but perhaps most culturally significant, this expansion included the first Oval Office in 1909. It was styled to be cohesive with the rest of the complex, including Georgian Revival millwork and a simple marble fireplace mantel. Unfortunately, it was damaged by fire 2 decades later in 1929. Several more renovated the house by President Calvin Coolidge. After Franklin D. Roosevelt became president, he had the Oval Office completely redesigned, with additional offices planned in subterranean basements to be built out and under the White House lawn. Roosevelt, who relied on a wheelchair, hired architect Eric Gugler to ensure that he could comfortably get around. Not only that, but he would restyle the Oval Office to include built-in bookcases, recessed lighting, and incorporate the presidential seal in the center of the ceiling. By the 1940s, the White House had been rebuilt from a burnt-out husk, renovated dozens of times. Walls had been moved, basements and sub-basements had been dug out under the house and lawn, and due to so many renovation projects with such a large number of designers who did not communicate with each other, the entire structure was essentially on the verge of collapse. In 1948, at the cost of $5.7 million, or the modern-day equivalent of about $72 million, President Truman had the White House completely gutted. Once all the
That's the
interiors
problem. They just keep gutting it out and rebuilding it on the inside, right? So the outer structure is still this messed up shell that they keep reusing. Personally, I think they should have just, knocked it down and rebuilt the whole outer shell again. If you understand where I'm coming from, you understand. Like I don't understand the whole point of just, Lord,
were removed. The facade was braced, and steel beams were installed to replace the former wood supports. Though an effort was made to remove some of the older, more delicate features to be reinstalled later, most of the ornate plasterwork and paneling were damaged beyond repair in the process of removing them. The general layout of the White House remained about the same. However, once it was completed in 1952, critics called the finishes generic. The new White House was exactly that. It was new. There was no history left between its walls. The White House was no longer viewed as a career. When JFK arrived in the White House, First Lady Jackie Kennedy immediately got to work creating a more appropriate White House. She hired leading designers such as Henry Francis DuPont to create period rooms which ranged from Louis XVI to Federal style. Her
Ooh,
exhaustive work transforming the White House from a plain series of rooms to a residence that emulated historical significance garnered her much deserved accolades. Just as it had been in the early days, and again under Theodore Roosevelt, the White House was once again an architecturally respectable establishment.
oh,
In conjunction with her restoration efforts, Congress named the White House a museum with historical protections to ensure that its furnishings, architectural elements, and collection.
I mean, a museum is what it became when y'all fixed it the last time. I mean, my bad, rebuilt it the last time.
Instead of allowing presidents to renovate the White House on a whim, there is now a committee to oversee and approve any changes outside of the first family's preference by both Clintons and Clintons. More recently, only minor changes have been made. Aside from tennis courts, gardens, and seasonal decorations, the staterooms have remained mostly unaltered in recent years. The narrative of the White House is a vivid illustration of the nation's history, reflecting both its challenges and triumphs. As we look to the future, the White House remains a symbol of the American president nation. To goes to maintain and protect this iconic building, we can rest assured that it will continue to tell the American story to future generations, serving as a beacon of democracy and a cornerstone of our national heritage.
This video would have went hand in hand with the deep dive of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but I had it over here, man. But listen, let's get into the part that really blew my mind. All right, the renovations. I watched so many videos on the White House being rebuilt, gutted, reinforced, redesigned, all right, and patched up like it was, a celebrity going through different eras. But this was the first time I learned about, how can I say, the opulent version from the 19th century that had Tiffany glass detailing Tiffany glass, right, in the White House. Imagine walking into the president's house and it looks like a luxury jewelry store. That's how extra they were. And honestly, I respect the drama. If you're going to, redesign, how can I say, the White House, go big or go home, right? This Tiffany era, wasn't just a little glow up, all right? It was a full transformation. They added stained glass, bold colors, all right, intricate patterns and details that made the place look like a, how can I say, Victorian palace, right? It was the kind of decor that said, we want the world to know we have money, taste, and zero chill, right? And the wild part is that most Americans today have no idea this version ever existed. It's like a forgotten chapter, a whole, how can I say, aesthetic that got erased when, the next administration, when the next administration came in and said, yeah, this is cute, but we're not going to do all that, all right? Get this shit the fuck out the White House. Now it's time for somebody else to take over, all right? And that's the thing, all right? That's the thing about the White House. Every era, they leave fingerprints, right? But not, how can I say, every era. They leave fingerprints, but not every era survives, all right? Some presidents preserved history. Some presidents bulldozed it. And some presidents, how can I say, redecorated it like they were, how can I say, trying to win a competition, right? The Tiffany glass era was one, how can I say, one of the boldest, most artistic phases, right, the White House ever had. But it got, how can I say, wiped out in the name of, how can I say, modernization. And that's why digging into history matters, because the version they show us today is just one layer of a building that has lived multiple lives, right? So when we talk about the White House, we're not just talking about a building, right? We're talking about a timeline, a transformation, a whole identity crisis stretched across centuries. From executive mansion to White House, from Hawaiian royalty to European princes, all right? From simple architecture to Tiffany glass, all right? Extravaganza. This place has seen, like, it has seen it all. And the more we learn, the more we realize how much it has been hidden, forgotten, or glossed over. That's why we're here, all right? To pull back the curtain, to ask questions, to connect the dots, and to understand the real story behind the symbol. All right, now this is what I'm going to do. I am going to drop the link, all right, for anybody that wants to come up, all right, give some commentary on this, all right, speak their mind, all right, give their perspective, whatever it is they want to do, all right, give a little intermission for a few minutes. Let me see. I'm going to play, a Welcome to Philly song, Welcome to Philly intro. Anybody wishes to come up. If nobody comes up, I'm gonna, move on to the next topic. But I want y'all to, keep it on the topic, all right? If y'all want to stay up on the panel with me, keep it on topic until the live is over, please. And then, if y'all want to switch it to something else, that's fine. But keep it on topic so we don't get distracted and thrown all over the place and confused, all right? All right, y'all. Now that we've wrapped up the saga of how many White Houses does America really have, let's slide into a topic that's just as layered, just as messy, and honestly, just as whitewashed. Literally, all right? We're talking about how barbecue, all right, BBQ, whitewashed is Black pitmasters. And listen, this one right here, this is a rabbit hole with, smoke, fire, seasoning, and recipes. Because the story of American barbecue didn't, start with Food Network chefs. All right. Backyard competitions or some dude in a cowboy hat holding tongues. All right. Like he invented fire. The real roots of barbecue are planted deep in the plant. How can I say, in the plantation. All right. In the plantation of the South, where enslaved Black, how can I say, pitmasters were the ones mastering the flames. The smoke, the seasoning, and the technique long before America even knew what barbecue culture was. All right. So let's be very clear. Barbecue is not some, cute little culinary trend that popped out of nowhere. Right. It was born out of survival, skill, and cultural blending. Enslaved Africans brought their own cooking traditions, right? Slow roasting, smoking meats, seasoning with intention, right? And combined them with indigenous techniques that, how can I say, had existed, on this land long before, before colonizers showed up. That fusion is what created the foundation of American barbecue. Not a cookbook, not a restaurant, not a celebrity chef, right? It was the hands, right? The labor, the creativity, and the genius of Black pitmasters who turned scraps into feasts, right? And turned fire into an, how can I say, art form, right? But here's where the story gets twisted. Because once barbecue became popular, once it became profitable, once it became something America wanted to show off, all right, suddenly the faces behind it started changing. The same way they do with music, all right, fashion, how can I say, slang, hairstyles, all right, and literally anything Black people, and how can I say, innovate. The narrative shifted, the credit shifted, the spotlight shifted. All right. And the people who built the foundation got pushed into, the shadows. You start seeing barbecue, how can I say, festivals, cookbooks, TV shows, and restaurants acting like barbecue was born in some white dude's backyard, all right, from the 1950s. Meanwhile, original pitmasters, the ones who perfected the craft under conditions nobody should have ever been in, get erased from the story. And the wildest part, plantation owners, right, used to brag about their enslaved pitmasters. They would literally show them off like trophies because their skill was unmatched. Right? These men were crafting massive events, feeding entire towns, all right, cooking for political gatherings and creating flavors people had never tasted before. But once slavery ended, suddenly those same pitmasters weren't masters anymore. Right? Like at least not in the eyes of the people who, how can I say, benefit, benefited, right, from their talent. Their names disappeared from the history books, but their recipes, techniques, and traditions were stolen, repackaged, and sold back into the world as Southern barbecue. All right, and let's talk about the irony, because today, when people picture barbecue, barbecue culture, they picture cowboy boots, all right, country music, and a white man standing next to, how can I say, a smoker, right? And I'm talking about a smoker, like the ones you grill, you barbecue in, not a crackhead from fucking Kensington, all right? A smoker, like he's the CEO of, how can I say, charcoal. But the truth is, the original pitmasters were black men who learned to control fire, all right? The way some people control instruments. Listen, they knew how to season, all right, without measuring, how to smoke without, how can I say, thermometers, how to feed hundreds with nothing but wood, meat, and instinct. All right, they were chemists, artists, engineers, and chefs long before those titles were even available to them. But here's the thing, all right, the story is finally being reclaimed, right? Historians, chefs, and, how can I say, communities are digging up the truth, naming the names, honoring the legacy, and putting the spotlight back where it belongs. Because barbecue isn't just food, all right? It's culture, it's history, it's, how can I say, resistance, all right? It's creativity, it's survival. And when you understand where it came from, you understand why it tastes the way it does. You understand why it matters. You understand why erasing the black pit masters, all right, from the story isn't just inaccurate. Right? It's disrespectful to the people who built the foundation of one of America's most beloved food traditions. So today, as we dive deeper into this topic, we're not just talking about, how can I say, ribs and briskets and pulled pork. All right, we're talking about truth. We're talking about legacy. We're talking about giving credit where it was stolen. We're talking about the hands that held the, how can I say, the tongues before the world, all right, was watching. We're talking about the people who turned fire into flavor and labor into legacy. And if we're going to talk about barbecue, then we're going to talk about it right? Raw, uncut, and rooted, all right, in the real history that it was built in. Because once you know better, you do better. And now that, we know the truth, we're not letting, how can I say, we're not going to let it get whitewashed again, right? So, with that being said, ain't nobody hit the link. All right, we're going to get this Jones started.
In 1840, an enslaved black female pitmaster cooked a July 4th barbecue for the ages, displaying a level of expertise and authority that contrasted starkly with her status. The roots of barbecue can be traced back to enslaved individuals on sweaty plantations in the Deep South, where they took their own culinary traditions and infused them with those of indigenous people to create something brand new. So today we're going to talk about the forgotten story of the Black Pitmaster. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. The origins of barbecue are believed to lie with Native Americans who practiced slow cooking over an open flame long before European settlers arrived. However, the advent of the transatlantic slave trade brought brand new elements to this culinary practice. Enslaved Africans, drawing on their own rich culinary traditions, began to infuse and shape what we now recognize as American barbecue. Their techniques and flavors transformed the simple act of cooking meat over a fire into an art form that emphasized slow cooking and distinct flavor profiles. But let's go back. The first Spanish explorers embarked on the New World in the 15th century. They were fascinated by the techniques employed by the indigenous Taino people. They would
Oh, snap. Wait a minute. Taino for life. I didn't know the Tainos were involved in this. Oh, snappity, snap, snap, snap. My culture is in here right now. Oh, shit. Taino, baby. But, shit.
slow cooked meat on wooden structures over an open fire. The New World in the 15th century. They were fascinated by the techniques employed by the indigenous Taino people. They would slow cook meat on wooden structures over an open fire, a method that they termed barbacoa. This exact method enthralled the explorers so much that they incorporated the term barbacoa into their Spanish lexicon.
Were they cooking lizards though? Like, you couldn't put a chicken on there? Like, why you got fish and lizards? What is this? What the hell is this? Is that a newborn cow? What you call them, calves? What in the world? A snake? What's this? Oh, Lord have mercy.
Transforming it into barbecue. But the story of barbecue doesn't end with Spanish explorers. These explorers took this cooking method of barbacoa with them to North America, where it was adopted by the local people and the English colonizers.
And by the way, before we continue, man, look, listen, I'm Puerto Rican, all right? And I hate when people say, oh, you Hispanic. I'm not Hispanic. Do I look like a Spaniard to you? All right, I may have some of their color, all right? I lost some of my color shit. I'm like 3 tones on some real shit. But anyways, I lost a lot of my color. I ain't know some shit. I've been cave woman for a minute, all right? I consider myself as a Puerto Rican. I am a Latina, all right? Not a, how can I say, Hispanic.
The first known written method of pork barbecue was in December of 1540 near what is now Tupelo, Mississippi. The historical records note of a remarkable culinary exchange facilitated by Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto and the Chickasaw tribe. They would share a feast of pork that had been brought from Spain and prepared using the barbacoa technique. This form of cooking, where food was slowly smoked over an open flame, began to take root in the region and become the foundation of what we now recognize as American barbecue. By the 16th to 17th century, barbecue had gradually begun to embed itself into Southern America. Evidence of this can be found in paintings from the 16th century from French explorer Jacques Monod, the Native Americans in Florida utilizing wood frames over burning logs to cook various types of fish, mammals, and reptiles. This period would mark a convergence of indigenous techniques with new ingredients and methods that were introduced by European explorers.
He said European explorers. They was introduced by European explorers. But listen, let me ask y'all real quick, all right? If y'all had to survive today, right, and y'all only options was what they had, would y'all still eat the lizards?
Explorers. However, the practice would take on a new dimension during the era of slavery. Enslaved Black pitmasters played an integral role in the preparation of food for large gatherings held on Southern plantations. African Americans made up 90% of the cooks on these plantations. Preparing food for such large groups required not only considerable skill, but the mastery of resource management. These pitmasters honed their craft in an environment where their contributions were systematically oppressed, even though their culinary expertise was indispensable. Barbecue wasn't an everyday occurrence. It was typically reserved for special occasions, holidays, and significant events like political gatherings. Antebellum barbecues were ostentatious affairs designed to highlight the wealth and social status of the slave owners. These events reinforced the existing brutal societal hierarchies while showcasing the remarkable skill of the enslaved individuals that orchestrated them. The preparation process was elaborate, requiring the barbecue team to take on various roles, such as slaughtering the meat, managing the complex logistics of the event. Despite these harsh conditions, by the 1830s, barbecue became such an essential aspect of Southern cuisine that it was widely believed that only Black cooks could truly execute it properly.
Damn, that's crazy. All right. So, you know what's crazy? Looking at the Mr. Tenderism story. Ooh, Otis. Otis, do you hear that? You could never master Mr. Tenderism's recipe. All right. Because only him or his family can master that, John, or someone that's indigenous to this land. But let's continue. All right. Let them take it however anybody want to take that. All right. And I mean that shit.
African American cooks were often viewed as the bearers of authentic barbecue. A great example of this is Mary John, born in 1780 in Arkansas under French rule. Despite her exceptional cooking skills, her prospects beyond confinement were brutally limited. In the early 1800s, she would marry a man by the name of Michelle Braun, who was a white hunter, and this legitimized her children's status. But
wait, what was her name? Michael or Michelle? See, this is why I hate when y'all use AIs, right? Stop using AIs for y'all videos.
Michelle Braun, who was a white...
You saying Michelle?
In the early 1800s, she would marry a man by the name of Michelle Braun, who was a white hunter, and this legitimized her children's status, but didn't elevate her own enslaved conditions. So
I think he meant Michael, right? I think he meant Michael, but said Michelle.
Would marry a man by the name of Michelle Braun, who was a white hunter, and this legitimized her children's status, but didn't elevate her own enslaved conditions. So by 1811, Mary John found herself bought by a Colonel James Cole, during which time she would change her name from Marie to Mary John. Mary John's remarkable barbecuing skills would soon be widely recognized. In 1840, she orchestrated a substantial July 4th barbecue in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, acting as what we would now call a pitmaster. Though she was still enslaved, she commanded a team composed almost entirely of men and displaying a level of expertise and
They let a woman in there? I thought women wasn't allowed to be in men's spaces back in the day. See? Listen, this is like the 100th time I've said it. Listen, what we think today isn't true, man. Look, listen, stop thinking, man. I don't know if it's the Bible, and no offense to anybody that has a religion, no offense. But it's like since they gave our ancestors the Bible, all right, none of us knew that women were allowed in spaces where men were, all right? Women were entrepreneurs before colonization started. You had women doctors, women nurses. I mean, look, listen, you know what? Let's continue because I've broken this down a few times already. But there's another video that just shows it.
Almost entirely of men and displaying a level of expertise and authority that you just did not see from enslaved women. Mary John would go on to purchase her freedom later that year for $800, which is the equivalent of $29,000 in today's money. Upon gaining her freedom, Mary John chose to remain in the South and carve out a place for herself as an entrepreneur. Her inn in Arkansas gained legendary status for its exceptional food, but her achievements continue to exist within the framework of systemic exploitation and oppression. And this is a plight that you will continue to see with enslaved cooks and enslaved Africans in general. Enslaved Black cooks demonstrated remarkable culinary creativity by refining the art of barbecue amidst severe limitations. These skilled chefs mastered the laborious process of building fires, maintaining constant temperatures, expertly handling meat, achieving the perfect texture and flavor despite being provided with the least desirable, toughest cuts of meat. They used their knowledge of seasoning and slow cooking methods to transform these overlooked cuts into delicious food. During the mid-1800s, it was widely believed that proper barbecue necessitated a Black cook and his team, with the term pitmaster coming to represent this crucial role. Moving forward,
That's why I'm gonna pause it real quick, right? Listen, let's talk about something that has been bothering me for years, right? When cooking shows, talk about barbecue, they act like, the history started in 1950 with some white dude, right? In an orphan, how can I say, in an apron, my bad, orphan, with an apron, right? Holding a pair of tongues like, he discovered fire. They'll talk about Southern tradition, Texas style, Carolina style, Kansas style, right? But somehow magically they skip over the black pitmasters who built the entire foundation of American barbecue. You rarely hear a host say anything about the enslaved chefs who perfected the craft or the black communities who carried those traditions through. All right, they carried it through generations. It's like they want the flavor, but not the story, the smoke, but not the truth, the culture, but not the credit. It's like a hater wanting to walk a mile in your shoes, right? But not bear the cross that you bear. If y'all can understand where I'm coming from. If I don't know if that makes sense, but y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. All right. But this is just my opinion, my thoughts. Sometimes, listen, if you know me, I have some random thoughts and I just throw them out there. All right. But let's continue.
forward to the emancipation, it marked a pivotal moment in our history as it allowed formerly enslaved individuals to pursue economic independence in various fields, including the culinary arts. Many of them would become freelance barbecue cooks, a profession which allowed them to utilize their expertise in barbecue. Black pit masters began to commercialize their skills by opening up eateries and catering events. They often showcase their signature dishes at local festivals, political rallies, and church gatherings, using these events as a platform for community building and social activism. These gatherings underscore the role of barbecue as a connector of the community, linking people to shared experiences through the universal language of food. By the early 20th century, these Black pit masters had solidified their presence in the burgeoning barbecue industry, predominantly in the southern states. However, during the Great Migration, urban barbecue restaurants sprang up in cities like Chicago, New York, and Detroit. Not only shifted Black demographics, but it also introduced a rich culinary tradition to brand new regions, thereby transforming the nation's culinary landscape. Throughout the 20th century, Black pit masters would earn a reputation for their culinary skill and innovation. However, there was a new shift in the barbecue landscape. White individuals increasingly dominate the business, often benefiting indirectly from the Black culinary experience. A prominent example of this is a man by the name of John Calloway, a white sheriff in Georgia who gained national prominence and fame for his barbecue at the 1895 Cotton States and International Exposition in Atlanta. Visual records of the event revealed that Black men did most of the actual labor, while all Calloway did was assume a supervisory role, obscuring the role of Black culinary expertise behind the veil of his success. And by 1930, the term pitmaster had become common enough that it appeared in newspapers, yet frequently referred to the white supervisors instead of the Black barbecuers who were doing the work.
Don't it sound kind of like what Otis is doing to Mr. Tenderism, right? Only difference is Mr. Tenderism was able to walk around, riding his car. They pretend, like, listen, oh, this right here is like a little history of it playing itself right now in modern time, literally, right, in 2026.
Despite these shifts, Black pitmasters continue to adapt, persevere. Their influence will continue to spread, and African Americans were pivotal in demonstrating real Southern barbecue across many different regions. A great example of this is Henry Perry, who's often hailed as the father of Kansas City barbecue, transforming the culinary landscape of Kansas City in the early 1900s. He emerged from humble beginnings in the Deep South, where he moved to Kansas City and began selling barbecue commercially, which was the first for the era, even though barbecue had been present in Kansas City since the mid-1850s. Perry's innovative method of smoking meat over a unique blend of woods established the foundation of what will become the world-renowned Kansas City barbecue scene. Among the 27 inductees in the Barbecue Hall of Fame, Henry Perry holds the distinction of being the only African American to receive this honor. As Black pitmasters began to gain recognition, figures like Henry Perry or Arthur Bryant elevated barbecue from rustic down-home food to a celebrated aspect of American cuisine. And despite this prestige, Black pitmasters still face immense economic, social hardships due to discriminatory practices and limited business opportunity and recognition. Many of the recipes and techniques were co-opted by white-owned businesses, with their original Black creators remaining.
Yo, I'm about to rewind that joint back, all right? The thing is, I already figured as much, right? I already knew deep down that Black, all right, Americans and indigenous Americans, right, invented what we now call American barbecue. The technique, the season, the slow smoke, and the patience, the instinct. That's us. That's our ancestors. That's our legacy. But every time you turn on a cooking show, they act like barbecue just fell out of, the sky and landed in a white man's backyard. They'll say barbecue tradition, but never mention the people who were forced, all right, to cook entire feasts for plantations, political gatherings. Y'all heard me. Political gatherings and community events long before America even had a culinary identity. All right. They'll praise the flavor, but erase the hands, all right, they're credited. All right. It's like they'll say that, the white George Washington was the first president, but in reality, before him, it was I think it was a George Washington, but he has like a middle. I forget his middle name. All right, he was Black. He was the first one to sit in office, not George Washington. But hey, listen, whatever. We'll get into that one on another day. All right, but listen. This is why they call America the biggest bullies. Let him finish that, and then I'm gonna finish my comment.
Today, systemic challenges like access to recipes and techniques were co-opted by white-owned businesses, with their original Black creators remaining largely uncredited. Even today, systemic challenges like access to capital or equitable opportunities for entrepreneurship still exist. Despite these hurdles, Black-owned barbecue establishments have seen a resurgence. According to recent demographic studies, there has been a noticeable increase in Black-owned restaurants, including barbecue joints across the United States. For instance, the United States saw a 12% increase in Black-owned restaurants from 2016 to 2020, a testament to the entrepreneurial spirit. Notable figures like Rodney Scott, who won this
man, he did that. He started playing the music because I'm not sure which one is that one, but that's going to get me really clapped if I let it play. Right? So let me give my commentary. Like, damn, why did he do that? I was enjoying the video. Listen, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. All right, not even a little bit. If Black indigenous people were already smoking meat like this before the Spanish and Europeans ever set foot on this land. Because let's be real, our people were already here, already thriving, already cooking, already innovating, already blending, right? Like, listen, they were already blending African, indigenous, and local techniques long before colonizers showed up with their, discoveries. I discovered America. Well, let me walk into your house and say I discovered your house. Shit. What the hell? Like, the idea that indigenous and Afro-indigenous communities were smoking meat, all right, preserving food and using fire as a culinary art form is not far-fetched, all right? It's common sense. We didn't need Europe to teach us how to cook, all right? We've been know. You've been watching me for a while, man. Y'all know that. Listen, I don't get tired of saying I love cooking. Me and the oven is the oven is my best friend. All right. It's just like me and pen and paper is my best friend. Listen, I write everything I think about on paper, take notes about everything. I read notes just so that I can stay on point with what I'm saying and all of that. Listen, this is in our veins. This is in our blood. People don't want to understand that. Those that know, right? But the problem is when history gets, retold by the people who benefited, from erasing us, from erasing what our ancestors did, right? Suddenly everything becomes a European influence or a Southern tradition with no mention of the Black and indigenous hands that shaped it, Right? They'll talk about barbecue like it's some neutral, universal thing, when in reality, it was born out of survival, creativity, and cultural blending under brutal conditions. Right? Enslaved pitmasters weren't just cooking, they were innovating. Right? They were creating flavors that would define a nation. Right? They were, how can I say, turning scraps into masterpieces, and yet when the story gets told, they get pushed out of the frame. In the wildest part, right, these cooking shows know what they're doing. Right? They know the history, they know the origins, they know the recipe, they know the recipes. Rachel Ray does it a lot. Right? They know the recipes are out there. But how can I say, acknowledging Black pitmasters means acknowledging slavery, exploitation, and the fact that some of America's most beloved traditions were built on the backs of the people who never got credit, freedom, or recognition. Right? It means admitting that the American culinary story, right, is not as clean and cute as they want it to be. So instead, they'll skip the truth and focus on the, how can I say, aesthetics, the smoke, the sauce, the competition, while ignoring the culture, all right, that created it. Listen, but we're not doing that today. All right. We're not letting them erase us. We're not letting them pretend barbecue was magically, how can I say, appeared when Europeans arrived. We're not letting them, how can I say, act like our ancestors didn't bring their own cooking traditions, their own fire techniques, their own seasoning knowledge, their own cultural genius. Because the truth is, Black and Indigenous people were shaping the culinary landscape of this land long before colonizers even knew what they were looking at. And the fact that our people were already here, already building, already cooking, already thriving is something they've tried to bury for centuries. Right? Like, so when we talk about barbecue, we're talking about more than food. We're talking about identity. Right? We're talking about legacy. Right? Like, we're talking about the truth they tried to hide. We're talking about the hands that held the fire before America had a name. And if cooking shows, how can I say, won't say it, we will. Our people here will. All right? Our people created this. Our people shaped this culture. And we're not letting anyone rewrite the story ever again. Because once you know better, you do better. Shout out to Maya Angelou. And now that we know the truth, right, we're speaking it loud, proud, and uncut. So, like we did a little earlier, all right, guys. Listen, I'm gonna put a little poem behind a beat. Anybody wishes to come up, give their input on this video and what they already know. All right, you're more than welcome to. Let me put the beat on while I get this in here situated. I guess we'll go with this.
If I knew then what I know now, sometimes I wonder, would I be the same or would I be different? A shorty still believes in fairy tales and imagination that lasts forever. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. I wake up in the morning feeling lost and alone, wondering if life's worth living or if I should grab the throne. The weight of the world on my shoulders is hard to bear. I see no change, it's like nobody cares. I look in the mirror, see a stranger staring back, lost in the world that's spinning off track. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I give up and let the darkness win? I see no change, just the same old game. Wake up in the morning, I ask myself, is life worth living, or should I blast myself? I see no change, just the same old pain, but I know deep down, I gotta break these chains. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time, fix my mistakes, will things change? Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life, help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can go back in time, tell my younger self it's gonna be fine. Embrace the challenges, let your light shine. You'll grow and learn, just give it time. Hey young me, listen up, don't be afraid. Life's a journey, mistakes will be made. Chase your dreams, don't let them fade. Believe in yourself, you'll make the grade. Don't stress about what others say. Stay true to yourself every day. Love deeply, laugh often. Don't delay, cause in the end, it's how you play. Be kind to others along the way. Spread love and positivity each day. Don't worry about what they may say, cause your uniqueness is here to stay. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of times. Fix my mistakes, but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. If I can meet my younger self, I tell her not to be afraid, that courage will be her wealth, and bravery will never fade. Don't fear the challenges ahead, for you'll face them head on. Your inner strength will dawn. You'll grow up to be a warrior, standing tall, unafraid and strong. A parent, a role model, and inspired, fighting for what's right all along. Sometimes I wonder if I turn back the hands of time. Fix my mistakes, but things change. Oh Lord, guide me through this journey of life. Help me see the light through all the pain and strife. Looking back on all the roads I've traveled, regrets and lessons learned along the way, but still holding on to hope and faith that with God's grace, a brighter day will come our way. I see no change at all. I'm stuck in this cycle, feeling so small. I ask myself, is this all there is, or should I just end it all with a final kiss? I try to stay strong, but it's getting.
Mr. Oates, blessings. How you doing today?
I am good, Riders. How you doing?
I'm chilling, diving down these rabbit holes.
Yeah, I see. That's the reason I ain't say that after the first one. I'm like, yeah, this White House, that was a heck of a some of that information I didn't even know.
Yeah, listen, I told you I'm a Taino. I tell people, listen, I know my roots. At least I know my roots. You see where I'm coming from, my history, and it didn't start off with no books. I used to think my grandpa was crazy telling me certain stories, but then I learned that I was an actual, descendant from a tribe. Like, you see where I'm coming from? Like, we just gotta learn our roots.
Exactly.
Like my roots don't just come from Puerto Rico. They come from here too. Because what people fail to realize that the Tainos and the Moorish, right? They have a lot in common. The Moorish and the Western Africans ended up saving the Tainos. If they wouldn't have saved the Tainos, my family and me wouldn't be here today. And others that are, part of that tribe.
Right.
So on some real shit, we gotta learn our roots. That's why I'm like, when they said earlier in the video, I was like, wait a minute. I know that my tribe had a lot, with barbecue. They do a lot. Like, when my family, they do, they love doing barbecue, right? So when they mentioned it in this video, I was like, oh shit, I didn't know that we were part of this era.
Yeah. Anybody need people, like you said, you always had is that Europeans will take this shit from everybody, from all groups, no matter what culture you from. Once they get there and they start that colonialism, and they're gonna exploit, like I said before, your people, your culture, and your resources.
That's a fact.
So the culture is already there. You can't tell me that white people taught black people how to cook. You can't convince me of that. I don't care how much you can't do it. You can't. You're better off not even saying it, because it's like, for the most part, as we understand history, who did the cooking for the plantation?
The black people. Let's stop saying black people. Let's say the enslaved people.
Yeah,
they were all mixed up after one point. It wasn't just the regular people of this land, because remember, they started bringing ships in, people from Africa, all over the Caribbean, Jamaicans, Puerto Ricans, Haitians. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, but I want you to think about it all the way throughout. Think about it all through the slavery era. Okay, even come out of that era and go into the next. It's like the only jobs that people could get was like working in the back, in the kitchen. Billy Bob wasn't cooking no food. His wife wasn't cooking either.
That's why I make sure that I repeated politicians multiple times earlier in both videos.
Right. But they don't eat.
What did they have to cook? They had to cook for gatherings, the political events, meetings, rich people, celebrities, and shit like that. Like, come on.
Right. They were standing around, smiling, laughing, joking, while the enslaved people was handling the food and the cleaning, the drinks, all that. They wasn't doing no such thing. They wasn't cooking nothing. Nothing, not at all.
What shocked me? You know what shocked me? How
Yeah.
people still don't know that Hawaii, right? At one point, Hawaii had a king, just like Europe.
Right. That's
That's
before
why I'm
they.
like, wait a minute. How y'all think? Like, I don't understand why y'all believe that in certain. I mean, there was kings in a lot of places, not just in Europe.
Mm-mm. That just comes from not knowing your hit. They figure that's too long ago. I don't need to know that. That can't.
It's not possible. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
The same way that it's more than one Queen Elizabeth. Like, come on. They end up changing each one that ends up how can I say inheriting the throne. Their name they end up changing their name to Queen Elizabeth, but that's not their real names.
And they'll cry over the queen or the princess.
Listen,
From
not so long ago,
Go.
I had to sit here and I'm like, yo, you really think that Queen Elizabeth has been alive for hundreds of years? They like, but yes. I'm like, haven't you read your history books? I say yes, but you haven't read the part in history where it tells you that every princess that inherits the throne, their name, changes from what was given to them at birth to Queen Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm. The first, the second.
Could be another queen before Elizabeth. I think it was Isabel, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I do remember that name.
I know I'm not mistaken because I did a live on that.
But you damn sure right. You're gonna get that. You're gonna get that queen. It's gonna be another Elizabeth. I don't care if her name is Samantha.
Mm-hmm.
You will be known as Queen Elizabeth II, or the third, or the fifth, or whatever place you arrived.
It's like this. Go ahead, Mr. Olson. Yeah, I was just piggybacking off of you. But go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying it's wild. Just as far as like look at the world we live in, and it ain't enough. People don't pay attention to enough things. At least the like even some of the small things. Like you just some people would look at the first video you was talking about when you were talking about the White House. They wouldn't see that as significant. But it's just like, okay, you don't even understand it. Know how long it was even there. You don't know what is Trump doing with it now.
Every other president did. Transform that shit into something.
Yeah, I'm about to change this up, but we don't know what that is yet.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Some of us probably never will because they ain't gonna tell us straight out. Believe me, it's more than just a ballroom, at least in my opinion.
I mean, you've seen it, the transformations and what they say about it. And there's way more than that. Because like I told y'all before, right? Out of all the videos that I've seen, this one went a little further. So imagine more videos that we go through and find. We're going to see more secrets.
Right. Exactly.
Do you see that family on the screen right there? You know who they are?
Hold on, man.
People talk about them so much.
No, I don't know. I gotta blow it up or something. Hold on.
That's Martin Luther King, Mr. Oates.
I swear I started to say that. I'm like, I was gonna say, is that Coretta? But I couldn't see it. Like I said, it's too small on my phone.
All right,
but that's
so check this out. But you was gonna say so.
That's his family, right?
Yep, that's his family. I think Mom Dukes is on the picture, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Let's see. Was she still alive on this, John, if I'm not mistaken? Yep, I think she's right here. I'm not mistaken, that's his mom right there. I'm not sure. I don't want to put my foot out, but we're going to get into the video. We haven't seen it. We're going to review and react to it together. But in this video, there's a fact that I know, right? But I'm not sure if a lot of people do know about it. If you do know it, kudos, man. Have a deep, how can I say, respectful conversation with a shorty, Mr. Oates, if y'all want to. But if you don't know, just listen, all right? Because listen, now we're about to step into a rabbit hole that most people don't even know exist. We've talked about the White House. We've talked about, barbecue. Now we're moving into something a lot, heavier. But just as important, why a Black Israelite assassinated Martin Luther King Jr.'s mother. All right. A lot of folks don't even know that. Martin Luther King Jr.'s mother, Alberta Williams King, was assassinated. They know about him. They know about his father, all right, as a pastor. They know about the church. But his mother, her story gets pushed to, the background like she was just a side character. When in reality, she was, a pillar in that family and that community. The fact that her death isn't widely talked about already tells you, how selective this country is with its storytelling. Right? Listen, Alberta William King was killed on June 30th, 1974, while she was, playing the organ at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta. The same church where her husband, pastored and where her son once preached. She was literally in the house of God, doing what she always did, serving, worshiping, right, holding space for people, when violence walked in and took her life. Right, and the man who killed her, Marcus Wayne Chanot, I hope I said his last name right, but shit, listen, he don't deserve no credit. But we're talking about it today so y'all can know the reality of it. All right, he was a young Black man who identified himself as a Black Hebrew Israelite. That alone makes people, uncomfortable, because it didn't fit the, the neat little narrative of good versus evil. They like to package around the King family, right? It forces us to confront something more complicated, violence coming from within our own community, shaped by ideology, pain, confusion, right, and extremism. Am I wrong?
No, I'm with you.
All right. So now, when people hear Black Hebrew Israelite, right? A lot of them don't even know that, that means that, what that means beyond maybe seeing a clip online or hearing the name in passing, right? But this is a group with a range of beliefs. And like any group, they are different branches, different, interpretations. And unfortunately, some extreme offshoots, right? Marcus Chanot was tied to one of the, one of those more extreme type groups. Radical, interpretations, right? I can't pronounce the word. Y'all chill. All right, bear with a shorty when she has her, her Spanglish moments. Right? He believed that certain Black Christian leaders were enemies, that they were misleading. All right, they were misleading the people, and and he targeted them because of of that particular reason. All right, let me put it like that. In his mind, he wasn't just committing a random act of violence. He thought he was carrying out some kind of mission. Right, and that's the dangerous part about twisted ideology. It can take and confuse unstable and it could take a confused, unstable person and convince them they're doing something righteous when they're actually destroying lives.
Right.
Like, what makes this even more heartbreaking is that King's family had already given up so much, already lost so much, right? Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in 1968. 6 years later, right, his mother is murdered in the very church that have been, a spiritual home and a base for the civil rights movement. Imagine the weight of that. Imagine the trauma. Like, imagine surviving your son's assassination only to be killed yourself in a place that, is supposed to be safe. And yet, this story doesn't get told with the same intensity, the same, repetition, the same national mourning. It's almost like the country said, we already did the MLK tragedy. We're not going to sit with this one too. All right. But life mattered. Her death mattered. Her story mattered. Like, we have, we also have to talk about how this fits into a bigger pattern. When Black leaders, Black families, and Black communities are targeted, the narrative, right, gets watered down, minimized, or buried. Like, if this had been some, big international terrorist group, they would have made documentaries, movies, endless specials. But because it was a young black man with a, how can I say, a fridge ideology, right? It gets treated like a, how can I say, a isolated incident instead of a moment that reveals how vulnerable even our most respected families are to violence, right? Like, and what's crazy is mental is like it's not just the violence, right, to the extremist. It's also the mental instability. Like it also shows how religious language and identity can be twisted into something harmful, right? When it's not grounded in love, like when it's not grounded in accountability and in reality, right? At the same time, we have to be, careful not to take one man's actions and use them, right? And how can I say, demonize. I can never say the word right, but listen, I ain't got time to pronounce this shit right now. An entire group of people, just like we don't blame all Christians for what, the extremist does, right? Or all Muslims for what all extremists does. We can't take Marcus Chainsaw and say, this is what all black Hebrew Israelites do, all right? That's lazy thinking. And is exactly the kind of broad brush, how can I say, stereotyping that gets used against us all the time. All right. What we can do is look at how isolation, radicalization, and unhealed trauma can make someone right? How it can make someone vulnerable to, how can I say, extreme beliefs. We can talk about how important it is to change harmful ideology before it turns into, action. We could talk, about how mental health, spiritual manipulation, and identity confusion all, how can I say, intersect in situations like this, right?
Right.
But hold on, my bad. So when we dive down this rabbit hole, all right, we're not here to, how can I say, sensationalize our brother King's death or glorify the man who killed her. We're here to learn, all right? We're here to, how can I say, we're here to name what happened. We're here to honor her life and acknowledge the full weight of what that family went through. We're here to look at how ideology, religion, race, and violence can collide in ways that hurt the very people we claim to be fighting for. Right, and we're here to remind ourselves that history is not just what they put in textbooks. It's also the stories they leave out. How can I say, the pain they gloss over, right? And the people they treat like, how can I say, footnotes when they were actually foundations. So let's dive into this topic with respect, honesty, and curiosity. Let's talk about who Alberta Williams Keynes was, right? What she meant to her family and community. What led Marcus Chelnott, right, down, the path he took, and what we can learn from all of it, right? Because if we're going to talk about legacy, if we're going to talk about the truth, if we're going to talk about how to protect our people, our future, then we can't be scared to look at the hard, uncomfortable parts of our history too, right? Once we know better, we do better. And this is, one of those stories that pushes us to, know more, feel more, and think deeper about how, we move as a community, right? Like this story right here should be just as important as Martin Luther King's story, all right? Especially the way she went down and in a place that started the whole movement that everybody talks about. And this is why y'all constantly hear me say, yo, our ancestors got to be rolling in circles in their graves on some real shit. We got the beautiful Miss Chicago in the building. Blessings to Miss Chicago. Big shout out to Miss Chicago. Yo, man, listen, man. You gotta love you some of Miss Chicago. Because when she get in her bag, yo, listen, I love when she in her scorpion bag. Get over here. Shit, you gotta love Miss Chicago. Shout out to Miss Chicago. But let's get this John started. Mr. Oates, you got anything to say before we press play?
I was in the chat real quick. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready.
Family legacy is one that changed the course of history for Black people in America. It extends well beyond Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s untimely passing in 1968. It is a legacy that is marked by the pursuit of civil justice and peace in the nation. Unfortunately, the King family legacy is also tainted by wrongful deaths. 6 years after the assassination of one of the world's most esteemed leaders, Dr. King, his mother, Alberta Williams King, would suffer the same fate, dying at the hands of a gunman. The tragic incident led the world to wonder why anyone would seek to harm a family who has already experienced so much sorrow. Some would say the answer is religion, others, misguided anger. This is the untold true story of the assassination of Alberta Williams King and the Black Hebrew Israelite who took her life. Mrs. Alberta Williams King was born in 1903 in Atlanta, Georgia. She was the daughter of Jenny Celeste and Reverend A.D. Williams, the second pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta. The upstanding values her parents instilled in her, principles that she would pass down to her children, are the foundation for the historic legacy created by her second-born, Martin Luther King Jr. Mrs. King's life was deeply rooted in her faith and activism. Her father, husband, and both of her sons were all ministers at Ebenezer, where she played an integral role until she retired in 1972. The King matriarch would often return to lead the church in song. Ironically, Ebenezer Baptist Church, just a few blocks away from where her son Martin was buried 6 years prior, was where Mrs. Alberta Williams King took her last breath. Her death was classified as an assassination. The man who carried out the heinous act was 23-year-old Marcus Wayne Chenault. Born on June 30th, 1951 in Winchester, Kentucky, Marcus Wayne was described as a quiet child who read a lot. He was raised by his parents, Marcus H. and Hinda Lee Chenault. They were God-fearing and lived comfortably. That was until they moved to Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, man, he lucky he a kid, yo, so I can't talk bad about him. But he do remind me of Fat Albert in a way. But let's continue.
When Marcus, often called Wayne by his family, was a teenager, Hinda Lee, who was deeply religious, recalled to Washington Post. Up until 1967, he seemed to enjoy the church, but later he became a bit confused and started asking questions about different things in the Bible. As a student in high school, Chenault excelled academically. A school officer at Dayton Roth High School told Jet magazine, "He just went from homeroom to class. I never had any trouble with him. He was as good as gold." In 1969, Marcus was accepted into Ohio State University, and it was during his college matriculation that his demeanor began to change. Although he was still described as quiet and studious by his professors and peers, it was during this time that he began to reassess his traditional Christian values. Leon Vaughn, one of Chenault's Ohio State classmates, told Jet magazine, "Marcus was a really beautiful cat. He interpreted things to me like the Bible and the Star of David. The main thing he would say is that religion isn't for real because people couldn't be charged for the truth. He resented preachers riding around in Cadillacs. He said that parts of the New Testament were false and that King James stole literature from blacks and didn't give them any credit. He said King James was a Caucasian who based his interpretations on America's standards. His newfound religious ideals came from the teachings of his mentor, Hananiah Israel of Cincinnati. Hananiah, a spiritual teacher whose legal name is Stephen Hallman, spread messages from what he called a form of Judaism. Chenault met Hananiah about 8 months before the incident after seeing his advertisement titled, "What Every Negro Should Know About Scripture" in a magazine. Israel began instructing him in the Bible during meetings in which Chenault took lots of notes and often invited friends. Hananiah criticized black civil rights activists and church leaders as evil and deceptive. In his teachings, he wrote, "When you stop those lying preachers from deceiving you and your loved ones, from robbing them of millions of dollars a year, you will have a better economy." He also taught that black civil rights leaders were leading black people to doom. He told Dayton Daily News, "White men are being used by the Most High as a correcting rod, but God is going to do away with white people and free my people. When black people are freed, they will be the masters and whites will be the slaves. Until then, blacks should remain slaves to white men because that is the role God has assigned to them." Although Israelites insisted that he did not advocate for violence, he taught that only the death of black ministers would free black people. He told Dayton Daily, "I gave Marcus the key to understanding the scriptures. He awakened from the death of sleep, from the grave of ignorance." Hananiah and Marcus, along with other young men who followed his teachings, were labeled by some as Black Hebrew Israelites, a religion of black people who believe that they are the descendants of the ancient Israelites.
And this right here just shows you that, you know, it's crazy. I think you said it time after time, Mr. Votes. I've heard a lot of people say it, right? It don't always be the white man, it be our own kind sometimes. Because what was the real reason for this young man to sit here and unalive Miss King. There's
Yeah,
no
what
real
did he?
reason in the world. He had his own religion. She had her own religion.
No, so that all sounds it's something suspicious there. I understand what they're saying about that. I mean, at least to me anyway. It's like I'm trying to figure out what would make him go all the way down to Atlanta to do that. So it was
Mhm.
and you live
They
all the
make
way
him do
in, huh?
they make him do this? Or I mean, obviously he was. I mean, was he groomed to this? I mean, into this? Like, I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Yeah, it's something. It's something because I'm still trying to figure out. Like, okay, well, he was going to Ohio State. Ohio State, that's in Columbus.
Mhm.
He was from Dayton, so I'm trying to figure out how where he even met this dude at. He said, dude, the guy who had I guess gave him the knowledge was from Cincinnati. Now
Yep.
Cincinnati is close to Dayton, but it ain't it's like what, an hour and a half, maybe something like that. But anyway, regardless, it's like, how did he end up a college student at Ohio State and being from Dayton to going down to Atlanta and taking this woman's life? No, where did he get the
He was
money
already
from?
groomed,
Yeah, where, I
but
mean,
somebody was already educated him.
somebody, yeah,
So I mean,
I think,
this is crazy because peep it. It's a group, right? They call themselves Israelites. I'm gonna say it like that. It's another way to say it, but don't get me twisted right now, all right? Because I'm gonna end up making a whole new word. But anyways, right? They end up unaliving, right? One of the founders of these movements. Well, she wasn't the founder; it was actually her son. But you get my whole point. So this goes even deeper. If they already assassinated, Martin Luther King, what was the point of assassinating his mother? Why?
yeah,
And I'm not saying it was the same group. It's just weird because it wasn't, long after he passed away, they came and boom and took her.
yeah, and you still don't know. It's just like what you couldn't find.
But
Black preachers in the area you was in, you couldn't. You had to go all the way to Atlanta to find. And I don't even believe she was a preacher. She was just the matriarch of the church
Yep.
or the family.
The church. Listen, the church was where the movement started with MLK. Remember?
Yeah. See, that's something. That's
Oh, but my thing is, why? If y'all already took him, y'all couldn't hurt him no more. Who was y'all hurting by taking her?
exactly.
Who else is important in this, movement that is related to Martin Luther King Jr. and Miss King, his mother, that they could have hurt really, really bad? I don't know. I take it that route because, like, that's the only thing that makes sense when you're looking and searching without enough data, when stuff has been deleted, erased, twisted, right, and then handed down to you.
It just don't. I understand. It just don't make sense all the way around.
Exactly. And in order to make it make sense, you have to look at it like, was they trying to hurt somebody, or was they trying to prove a point to someone in the movement that she was important to? And if that is so, it's still related to the King family.
Right. I don't know.
So what is it that's with this family? Why so many assassinations? Even though it wasn't by the same, groups, this family has been targeted in more ways than one. This family has suffered in more ways than one, but we only want to talk about one suffering, isolated, like that's the only thing. Why y'all do that? Like, what is there? That makes you think, what is there? What is the deeper picture to this? Like, what is the real root of this problem? I don't know if I'm asking the right questions or saying it right, but snap.
But yeah, why y'all keep coming at these people? That's it. You can just put it that simple. Why y'all keep coming? Why they keep coming at these people?
But let's continue. Let's see what else we learned. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Oates.
No, it's just this just don't sound. It's something suspicious here. But like you said, we need some more data.
Yep, and this is still part of our history, a history that doesn't even get talked about in schools.
Right. All right, I'm with you.
They incorporate teachings from various sources, including certain aspects of Christianity and Judaism, and have created their own interpretation of the Bible. They are not associated with the mainstream Jewish community nor mainstream Christianity. Chenault and Israel assert that they did not belong to any organized group or following. Although Marcus Wayne recruited a number of young men from Ohio State and the surrounding areas to begin following his teachings, other classmates thought his religious talk was off-putting. We always thought he was a little weird, but there were a lot of weirdos on campus, Carol Peters told New York Times. She recalled having lunch with Chenault on occasion, but eventually began to avoid him. She said that he would get high and talk about the Bible at parties, and a party was no place to talk about the Bible, but he did, and people were turned off by it. By his junior year, Marcus dropped out of college and began to focus on religion. He adapted a head honcho persona. His neighbors took note of the change, accompanied by him shouting.
He was already getting groomed. He dropped out of college for this. He was getting groomed, and not groomed in a sexual. We don't even know about that, but just groomed.
Obscenities and Muhammad Ali type rhymes out of his apartment window while blasting soul music. He wrote General Chenault with 4 stars on his mailbox and Servant Jacob on his apartment door. His antics led him to being arrested for disorderly conduct, which seemed to have pleased him. Chenault's neighbor, Richard Keish, recalled as a group of people who gathered for the spectacle that Chenault came out with his hands up saying things like, "No comment," putting his hands on the car to be searched even though no one asked him to. Keish also shared with Jet Magazine that Chenault told him that he would soon be all over the newspapers and that he was going to Atlanta to meet Destiny.
Oh, wow.
On Friday, June 28, 1974, Marcus Wayne Chenault returned home for what seemed to be a routine visit. According to Marcus Sr., Wayne seemed as normal as ever. That night, Marcus stole 2 pistols from his father's bedroom. The next day, he bought a bus ticket to Atlanta, Georgia. After a 12-hour trip, Wayne had made it to his destination, where, according to a taxicab driver's testimony, he was picked up from the bus station and asked to be taken to Ebenezer Baptist Church. On the way, he asked the driver if Mr. and Mrs. King attended the church every Sunday. Later that morning, after being picked up from a motel, Marcus was taken back to the church. He was invited to attend himself and Sayo. According to witness testimony, once the service began, he was seen sitting in the Amen corner of the pews, which is normally reserved for the most devout worshipers. Mrs. King finished playing the Lord's Prayer on the organ, and as the congregation bowed their heads in prayer, they heard Marcus shout, "I'm taking over here this morning." They looked up to find him standing on the pew holding a gun. His first shot struck Mrs. King in the head and she fell over the organ.
Oh, wow.
It seemed like I was watching a scene from a bad movie play out. Christine King Ferris, Alberta's daughter, would recall.
Hold on, wait a minute. So this was premeditated. I don't know if it was premeditated by him or the group that was grooming him, but this this right here is exactly why I keep, saying history in this country is not, just incomplete, right? It's intentionally edited. This is not, taught in schools. This is not in the classroom history books, right? This is not in the, documentaries they force kids to watch every February. And what's crazy? That's insane. Because this story wasn't, buried in some secret vault. It was hidden in plain sight for decades, right? It was right there, but nobody talked about it. Nobody taught it. Nobody highlighted it. And, that tells you everything about how selective America is, right? With the parts of history it chooses to amplify, versus the parts it quietly sweeps under the rug. Kind of like this, right? I sit here and I look at videos that they send me on Instagram, on my DMs and stuff like that on Instagram. And I pick and choose. I was like, hey, I don't hear nobody talking about this. Let me review and react with this, about this, with this. Let me review and react to this video with my subscribers. And let's learn something new. Because I'm tired of hearing the same thing. What is the truth about it? So there, like I said, there's so many videos out there that surface. All right, and this right here, even though it's not in documentaries, like the videos and all that we watch, it is on textbooks, just not in the school textbooks. I got history books here. It's there. It tells you when his mom dies. It's in books that you read. Like the daughter, she wrote a book and published it. So, it's out there. People are just not looking for it because it's not talked about.
But like I said, they, that was long ago. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That's how a lot of people think. A lot of black people. It's like that happened years ago or centuries ago. The world is different now, and this, yeah, okay. Keep
Yeah.
thinking that. Just cause you ain't getting hit with a whip and living on somebody else's or living on the plantation, don't mean it ain't the same.
They trying to bring all that back. Listen,
Yeah.
that's why you on one of the lyrical poems, I say it straight up. All right. Even though it's 20, I mean, I put it in 2025, right? But we're in 2026, so we're gonna change the year, right? Even though it's 2026, all right, it feels like it's 1942. Why I say that? Because people want to turn back the hands of time. And what our generation didn't feel, we're gonna feel it now. For those that, I wish I understood when you went back in time, right, and dwelled on it instead of borrowing from it, you're
Right.
going to understand now. You wanted to understand, you're going to understand way more than just understanding. You're going to feel what our ancestors felt because they're trying to bring back all that. They're trying to, in a way, but people, listen. Once that martial law come in, it comes in. There's no turning back the hands of time.
And it's gonna hurt.
They'd be like, "Oh, it's gonna be about robots." Yeah, but the robot phase is gonna die. What do you think is gonna come after robots?
Mm-mm.
That's
They
why I'm
don't-
like, it's a little deeper. They're telling us what they're gonna do. They're not saying, "Well, this is a prediction." We said they were predicting this shit.
Right.
They tell us movies, books, cartoons, music.
They already been telling you.
Facts.
But
This
like
shit
you said, nowadays, now they playing in our faces, like right in front of our faces. Like we don't even. Some people don't even see. No. But they doing what they going. You looking at it, thinking, why is he doing that? Well, because as soon as he get done, he gonna blow your car up, or he gonna do this to you, or go around the corner and do this to such and such. That's why he doing that. People don't even realize that they think about how much they polluting, like the water, the air, the food, everything, the medicine.
There's only 6 states that have passed a law. They have banned, all right, from from there being, lab-made foods in their cities. Texas is one of them. I think Nebraska, if I'm not mistaken. It's a few states, all right, and I feel as though all of them need to go, with that. Because listen, as bad as they talk about the third world countries, right, and stuff like that, they got dictators and stuff like that. In certain places in these third world countries, people live happy because they got freedom. All right, with that dictatorship, however y'all want to call it, all right, they still got some freedom. Y'all call me crazy as y'all want to call it, right? But take the time to listen to these people. Like, there's a lot of people that are even on YouTube here from other countries, and they say how much they love their country, even with their bad and bully dictators that they have considered as presidents, right?
Right.
They're not peeping that part.
No, they don't care. It's like, to a certain extent, and when I've seen this on this app a lot, and a few times in real life. In real life, I usually just try, if I'm around that person, we have a conversation for a minute, and then I'm out of there. But it's like taking on the ways of your oppressor.
Facts.
That's what they doing. I don't care. They ain't got to agree with me if they want, but that's, all this foul shit that this country, let's say our country, has done to other nations. All this foul shit. The foul shit that was done to people that didn't even deserve it. They just wanted to go over there and disrupt them people's culture, take their resources, all that. So you mean to tell me those of you who were actually, let's say, the descendants of slaves, you actually gonna join forces with the mofos that's raped, robbed, and pillaged your people?
That's my whole point.
That ain't no, you twisted. If you believe like that, you twisted. And you gotta understand the system, like I said, and these systems that's in place before you can even come up in the world, in this world. You have to understand these systems that's right in front of you, that control your life on a daily basis. I don't care if you say, nah, don't no system control me. All of it control you. Because the moment this phone shut down or the internet go down, that's your telecommunications. You ain't gonna know how to act. You're gonna lose your damn mind.
That's a fact. Oh, and by the way, man, I'm in Philadelphia. This storm, listen, for the first time, we got some real snow since the 90s up in this John. Shout out to Mr. Oates. He just reminded me. So I want to take a minute. All right, those places where, they got hit by the storm, the heaviest, Texas, where it doesn't normally snow, man. Listen, I hope everything is good. I know they were saying about light outages and stuff like that, man. Stay in the house, stay bundled up, stay warm. Hopefully y'all collected some candles, flashlights, stacked up on some water and stuff until they're able to fix the electricity if it does go down, man. But I'm saying that because
we pretty much got the same. I ain't gonna say the same amount, but when I seen you earlier on live,
Ohio, it snows over there. I mean, I always snows in Ohio. I know Ohio, it snows a lot.
We right next to Pennsylvania.
I know it snows over there. Listen, no, but it snows over there more because when I went over there 6 years ago, boy, the snow was reaching my knees. My cousin was like, "Yo, the snow is not like in Philly, right?" I was like, "Bullshit, I'm used to the snow, boy." I went over there 3 weeks later. Boy, I'm like, "What the fuck?" She was like, "I told you." She was trying to warn my midget ass.
Yeah. But this
I
ain't
went over there like I was in Philly. Like I had to go buy some snow equipment for me.
Yeah, you better. But this ain't it usually the past. I've been in Cleveland since '09. It ain't really. It's been a few winters. Like we got some bad snow, but for the most part, it ain't even. It's just been like them cold patches, where like July or February, it's 5 degrees all week. And then it goes back to
when I went to Ohio, it was in 2014, 2013, 2014, and it was snowing heavy around that time. So I wasn't like the last time I saw snow like that and it was bigger than that. Was in the 90s here in Philly, like the mid 90s, somewhere around there. I wasn't even 10 years old yet. So
I say, yeah, we got it. They get and then drop. It's still snowing out there right now.
Yep, it's still snowing over here. We're still getting more snow.
Yep, and it's cold.
So that's what I'm saying. Like the places like Texas and stuff like that they're not really used to snow, man, bundle up, yo.
Yeah.
It's weird how in Texas it's like snowing constantly for the past couple of years. But we're gonna get back on topic. Let's get back on topic because we got a few videos. All right, y'all know Sunday there's no school for my child tomorrow, so we got this today, all right?
All right, do you think?
Fired every round in his gun. Her 2009 memoir, Through It All. Marcus fired every round in his gun. He stood over Mrs. King and shot her again. He shot a deacon, Edward Boykin, and a church member, Jimmy Mitchell. Mrs. King's grandson, Derek, who said he helped to subdue the gunman as he tried to reload a pistol, told The Guardian. He was delirious. He said over and over, "The war did this to me. It's the war." As Marcus fled, the sanctuary was in chaos. Christine described, there were people.
He was not delirious because he had in mind to go there. Either they programmed him to do this or he wanted to do this just to prove a point himself for something. I don't know what, because I wasn't there, but something, right? Like something's not right. Now he's delirious. He wasn't delirious.
Marcus fled, the sanctuary was in chaos. Christine described, there were people everywhere. There was a throng of onlookers. When I looked in their eyes, I saw what is often described as the 1,000-yard stare. It was a kind of blankness I'd never seen before. Mrs. King was taken to the nearby Grady Memorial Hospital, where officials say she was barely alive on arrival. The King family arrived at the hospital shortly after to learn the unfortunate news. news that Dean Edward Boykin and Mama King had passed away. Chenault was arrested and taken to the same hospital as his victims to be examined before being taken to jail. He and Reverend King crossed paths and exchanged words. King told Jet Magazine, "There wasn't much conversation between us, but I did ask him why did he do this. He answered by saying that all Christians were his enemy." Chenault had another revealing encounter that day with Reverend Ralph D. Abernathy.
All right, hold up. He said all Christians were his enemy, right? That's what he said. But then why not, shoot a Christian church up where he was from? You traveled all the way to Atlanta. Asked the cab driver, was Mr. and Mrs. King going to be doing service there today? And then had them take you to the church.
Right.
See? Listen. The saddest part is that the King family suffered way more than, the one loss we all learned about, right? We were taught about Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination like it was, the only tragedy that touched that family. But when you dig deeper, you realize the pain didn't stop there, right? They lost a son, right? Then years later, they lost a mother in the same church that was supposed to be, a sanctuary. That's generational trauma stacked on top of generational trauma. And the fact that this isn't common knowledge shows how much of their story was sensationalized, right? To make it more comfortable for the public, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you look at Marcus Wayne Chenault, right? A young black man, and you ask yourself, how could, he possibly believe that killing Alberta King will solve anything? What kind of twisted ideology? Like, what kind of mental instability? What kind of manipulation leads someone to think that taking the life of a 69-year-old woman playing the organ in a church is some kind of mission? That's not righteousness, all right? That's not revolution. That's not justice. That's a sick mind, a confused mind, a mind that got caught up in something dark and destructive, right? Like, listen, and that's the part people don't want to talk about, right? The fact that, extremists can come from anywhere. It doesn't always look like, how can I say, the stereotype. It doesn't always come from outside the community. Sometimes it comes from within, fueled by pain, misinformation, isolation, and warped ideology. Look at the people here on YouTube that we come across, all right, that project their, how can I say, their pain and insecurities onto others, like, they were the ones that hurt them, right? Look at that. And when you don't, how can I say, teach the full story, when you don't talk about the dangers of, how can I say, radicalization, when you don't, how can I say, address mental health, when you don't acknowledge the complexity, right, of identity and belief systems, you have people vulnerable to falling, to, how can I say, falling into the wrong hands.
Yeah. So,
But let's continue.
yeah, I want to know where he, like how he sheesh, like how he, how he made that decision. It's like it's still all of it it's not making sense. Okay, even though they saying he did it, but it's like it's still not all making sense. Like why? And all Christians, if they're your enemy, you could have set your ass up in Ohio. There's plenty of churches in Columbus.
That's why I just said that.
There's
Like,
plenty. You could have stayed your ass up there. But anyway, go ahead, Brad. It's my fault.
Oh, you get it. Either they hiding something from us, right? They're not telling us the full story, or we're just crazy. But let's continue.
His enemy. Chenault had another revealing encounter that day with Reverend Ralph D. Abernathy, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Reverend Abernathy just so happened to be visiting the Atlanta chapter president, Hosea Williams, in the Fulton County Jail. From a cell nearby Hosea's, Chenault called to Reverend Abernathy and said, "If you want to live, you had better get rid of that Reverend in front of your name." Inside Chenault's Columbus apartment, officials found a list of 10 names that he intended to kill. Along with Reverend Abernathy, Aretha Franklin, and civil rights leader Jesse Jackson were among the names on what he called.
Hold on, wait a minute. Aretha Franklin? Oh my God, I love her. And Jesse Jackson? Oh yeah, no, man. See, they had an agenda behind this shit. He had a list. He was groomed. He was groomed.
The death list. According to the New York Times, police also found an unused bus ticket to Chicago, where Jesse Jackson lived. Written on the ticket was Father's Day Massacre canceled.
Wow.
On July 9th, 1974, Marcus Wayne Chenault was indicted by a Fulton County grand jury for the murders of Mrs. Alberta King and Deacon Edward Boykin, for aggravated assault for the shooting of Mrs. Jimmy Mitchell, for carrying a pistol without a license, and for carrying a concealed weapon. Marcus was found guilty on all charges and
Good.
sentenced to death by electric chair. Dr. Lloyd T. Backus, director of the Law and Psychiatric Service for Grady Hospital, examined Marcus for 7 hours. He was determined to have schizophrenia and declared insane at the time of the murders.
Wow.
Although it was said not to have affected his ability to decipher right from wrong, Dr. Backus' testimony was that Marcus suffered from delusions of grandiosity. His sentence was reduced to life in prison, partially due to the King family opposing the death sentence. Upon hearing
That's bullshit, yo. Schizophrenia. So y'all say he got schizophrenia. He knew he was doing. Yo, young boy dropped out of college. Went on a trip. Yo. So us knowing what we know, y'all want us to believe that. Solid.
the news that Marcus was responsible, his sister Nancy told Jet magazine, the only explanation for Wayne's action, we loved him, the whole family. Hinda Lee, Wayne's mother, who was in such a state of shock that she had to be sedated, told Washington Post, I know I didn't raise him this way. He was a good boy and we never had any problems with any of the kids. Some black public figures spoke out about a conspiracy.
You ain't raised him that way, but guess what? The Israelite groups did, all right? They were teaching him this. They were giving him lessons, all right? I swear common sense is not common sense, but maybe I'm misreading this whole situation.
Conspiracy regarding Mrs. King's death. Angry about the lack of seriousness regarding assassinations in the U.S., Jesse Jackson told Jet magazine, they seem to be too strategic and coming too regular to be the work of lone berserk gunmen. Dick Gregory shared his thoughts on the matter with Jet magazine. He said, if anybody can believe that a cat can go berserk in Dayton, Ohio, and get on a bus with 2 guns and don't shoot nobody until he gets to Atlanta and church, then they're crazy. Do you realize how much aim and how much practice one must have to be able to hit somebody in the head 3 times with a handgun? It's just totally unbelievable. And so I definitely don't rule conspiracy out. It's the same pattern with Sirhan, Lee Harvey Oswald, and James Earl Ray, that every time one of those persons was arrested, they went to his house and found a diary with some other stuff in it. Now they go to Chenault's house and find a diary with 10 other people's names in it. See, it's the same pattern that is followed. A spokesman for the Atlanta Police Department Homicide Division issued a statement in which he said there was no evidence indicating a conspiracy. Thousands gathered in Sisters Chapel at Spelman College for Mrs. King's memorial service. Many shared similar sentiments of virtue. Dr. Benjamin E. Mays of Morehouse College said, love God and love your fellow man. If these are the requirements of God, Alberta Williams King met them from the beginning. Her life was a brilliant example of Christian living. Why do good people have to die at the hands of wicked men? Somehow. In the words of Dr. Julius S. Scott of Spelman College, we looked at her and we saw all our imperfections. It was the foundation of her faith that enabled her assassin to take a bus from Ohio to Georgia and not have to sit in the back. Marcus Wayne Chenault died of a stroke in prison in 1995. He was 44 years old. Stay up to date with the latest.
Let me pause this right here. I gotta get the other video. Thank you. But listen. God ain't have nothing to do with this. All right. I hate when people do that. Stop putting God in these situations. All right. God didn't tell him go kill Ms. Alberta King. No, he didn't. But listen. What's the bigger picture, right? This shows me, right, and it shows all of us that history hasn't changed as much as people pretend it has, all right? The patterns are still here. The violence is still there. The erasure is still there. The selective storytelling is there. And the way communities suffer in silence while the world moves on, still there. I can say that, confidently because of what I've witnessed in real life. You see the same cycles play out today. people hurting, people acting of, confusion, people being misled, people being ignored until something tragic happens. This is a repeated cycle, a never ending cycle. And that's why, learning this kind of history, right, it matters. Not, not to some, all right? Like, and it's not to shame, all right? Not to divide, not to point fingers, but this is to understand, to recognize the warning signs, all right? To see how ideology can twist someone's mind, to see how trauma, can ripple through generations, to see how important it is to tell a full story. Not just the parts that make America look polished and heroic. But when you hide the truth, you don't protect people. You leave them unprepared. So yeah, this story, being hidden is insane. The story being left out of classrooms is unacceptable. And the fact that so many of us are only learning it, now or within the past couple of years proves exactly why we need to keep digging. All right, keep questioning, keep challenging it. All right, like we need to keep challenging the narratives, right? The narratives that we were fed. Because once you start, all right, once you start uncovering the truth, you realize how much was left out and how much we still need to learn. All right, how much we need to learn to, protect our communities, honor history, and break the cycles we've seen play out over and over and over again. All right, but listen, I don't know, Mr. O's got to say something before we go into the next video and into the next topic.
Go ahead, Riders.
Hello, everyone. Well,
Hey, hold on. Did I tell you to play? Calm down and just wait. I gotta say something before you play, all right? Because this is not my video, all right? It belongs to you. So pause. Oh, my bad. That was my computer's fault, right? Damn, you need me to go get Tina? No, my bad. It's Tina, my bad, laptop. Oh, I mixed your cables up. I apologize. Tina, do you need me to go get Ike real quick? Get your shit together. All right. Now that you're pausing, you're not getting all this combobulated and shit. All right, y'all. My bad. All right. Now that we've talked about how, how many White Houses this country has cycled through, right? How barbecue got whitewashed like it was a pair of sneakers in a commercial, and how MLK's mother was assassinated in a story they, how can I say conveniently left out of every classroom. Let's dive down into another rabbit hole. All right. Let's dive down into a rabbit hole they kept locked up, all right, for generations. Y'all ready? We're going to talk about the mixed race, all right? The mixed race wife of Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederate States. Yes, you heard me right. Y'all heard that. I said it right. The same man who led, a whole rebellion to keep slavery alive had a mixed race wife in his early life. And the fact that this isn't common knowledge tells you everything about how American history gets edited, filtered, and bleached, all right, until it fits the narrative they want to sell. All right. Her name was Julia Chin, I think it was her name, right? And she was mixed, all right? She was a mixed race woman. Right, enslaved by Richard Mentor Johnson, who later became vice president of the United States. Right, and while she wasn't married to Jefferson Davis, right, her story sits in the same category of things, America pretends never happened. Because the deeper truth is, all right, this. Powerful white men in early, America had mixed race partners, right? Children and entire families they never publicly acknowledged. In the South, the same South that built its identity on, racial purity and segregation was full of mixed race families long before the Civil War. That's why this topic matters. It exposes the hypocrisy at the root of racism. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, all right? But this is, once again, my opinion. All right, we've been through so many videos. This is just another one that helps connect the dot, right? And let's be real. This is why we need to teach, history and biology from, all perspectives. because racism makes no sense when you actually look at all the facts. All right, the United States has had mixed race families since at least the 1590s. That means before the Mayflower, before the Declaration of Independence, before, how can I say, before the Constitution, before the Confederacy, mixed race families were already here. Indigenous communities, African communities, and European settlers were, how can I say, interacting, mixing, forming relationships and having children long before America, all right, even knew what it wanted to be. But you'll never see that in a school textbook because it destroys the myth of racial separation. I could be, I could be doing my research wrong, right? And the wildest part is that these relationships weren't rare, right? They weren't isolated. They weren't an exception. They were everywhere, all right? Plantation owners fathered mixed race children constantly, all right? Some acknowledged them privately, some denied them publicly, and some pretended they didn't even exist at all. All right, but the bloodlines tell the truth. The DNA tells the truth. The family trees tell the truth. America has always been mixed. The country just didn't want to admit it, because admitting it, all right, means admitting that the entire, how can I say, racial hierarchy was built on lies, contradictions, and hypocrisy. I mean, I don't know. I know some people might not want to hear this shit. Some people might not even care. But listen, it matters. All right, so you don't got to hear it if you don't want to. But listen, when you look at women like, Julia Shin or Sally, how can I say, how can I pronounce her name? It's Sally Hemings, I think it is, all right? Or the country's unnamed Black and mixed race women who were, how can I say, partners, mothers, and caretakers in these households, you start to see how much of history was erased to protect white reputations. These women shaped families, they shaped communities, they shaped legacies, and shaped the very men who shaped the country. But instead of being honored, all right, they were hidden. Instead of being acknowledged, they were erased. And instead of being remembered, they were pushed into the shadows while the men they supported were lifted into statues and history books. And y'all wonder why I think the way I think. I love history. Listen. Yeah, Mr. O's is still there. I thought I had dropped Mr. O's by accident. This is why learning history from all angles matters. Because when you only teach one version, all right, the clean version, the patriotic version, right, the don't ask too many questions versions, you end up with a country that doesn't understand itself. You end up with people who think, racism is logical when the biology says otherwise. You end up with people who think segregation makes sense when the bloodlines say otherwise. Right? You end up with people who think America was never pure when the truth is America has been mixed from the moment it began. And that's exactly why certain stories were hidden, because they exposed the whole system as a performance. All right. Listen, when me and Mr. so long ago, and I started doing the diving back, diving down the rabbit holes again, right? And he's like, you got to start from the beginning, Rachel, right? And I'm sitting here like, and I started doing all this. I was like, yo, let's go to Pennsylvania. That's where it all started, right? It's even before that, it showed like I had to look not just at my roots, but other people's, roots, right? My daughter's father, he's from, he's from the Moorish tribe, right? I'm from Taino roots. But peep this shit, right? Like I didn't even start thinking about it after, until a little later. Like, damn, it's crazy how at one point the Moorish and the Tainos worked together, right, to help each other, to help tribes escape. The Moorish and the Western Africans helped the Tainos escape, right? And now you got descendants from these tribes coming together and making babies, creating families. I'm a proud mother of an Afro-Latina daughter. I mean, yeah. Like, and there's no shame in my game at all. Not whatsoever. Right? Like, it's no shame in my roots, where I come from. I'm proud. I'm proud to learn that, my ancestors were a part of what started everything. So when we talk about mixed race women in Black history, we're not just talking about individuals. We're talking about the truth behind the curtain. All right. Like, let me put it like this. When we had that conversation, right, Mr. Oates, and I started diving down rabbit holes, what did I come back and I tell you? I don't know if Mr. Oates is still there.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, just
Right? Can you hear me?
I told you, I said, Mr. Oates. Yeah. All right, I told you, I went to you and I said, like, oh, Mr. Oates, all right, this means that no matter how many policies we keep changing, and no matter what we do, right, unless we come together and we find a way to change the outdated system, right, which is the foundation that started when, and boom, did what he did and updated, nothing's going to change because we're in that, I can say ripping off the 16 and 1700. Am I wrong?
No, I feel you. You ain't
Because the policies could change, but all it's doing is dressing up what's underneath. And what's underneath our feet is that foundation. But how do you, tear that apart? Something that you heard Trump say it. He said we have to, break down the foundation. People was like, how do you start doing that? And he's talking about the schools and the DEI. I'm like, and it started getting me to think, I was like, is it a good thing and a bad thing? But when you put it like this, it's like, oh, I think it depends on who's there at the moment. You see where I'm coming from? Because what is his intentions? We don't really know. Trump is a mysterious man. But if he's able to break that foundation, what is he going to reestablish that foundation as?
He's not going to reestablish it.
That's the crazy.
He's not.
I know that. We were just talking.
It's going to be
talking like imagine. You see my point? But my point was it was leading back, right? Ain't nothing going to change because of that foundation. People like, all right. People get mad when I say we're free slaves. That's exactly what we are. We're not slaves like our ancestors. All right, they sacrificed themselves, which made us free slaves. All right, we're able to walk around freely. We're able to do this, but we're still censored. Our communities are still policed, right, to protect the big ones. Like, listen, when I was speaking about it the other day, right, when I say when you look at the communities that are being, policed the most, all right, compared to the ones that are being, how can I say, protected, you could tell the difference. Which ones are being protected? The ones with businesses and big money. Now, when you come to the lower communities, right, the urban community is where you see the most police action at. And sometimes the people that the police fuck with, and I know nobody wants to hear this, all right, but I'm in the hood, and it's like a 50-50 chance on some real shit. You got some good cops out here. Shout out to the good ones. I don't get tired of saying that shit, right? And as crazy as it sounds, right, as a woman, whether, I'm a Puerto Rican woman, and, I'm not going to say I'm going to speak for all the Black women, but, I'm around Black women. I have, listen, Black cousins, Jamaican cousins, like, listen. I could sit here and say this, right? Us women, Black, right, or Latinas, I could sit here and say this. We don't have as much issues with the police as our Black men do. It's something that just keeps repeating itself time after time. All right. And it all goes back to the foundation. And it's crazy that in order for us to understand that, like Mr. O said in one of my podcasts, one of my lives, right? You have to know your amendments. You have to know your laws. You have to know the policies, your rights. But people don't want to take the time to do that. Right? Even though he was drunk and I was trying to give commentary, he's like, no, but Rachel, we ain't gonna do that. He didn't say Rachel, right? But no, we ain't gonna do that. He cut me off. Let's see how many people are watching now, like Mr. Oates. Ain't nobody watching right now because it's a positive conversation.
That's a damn shame.
But I'm listening to Mr. Oates. As you can see, what the hell? I'm dropping the link a little more, right? I don't really drop the link because people are scared to come up to these conversations. They're scared to bring solutions to the table and have a real conversation. They want to argue. They don't want to talk to receive or listen, to receive. They want to talk to respond and listen to respond. So maybe I'm wrong.
No, they're listening just to respond. So they 9 times out of 10, as soon as you quit talking, they're gonna come off. They straight off mute. Even in real life, somebody will be sitting there talking to you, and you could be talking to them in their face, and as soon as you stop talking, words start coming out of their mouth. It's like, no, I'm just a quick thinker. I already knew what you was gonna say. That's how I know you ain't even listening. You wasn't listening to hear me. You was listening, so you
that's
could
how
respond. That's what a lot of people do. A lot of people do that. Then I end up getting in the arguments with them because when they do that, it pisses me. It ticks me off. So now I start like I might even get petty and they might say something out of context or say a word the wrong way, and I correct them. All I'm trying to do is tick them off, just because they just tick me off by not. They said they wanted to have a conversation, but clearly they're not capable of that. So that's why I was like, oh no, okay, you're gonna insist on sitting here in my face? All right, I know how to break this all the way up. But I've gotten away from that lately, Riders. I don't really want to I just look at when you see me shake my head and shrug my shoulders. It's just like, yeah, okay, I don't even have the energy for it right now. But go read something if you want.
Oh, you got my bad. I was like, okay, listen. Wait a minute, folks. I thought you was done. I'm like, he had a long pause for a second, yo.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm going ahead.
Lose this weight. I gotta lose this weight. I'm not used to it. My face looks so chunky. I don't like it. I gotta lose it. But anyways, all right, listen, so I'll say. All right, we're talking about the truth. We're talking about the truth behind the curtain. All right, we're talking about the stories that challenge the lies, and we're talking about the families that existed even when the law said they shouldn't. All right, we're going to be talking about the reality that America has always been more diverse, more blended, and more, how can I say, interconnected than the textbooks admit. History has been hidden and whitewashed for a long time, but if you know, you know. And once you know, you can't unsee it. And once you can't unsee it, you start demanding the full story, not just the edited version. But that's just some people. I guess we're different over here. I don't know why my streamer is going.
You kind of breaking up, Riders.
Oh, here I go. I came back.
Yeah, but then now you went back out again. Now you just froze.
All right. Damn, am I back? All right, yeah, I'm back. Let me put the video on. All right, so we gonna get into this video right now. Here we go.
All right, hey, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta go let the fire department in. You hear me,
okay.
Brian? All right.
Yeah. All right, here we go. So let's check this video and let's see what it's about. All right, the mixed race wife of Jefferson Davis, president of the Confederate States. Hold on 1 second. Come on. Damn. So this John wanted. All right. Damn, I can't even share the screen. I gotta go back to it. All right. Listen, we're having some technical difficulties. All right, give me 1 second. All right.
In the old days, love was pure and true. Now it's just a show for all to view. People use it for their own gain, leaving hearts in sorrow and pain. Once a sacred bond, now just a game. Hearts are broken, never quite the same. Love used to be a beacon bright, now it's lost in the shadows of the night. Oh, how we long for those days of yore, when love was honest forevermore. But now it's twisted, tainted and cruel, leaving us drowning in an endless pool. What can we do? In the spiritual world, all seems bright, but shadows lurk in the dead of night. Half of humanity wears a wicked guise, evil deeds hidden behind virtuous eyes. Beneath the surface, a darkness lies, masks of deceit veiling their lies. In this realm where good and evil collide, the line between them is blurred, hard to decide. So tread carefully in this world so grand, for not all that glitters is gold in the sand. In the spiritual realm where illusions endure, evil and good dance in eternal obscure. Just imagine that. Karma doesn't ask you how you want it. It just comes and take it. So be careful how you treat others on your way up the ladder, cause your way down, trust me. In a world of empty stares, fake love fills the air. Sincerity's distant glare, leaving hearts in deep despair. Truth is lost in a web of lies, hiding behind deceitful eyes. Love that fades and slowly dies, leaving us with heavy sighs. Aching souls in a loveless land, yearning for a genuine hand, but fake love rules with cruel demand, leaving us to understand. In this age of like and retweets, we've forgotten what real love truly means. It's not just about show and tell, but a feeling that makes our hearts swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances are hard to shake. But real love is deeper than a profile pic. It's in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile. But behind the scenes, it's just a clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we seek, a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique, lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist, hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed, seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists, but all we find are mere reflections of what love once kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real, yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal in this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought.
All right, let's get this John started. All right, we just had some technical difficulties.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another great episode of Royal Black and Elite. I'm Lady Trinette Wilson. I'm your lecturer and social historian, and I am so thankful that you're here to join me today for a wonderful lecture and a very interesting lecture. As you know, I always like to find hidden and great stories, and I thought this one was very interesting because there is some question if the President of the Confederate States of America, Jefferson Davis, may have been married to a mixed race woman. Join me for today's lecture of Verena, and
Don't
there
you
is
look
some
Dutch?
question as to her heritage, as far as if she was mixed race. Now, there are some reports that have come out during that era that said that she was mulatto looking or a native looking. So she definitely had olive skin. Now, some say it was because of her Dutch ancestry. But when you look at the Dutch, they have blonde hair. They do not have dark hair, dark eyes, big lips, and just the look of a mixed race person. Now, some believe
I wanted to pause it real quick, right? I wanted to see the comments, but I think I'm gonna wait for the end. This is why we need to teach history and biology from all perspectives. Yep. Somebody else is the same thing. This is a light skin biracial. The fact that she was from Mississippi. Okay. Is this her right here? But my bad. I just wanted to say, man, that there are Black Dutch, right? Like African. I don't want to say African Dutch, but there are, how can I say? There are people that are Dutch that, carry African lineage in their veins, right?
she was Creole because during the time where she was born, now some believe she was Creole because during the time where she was born, the Creole population was vast there. Verena was born in Natchez, Mississippi on May 26th, 1826. In Mississippi, where
Definitely
this
Creole.
is, they had a big Creole population. So look how fair-skinned Creole people are. They could easily pass for white, Native American, and even Spanish. Now, Verena came from the bluest of blood. In fact, her grandfather, Richard, was the governor of New Jersey several times. So she came from a very wealthy family. Her father was William B. Howe, and he was a veteran. And her mother was Margaret Kemp. She was the daughter of a plantation owner. So slavery had already been deeply ensconced in her family. She knew about it. And I wonder how she felt looking differently from everyone else, seeing Black people enslaved. But because I believe if she is mixed race, which, visually she is.
Yeah, she visually is. See, listen, the fact that she was born from, she was from Mississippi already tells you, a whole story without even opening a book. All right, Mississippi and Louisiana are two of the biggest hotspots for mixed race lineage, right? Let me see. Yeah, they are. They are two of the biggest spots, right, in the entire country. All right, Afro-Indigenous, Afro-European, Creole, all right? How can I say, Metis, you name it. Those regions were cultural crossroads long before American even called this, I say American, I'm tired. America even called itself, America. People act like, mixed race families are some modern phenomenon, but the South has been blended for centuries, right? And when you start digging into, how can I say, who lived where, who migrated where, and who mixed with who, you realize the history is way more complex, right? Than, how can I say, the clean color coded version they teach in school. All right. And you know what's crazy? Let me just say this, right? Let's talk about something, because I heard her say, Dutch people, right? There's no way that they could have, they could, there could be Black Dutch people. But let me just say something, right? Most people have never heard, right? Many of the Dutch people who migrated to America weren't just Dutch. A lot of them were, how can I say, transplanted from I think it was Al-Andalus, which means they carry Moorish and Sephardic Jewish ancestry, right? That's right. The same Moors who ruled parts of Spain for 700 plus years, right? The same Moors who brought, how can I say, mathematics, architecture, medicine, astronomy, and culture to Europe. Them, yes, them. But you'll never hear that in a U.S. history class, all right? Because Moorish history has been, how can I say, buried so deep you think is, how can I say, radioactive. They don't want people knowing how mixed, how global, how interconnected early America actually was. You know who said it the best? Malcolm X. And y'all wonder why, I love Malcolm X a lot, because he exposed a lot of that. But people only heard the message, the phrase, by any means necessary. That's all people heard.
It probably was some generations before. So if the family believed in these slaves, then as we know from the stories that we have read and learned about, having slaves as mistresses was a big thing back then. So there's no doubt the family practiced and believed in slavery, so much so that when Margaret married William, Margaret's father gave them 60 slaves and 2,000 acres in Mississippi. But William was not a businessman. He wasn't a farmer. In fact, he really wasn't good at making money at all. And it ended up that their family went bankrupt. And as a result, their slaves were seized, and they even was going to try to seize their land. But William's family stepped in, Margaret's family stepped in and pretty much financed their life. They even lived in a house, in this house here. She grew up in this house that was paid for by her family members. And they even sent her to a prestigious school, Madame Deborah Gallard's French School. It was a prestigious academy for girls. So her family, outside her mom and dad, had enough money to keep her in school and in a very, high social class. Now, she met a lady named Sarah Ann Ellis. Her name would later be Dorsey. She plays a very pivotal role in her life later on. So after completing her studies, she moved back home when she was about 17 years old. And it was expected at that age that she would become a wife. And that is, listen, don't comment down at the bottom about what women should have been doing. And it wasn't, she shouldn't have been going to school to be a wife. This is how the time was then. It was understood that you did get an education, but your goal was to marry and have a family. And
she's not lying. Listen, and back then when people used the term half-breed, they weren't talking about black and white, all right? They were talking about Native Americans and white. And those Native Americans, they weren't, how can I say, the pale-skinned Hollywood versions, all right? They were described as copper-collared, brown-skinned, melanated people. That's documented. That's recorded. That's in the archives. But again, not in the textbooks, because if people knew how many indigenous communities looked, how indigenous communities looked and how they lived and mixed, the whole racial narrative in this country would collapse like a folding chair at a cookout. But y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, all right? Yo, this is deep.
Of 35 years at this point, and the mother of many children and grandchildren. I also have a degree, and I raised my kids, and then I went back and got the continued education and training that I needed to be a social historian and etiquette consultant. And so in my second half of my life, but I also reaping the benefits of having a family. So this is how they did it then, and this is how Verena wanted to do it. So she was 17 years old, but when she met her future husband, he was 35, and that's also how it was done back.
I hate that part, yo, and it's true though. Like, listen, I hate it. I don't want to admit it, but it's true. It's true. It's true. Back then, like, they think it's a new thing, young and older men and young women. No, like back then they were being sold and were given to men against their will. So imagine that. And y'all complaining about women and being 21, 22, 23, wanting to be with a guy that's like 60 or something. Come on, man. We need to get it together. Me personally, I don't want to be with no old head. And I'm glad that I was born in an era where I wasn't, my mom was going to sell me for some money. Shit.
Back then, young girls married older men. Oh, this is how they did it then, and this is how Verena wanted to do it. So she was 17 years old, but when she met her future husband, he was 35, and that's also how it was done back then. Young girls married older men. Now, when she met him, she didn't even like him. She said she actually wrote her mother and said, "This man, he looks old." And unfortunately, her financial situation didn't get better because he was broke too. So when they were married, they married at her mother's house on February the 26th, 1845. And none of his family showed up to the wedding. And for their honeymoon, they went to see his mother. And now check this out. He was married before her, and they were only married like 3 months, and she unfortunately passed away. So on Verena and his honeymoon, they went to her grave, his wife who had passed away's grave. So that was her honeymoon. So this is the setting that she stepped into this marriage. And everything was really different about the two. One, he was a Democrat and she was a Whig. And not only that, he was a very dominant man, so he didn't ask her permission to do anything. So as soon as they moved into their home, he also moved his broke sister in. The article that I read called her penniless, his penniless sister and her 7 children, without even asking her permission. So, and they had long bouts of separation because he was traveling all the time. So she was left there with his brother, who was very domineering over her, and she didn't like it. Things changed in 1846, though, when Davis was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, and they moved to D.C. She absolutely loved it. Now, this was before the Civil War, and she was a socialite. And let me tell you, you know, they were very, Democrats were very racist back then. So they were fighting for keeping slavery. She and her husband believed in slavery. Like I said, they had slaves. And so she believed in slaves, but she didn't feel like they should be.
Damn, a woman that agreed to have slaves. I mean, yeah. I shouldn't be shocked. Shit, right?
Humanely treated inhumanely. So that was her stance on it. Now, when the war broke out, the Civil War broke out, it became very abundantly clear how she felt. She really spoke against the Civil War many times in the newspaper, and she even said that they were going to lose. She wrote a letter to her husband and told him that the South was going to lose and that the North was going to win. And not because, again, that she didn't believe in slavery, but she believed that people should be treated humanely. And so she really aligned herself with Northern and Southern sympathies. That's why she called herself a half-breed. Or at least that's what they report. I think she called herself a half-breed because she knew she was mixed race. In fact, when she would go on the stomp with her husband, when he would go and do campaign speeches, there was one colonel who was in the Confederate Army. His name was James Wilborn, and he kept diaries. And in one of his diaries, they said when she showed up with Jefferson Davis, they all said she was mulatto. She was dark skinned. And so there is something called whitewashing of pictures back in the day. So even someone who never met the woman before said she was clearly a mulatto woman. So she moved. She had to go to Washington, D.C., but she actually loved it. She was able to hook back up with her friends. By then, she had kids. They had 6 children, and she loved her life. But when the Civil War broke out, and he was elected to president of the Confederate Union, she had to separate herself and go with him. Now, mind you, she didn't have no money. She had 6 children, and so this was her husband, and she was the first lady of the Confederate. Today, that just sounds for us like, what are you thinking, ma'am? You black, you doing this? But back then, this was status for her to be the wife of a president, and they believed in slavery. So the institution itself, she didn't have any problem with. So they took up arms and they moved to Richmond and they began to lead as the first lady and president of the Confederacy. Well, you know, that didn't last long. He was sworn in February 1861, and by 1865, Ulysses S. Grant neared Richmond. So Jefferson sent his wife, Verena, to Florida and on her way to England. And he went to Texas. He was thinking he could reestablish everything in Texas, not in my state. He thought he could reestablish the Confederacy and get everything going again, which it didn't work. Now every now and then they would come back together to see each other. She was in Georgia, and it was May 1860. 1965. And when they got caught, she tried to throw her shawl over his head so they wouldn't catch him, but they caught him anyway. That's why rumor has it that when he got caught, he was dressed like a woman, but that wasn't the case. She threw his shawl over the head trying to get away from the fact that they wanted to keep slavery in the United States. And the war had been won, the battle was over. They got caught in 1867 and they put him in jail, but do you know they didn't make him stay? He wasn't there. They let him go and never tried him again or anything for sedition or anything. So they moved to England. That didn't last long. He was not very good with money and he was not a businessman. So they had to move back to the United States. And remember that friend I mentioned earlier, Sarah? Well, in the time that all these years had passed by, she had become a wealthy woman. And because they did not have any money, she let them live in her house in Mississippi, in coastal Mississippi. And they moved in 1877. And that was her home for many years. But the thing about it is, it was kind of like out in the open. People knew where they lived and who they were. So people would just stop by their house without permission, asking to take pictures and asking to come in. So that kind of got old. So after Jefferson Davis passed away, and she had lost all but two of her daughters, Jefferson passed away in 1889 of pneumonia. So she moved to New York with her daughter, Winnie. And that was just so sad because her daughter was very a writer. She was moving up in the world and she also passed away. And so that was very depressing for her.
That was. But now let's bring it back to, Julia Shin, because she is one of the most important, most overlooked women in U.S. history. She was mixed, all right? She was mixed race, common law wife of Vice President Richard Mentor Johnson, right, who served under President Martin Van Buren. And let me tell you something, right? The fact that a future vice president openly acknowledged a mixed race woman as his partner in the 1800s in Kentucky is huge, right? This wasn't a secret relationship. This wasn't a hidden family. This man publicly claimed her in a time when the law said their relationship wasn't even allowed to exist, right? And here's where it gets even more powerful, right? When Johnson was always serving in Congress or handling, government business, he left Julia Chin in full control of his plantation. Not as a servant, right? Not as a placeholder, as the person in charge. His own papers show him instructing his overseer to obey her orders. That means she was managing finances, labor, operations in the entire estate, a mixed race woman running a Kentucky plantation in the early 1800s. That alone should be, how can I say, in every history book, but instead she's treated like a footnote, right? If she's mentioned at all, I think that would contradict everything, the plans the way they're supposed to be.
They both became writers. In fact, that's what Verna did in her end of her life. She became a writer, and she passed away at a hotel on Central Park on October the 16th, 1906. She was 80 years old. So she outlived most of her children. She outlived her husband, and she was the first, I say, mixed race woman who was married to a president. Now, she feels she was on the right side of history because she always spoke against the war, but I just think being married to Jefferson Davis was just wrong from the beginning, especially if there was any question about her background and race.
You're welcome to Chicago.
Was she mixed? I think she looks like a Native woman, even here in her old age. So I do believe she was mixed with something. You all let me know what you think down in the comments. With that brings our lecture to an end. I want to thank you all for joining me for another great episode.
All right, and I'm gonna pause our video right there. All right, and then in 1 second we're gonna get back in queue. All right, shout out to all those that received the memberships. All right, y'all more than welcome to join, become a member. We're gonna be putting more poetry on the member shorts. All right, so make sure y'all join the memberships. They start off at $1.99. I should lower them, Johns. I was trying to see how I lower it to $99. You see where I'm coming from? To just 99 cents and then 1.99 and then 5.99 or no 3.99. I forgot how fucking I'm gonna be a cussing. Wait, don't cuss. Get it together. But anyways, the reason her story is so, how can I say, scarce isn't because she wasn't important, right? It is because the people writing the history books didn't want to deal with the truth. They didn't want to acknowledge that powerful white men had mixed race families. They didn't want to acknowledge that the South was never racially, pure. They didn't want to acknowledge that, the very people building this country were living lives that contradicted, how can I say, the racist laws they enforced. Julia Shin's existence, right, exposes the hypocrisy and the contradictions, the lies baked into America's racial narrative. So yes, Julia Chin is absolutely worthy of, of a note in U.S. history. She deserves chapters, documentaries, museum exhibits, and national recognition. All right, her story connects the dots between race, power, lineage, and the hidden truths of early America. And when you combine her story with the Moorish ancestry, the copper-colored indigenous people, the mixed race families of the South, right, and the erased histories of Black and indigenous women, you start to see the bigger picture. America has always been mixed. America has always been blended. America has always been more complex than the sanitized version that they, teach. And once you know that, you can't unknow it. And once you know better, you do better. All right, y'all. Now, I don't know if anybody has nothing to say. All right. Oh, Mr. Overseer, I thought he was out and about.
No, I just had to go get. I had to take him up to the floor. But this is I was listening at first when I came back. I was listening, and it was like, I'm like, who the hell Ryder's got on the panel? Because that's who that lady sounded like. She was on the panel talking. I'm like, who is that? But then, no, I was listening. It's just they don't. Again, only thing I can just sum it up like this: a lot of people don't pay attention to the history. Just look at American history, and you're gonna see everything that you need to know. You might dig down in a few rabbit holes over here, but just look up American history, not the American history for dummies, not that.
Not the wishy-washy that they teach you in schools.
No, go get you some volumes. Go get you multiple books, and start studying. If you really want to, know the history of this nation. If you don't care, then you bound to drizzle.
You see, that's why I decided to add the beginning of how all this started when we had the conversation. I took it to PA. It all started in Pennsylvania. Even on the video that we started off today, I'm gonna mute Mr. Oates because I hear that there's a background in the background. Even in the first video that we reviewed and reacted to earlier, right in the beginning of this live, talking about the White Houses and all that, they told you in Pennsylvania, right? Even though, right before the White House was built, where it's at right now, the White Houses, right, the presidential houses, were the houses that they lived in here in PA. They were considered the White House, wherever the president was located at. My bad, Mr. Oates. You had like a real loud background in the back. Background noise in the back. My bad.
My fault. I know them headphones work good as hell because that's the TV, and that's I'm in the other room and it's barely up. I don't know how you heard that. No, that's that they're never going. How can I say it? Enough women didn't get no shine back then for real. They didn't get no shine, and because that was the men thought they ran everything. I'm just like, no, you under me. You do what I tell you to do. But I want
you. My bad.
I'm gonna just throw something out there just to let just some and and I had to go get. It's in 2 different books that I've studied. Do you know up until the 16th century, European males believed that European females were just an imperfect version of themselves?
Yeah, we went down that rabbit hole.
What are you talking about? An imperfect version of a man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what type of, you got some warped thinking but that was their mentality, and they just pretty much they brought it over here.
Yeah, it's here. It started with William Penn. They groomed that man.
Yeah, go over there, do what we tell you to do. All right.
I mean, he wanted to do something. What's funny is, right, he wanted to do something different when he created Pennsylvania, but not realizing ended up doing the same shit. As crazy as it sounds. Like, he had a good idea. He had, good intentions, but what happened to them intentions? Like, how did America still end up being kind of like Europe in its own, in a different way? See my point?
That's the way they set it up. They wanted it to be like Europe. That's the reason why they sent a whole bunch of Europeans over here. Even though some of them were being, like, some of the groups that came over here were like religious groups that was being more or less like had animosity with the people. It was like the Puritans, they was there, the Protestants, and only thing Protestants did, that means protest. So they probably was making the most noise over there in Europe because they wasn't happy. Because it wasn't
true. Listen, William Penn, when William Penn started everything over here, what was the reason? You remember?
No, not from the video. But the reason he started everything.
Remember, listen, they had him captured over there in Europe, right? And then when they set him free and they made this deal with him because I guess he was wrongfully captured. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna mess up the story, but it has something to do with his family, right? I can't really go into details because I can't remember the full version right now, and I don't want to mess it up. But basically, right, he made a deal with them. I guess they owed him money or some shit like that because of what happened. Blah blah blah. Basically, the king in Europe said, right, I'm going to send you here, and the place that I sent you, right, that piece of land is yours to do whatever you want to do with it. And basically, boom, everything started from there. Ain't that some crazy shit?
That sounds like he caught he caught the what you call it? He caught the same Uber that Christopher Columbus did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, but my thing is, like I said, when we went down that rabbit hole, how the fuck do you understand it? How in the world do you give someone something that doesn't belong to you?
All you had to do is listen to me. You want me to give you the most recent version of that I seen? Maybe I'm off. Maybe I missed a couple.
We know the answers. It's just sometimes it could be combobulated in our heads. But you muffled, Mr. Oaks. You gotta fix your mic. He went on mute. I can't with Mr. Oates. We're gonna give him a minute before we even try to continue. But he's
my fault. I don't even know how to.
There you go. You came back and Crispy.
I don't know how to. Oh, and Crispy. All right. But
yeah, your voice, your mic is crispy. It sounds clearer.
Yeah, you think about the things that, like you said, taking land. They've been doing that, and without mentioning a certain group, that happened with them over in the Middle East. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but they just gave it to them.
But
like somebody wrote a letter and was like, "Yeah, you should give this land to them," and it just happened. And now that group is in there. They trying to do the same thing that they've witnessed America do and Europe do throughout history. They trying to do the same thing. It's just like the people who were already in that land. You're gonna take away from them. You're gonna write new laws and new rules for them when they don't even live by the same. They don't live the same way you live. Like who gave y'all the power, or who you think gave you the power to do that? But yet and still you want to be portrayed. You want to be portrayed as this peace-loving, honorable entity or corporation. But you go everywhere on the planet, taking advantage of people, culture, and resources. Everywhere on this planet, with the exception of maybe maybe not China, maybe not North Korea. But then people won't let you. They won't let you like come in and play that game. You can come visit and have a talk, and we can see if we can get an understanding. Other than that, you need to go. But that's just what that's all. Like you said, they gave this man land because they owed him money. Well, we can't give you none over here in Europe.
He was here when I did the William Penn, when I dove down the history of William Penn. That was the first live of going back, and months after months we started going back into diving into rabbit holes and stuff
right
like that. And it started off with William Penn, and I'm sitting here, I was like, damn. So basically, whatever arrangement they came out of, right? They came into agreement with, right? Basically, now PA is yours, but it wasn't PA yet. It had no name, it had no structure, no nothing. It was just land where, indigenous people lived in.
Right, but this your land.
Like he just gave it to him. Like, what's on there, John? Like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I'm like, I get it. Then he tried to he tried to come with good intentions, but we got Miss MTGV Crime Podcast in the building. Make sure y'all go check her out. Yo, great conversations, great topics, and yo, listen, y'all know I love her, man. She be going down them crime videos. Listen, she's my favorite here on YouTube. That's all I gotta say. Yes, I'm biased with this. And listen, I am biased with MTGV Crime Podcast. All right, I love crimes, and I love the way she be breaking down her videos. All right, so I can be very biased with her. We got SBK, all right, in the building. Make sure y'all go check him out. Great conversations, great topics, cutting edge in the building. All right, listen, I hope y'all enjoy the memberships. I'm gonna be putting more poetry, all right, in the members shorts too. So listen, man, just make sure y'all become members. I'm gonna try to upload more videos up there. If anything, I might upload some videos so that people can see what my second channel is going to be about, and I'll upload those into the members only. So that way, because I don't really want to put those into this channel like that. That's why I'm creating that channel. So make sure y'all go check out. Let me see. I'm gonna put the link right here. I'm gonna make sure y'all go check out Writers for Life Brings It All. Let's see. I gotta find it. It's not that hard. Oh, yes, it is. I'm gonna have to put my. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Here we go. All right, and while I look for that, all right, listen, y'all. Now that we've walked through, how many White Houses this country has, cycled through how, barbecue got whitewashed, like it was a pair of sneakers in a detergent commercial, why MLK's mother's assassination was erased from the textbooks, and how mixed race women shaped the very men who shaped this country, right? Let's take this rabbit hole international, right? Because now we're diving into the Moorish legacy, how Europe celebrates its African heritage, right? And trust me, this one is going to make you look at Europe sideways, right? While America is over here acting like Black history is optional, Europe is out here, right? Throwing festivals, building monuments, and how can I say, preserving architecture, right? That openly honors the African Moors who shaped their entire civilization. And I don't care who gets mad at me for saying that. I've done enough research for me to say that. Just my opinion. But y'all more than entitled to correct me, all right? Y'all have the rights to correct me. I ain't gonna get mad. Shit, I might be off point on some shit. Like, listen. But let's start with the basics, all right? The Moors were African, all right? Black people who ruled parts of, Spain, Portuguese, all right, in Southern Europe for over 700 years. Seven centuries, all right? That's longer than the United States has even existed. And during that time, all right, they brought mathematics, astronomy, medicine, architecture, all right, agriculture, agriculture, all right, that's the best way I could say agriculture, language and culture that, Europe still benefits from today. But here's the twist, all right? Europe doesn't hide this. They don't pretend it didn't happen. They don't erase it from their history books. They celebrate it. They honor it. They build festivals around it. Meanwhile, America can't even keep Black history in the curriculum for more than 5 minutes without somebody trying to ban it. All right? Like, take the, how can I say, Alhambra. I hope I said it right, in Spain. One of the most stunning architectural masterpieces in the world. That entire palace complex is Moorish, right? African design, how can I say, engineering, African mathematics, African artistry. People travel from all over the world to see it, right? Take pictures and marvel at the beauty. In Spain proudly claims it. They don't hide it, right? They don't hide the African influence. They don't pretend it was built by, how can I say, Vikings or Romans. They say, yes, the Moors built this. This is part of our heritage. Imagine America being that honest about who built what here. Whew! Just imagine. All right. Then you've got the, how can I say, the Moros y Cristianos. Let me say it right, because I'm trying to say it the English way, and I don't think you can. You got the Moros y Cristianos festivals, all right? Huge celebration across Spain where entire towns, all right, reenact the battles between Moors and Christians. And listen, these festivals are they're not small, all right? They're massive parades, costumes, music, all right, dance and reenactment, fireworks, the whole production. In the Moors, they're portrayed with pride, with beauty, all right? With, how can I say, elaborate outfits. Damn, Ray, get your tongue together. Shit. All right, and regal symbolism. Europe literally throws parties honoring the African people who shaped their history. Meanwhile, in America, you mention the word Moor, and people look at you like you're talking about, how can I say, a sci-fi character. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right, and here's the part that really gets me. Europe acknowledges the African roots of, its own culture more openly than America acknowledges the African roots of its own existence. Europe will tell you straight up the Moors bought science, all right, irrigation systems, how can I say, libraries, all right, and universities, architecture, and advanced knowledge that, transform the content. They'll show you, all right, the buildings. They'll show you the artifacts. All right, they'll show you the festivals. They'll show you the influence in their language and food. Meanwhile, America is still arguing about whether Black people contributed to anything besides labor. The contrast is wild, right? But the reason this matters is because it exposes how deep, all right, the erasure goes on this side. All right, on this side of the ocean. When you see Europe celebrating the Moors, you realize how much African history has been hidden, downplayed, or rewritten in the U.S. The Moors weren't just visitors, all right? They were rulers, scholars, all right, architects, innovators, all right? They shaped Europe's identity. And if Europe can acknowledge that, then why is America still acting allergic to the truth? Why is it so hard to say that African people have been global contributors, all right, not just victims? Why is it so hard to teach that Black history is world history? So, as we dive into this story, we're not just talking about festivals and architecture. We're talking about reclaiming a global legacy. We're talking about the African roots of European culture. We're talking about the brilliance of the Moors and how their influence still stands today in stone, in art, in language, and in tradition. All right. We're talking about the truth that connects, how can I say, continents. And we're talking about why it's so important to teach history from all perspectives. Because once you see how Africa shaped Europe, you start to understand how Africa shaped the world. And once you know that, you can't let anybody shrink your history ever again. But maybe I could be tripping, right? Listen. I'm a Taino, right? Taino roots for life, baby. And I have all cultures in me, all right? Especially coming from the Caribbean.
Welcome to this episode. Today's discussion is about how Europe celebrates the Moors. It's a story of how the European continent celebrates Black history, their Black history, the glorious history of the African Moors who presided over much of Europe between 711 and the 1500s. That's roughly 900 years. It was an incredibly long period of time, and it's no surprise at all that events are held till this day across Europe in memory of that hugely defining epoch of European history. Across Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, England, and elsewhere, there are traditional festivals dating back to several centuries in which the Black African kings and nobles who dominated this continent throughout the Middle Ages are saluted, praised, and honored till this day. The mainstream media rarely ever talk about these festivals, which are attended by huge crowds of thousands upon thousands of people across Europe each and every year. Many of the participants at these festivals are dressed in blackface or some other form of darkening of the skin color, and Moorish costumes that look like they came straight out of Africa. This is how the Europeans have always appeared at these festivals right from the 15th century, when the Moors began leaving Europe. There has been notable resistance in liberal white European anti-racism circles to this form of celebratory dressing. The United Kingdom actually banned participants at their famous British Moorish Dancing Festival from wearing blackface, as was the age-old custom. Here at the African History Station, we do not have a problem with this form of celebration of African history. Of course, we are sensitive to the issue with regard to how blackface has been employed by racists in their nefarious activities, but this is a classic case of something not being bad in itself if the intent, purpose, and objective is decent and honorable. We therefore believe that this particular use of blackface in honor of the African Moors passes the African History Station smell test. Another important manner in which Europeans celebrate Black history is in the production of literally thousands of aristocrat family crests depicting the African founders of their lineage and family dynasties up to the present day. Regarding the nature of these family crests, one writer wrote in the case of Britain, there should be no doubt to anyone that these family crests represent old Britain's Black elite, its most noble, wealthy, and powerful families. Peasants and commoners did not have family crests and coats of arms, though there is disagreement as to which came first, the crest or the arms, but it seems likely that the crest came first as a family or clan ensign. There are also numerous statues honoring the Moors dating from the Middle Ages, which adorn many European cities till this day. The African Moors were very prominent across all of Europe, but they were especially dominant in Spain, where there were up to 200,000 of them in the 12th century. Noted British historian Basil Davidson declared in his work that throughout the continent of Europe, there were no lands in the 8th century AD that were more admired by its neighbors or more comfortable to live in than a rich African civilization which took shape in Spain. So let us explore more of this rich African civilization. Now, of course, generations of Spanish rulers and leaders have tried to expunge this era from the historical record, but their efforts are largely in vain because recent archaeological and scholarship evidence is shedding fresh light on the Moors who flourished in Spain for 800 years or more. And it is becoming much clearer now that Moorish advances in mathematics, astronomy, architecture, art, and agriculture helped to propel Europe out of the Dark Ages and into the Renaissance. The Renaissance, of course, was the springboard for the Industrial Revolution that resulted in our modern world. It all started in 711 AD when an army of West Africans on horseback stormed the north of the continent, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar, invaded the Iberian Peninsula, and took over Spain. A European scholar who was sympathetic to the Spaniards recalled the conquest in this way. The reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, their eyes shone like burning candles. Their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in a sheepfold at night. The noble Goths were broken in an hour, quicker than tongue can tell. Oh, luckless Spain! As early as the Middle Ages, Moors were commonly viewed. Black civilization wrote that the original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. The 16th century English playwright William Shakespeare used the word Moor as a synonym for African, and no one recognizes the black Africanness of the Moors more than the Europeans themselves, at least those who still care about their tradition and history, as shown by this traditional annual blackface parade in Alcoy, Spain, a traditional parade of medieval kings and nobles.
All right, I gotta pause it right there because I do gotta give my commentary. All right. Let me say this loud and clear. All right. When we talk about ancient history, we cannot get hung up on modern wars, right? Modern maps or modern labels, because the truth is the world we see today with its color, coded consonants and, neatly drawn lines is not the world our ancestors lived in. Right? People moved, migrated, mixed, traded, traveled, and built civilizations long before anybody invented the term Middle East. And when you start peeling back the layers, you realize how much of what we think of, as geography is actually politics. All right. Branding and storytelling. All right. The earth didn't come with labels. People put those labels there. And one of the biggest examples of that is the so-called Middle East. That name wasn't ancient. All right. It wasn't cultural. It wasn't indigenous. It was a British invention. All right, a geopolitical nickname created to, separate that region from Africa. Even though the Arabian Peninsula, all right, which Riaz knows that, a lot about that, a lot, literally sits on the same, tectonic plate, all right, as Northeast Africa. That's not conspiracy, all right? That's geology. But when you want to control a narrative, you rename things, you rebrand them, you disconnect them from their roots. And suddenly people start thinking of the, region as something separate, something foreign, something other something other. Listen, when historically it was deeply connected to Africa through trade, migration, culture, and shared ancestry. Right?
Reflecting the history of when black African nobles and monarchs ruled over the Iberian Peninsula. Each year, the evening of January 5th is reserved for a much anticipated parade in Spain, where families gather to fill the streets in remembrance of the three wise men, Balthazar, Melchior, and Gaspar. What was once a purely religious celebration has now become Spain's most controversial display of blackface. This is the Three Kings Parade. The parade, known in Spanish as Dia de los Reyes Magos, takes place 12 days after Christmas.
Wow. I didn't understand what he just said, but it's called, all right, El Día de los Tres Reyes. All right. Oh, wait, why did he say El Día de los Tres Negros? Hold up, did I hear him right? Because you couldn't hear him right, but I thought it was El Día de los Tres Reyes.
Known in Spanish as Dia de los Reyes Magos, takes place.
Yep, he didn't say exactly what I thought I heard him say. That's wild. El Día de los Tres Negros. I thought it was the Three Kings Day. El Día de los Tres Reyes. What the fuck? Why do they call it El Día de los Tres Negros? That's some, I don't know. That's crazy.
12 days after Christmas and is widely celebrated across Latin America, Spain, and some parts of the United States. Typically, the celebration commemorates the biblical arrival of the three kings in Bethlehem
Yep,
and is greatly
that's
anticipated
true.
for the elaborate spectacle of gifts, sweets, and commotion. The level of adoration for the Moors is not difficult to understand at all. The intellectual achievements of the Moors in Spain had a huge and lasting effect. Education was universal in Moorish Spain, while in Christian Europe, 99% of the population were illiterate, and even the kings were illiterate, while the
Mm.
Moorish rulers of Spain were scholars. At the time when all of Europe had just 2 universities, the Moors had 17, located in Almeria, Cordova, Granada, Jaén, Malaga, Seville,
Damn.
and Toledo. In the 10th and 11th centuries, not a single public library existed in Europe, but Spain, under Moorish rule, had over 70 public libraries, including one in Cordova that housed hundreds of thousands of manuscripts. Universities
How did they keep the scripts and the documents before all that? Because if they didn't have no libraries but those, I mean, obviously, I guess they was overpacking that library with documents and stuff. I don't know. Kind of like the vote.
Hey, writers, it's I believe they had schools. All,
But
all of
I'm
that.
talking about their history. They document the history over there and stuff like that.
No, I'm saying I believe that was all in the school, like where you went and got knowledge from, like you said, like astrology, agriculture.
Oh, okay.
I think they had it all in like there was more than one school, as far as I understand. There was more than one school that they had over there. But that's where a lot of yeah, there was a lot over there. Even Africa had schools. That's where a lot of that information came from.
Listen, growing up, I used to hear a lot of people say that in Europe and Africa, you can get one of the best educations ever. And that's just like, I always questioned it, right? Because I was like, but wait, if that's true, then why do they say that in Africa is like this? And then why do they talk about Europe like this? You see where I start questioning? Because what we're taught in the history books don't make sense. You know, when people tell you stories coming from them places, but then that's got to be true because they're experiencing it. So why are we being told this? You see where we start questioning? Like, it's only but natural to question something that doesn't make sense to you.
No, I feel you. I feel what you're saying. But at the same time, I want you to get this. There was no way they was about to give credit to the country that they were in the process of conquering. It took like 8 different countries to go in there and actually like do what they wanted to do. Okay, it was like 8. A lot of these countries that they name it: Belgium, Portugal, Spain, Britain, France. They kept going in there trying to get this information. They wanted a certain part of it. They wanted to get to the core of it. They wanted to get to where the raw essentials were. Okay, and they went in there and they kept going in there, trying to get control of these resources. But they show up like they're your friend. Like, oh, we just want to know about your culture. We ain't. Oh, wow, this is wonderful. But at the same time, they already plotting. Like, okay, look, give us like 2 weeks. We're gonna send the army up in here, or
that's true though. It makes sense.
That was the game plan. That was the game plan. But they couldn't go in there. They kept going in there fighting, and they kept losing. And a lot of them was losing. The Europeans was losing their lives because they couldn't handle the environment, the terrain. If it wasn't animals and mosquitoes getting you, it was an African warrior.
That's a fact.
They didn't have them guns then. But once they came up with that, and I believe Germany was the first one that came up with that repeating rifle where you didn't have to do that musket thing, like shoot once, drop some powder in. A repeating rifle.
Okay, let me see. We'll find out right now. All right, Gemini. Let me okay. Was Germany the first country to come up with the repeating rifle? Did they invent that? Oh, no, it wasn't Germany. Okay, it says the earliest repeating firearms, such as the Kalthoff, that's what it's called, I think, repeater, were developed in the mid 1600s by gunsmiths, potentially German born. So he's not wrong. So why would you know what? Fucking Gemini, get the fuck out my face. Mr. Oates was right. You know what? I'm not gonna sound crazy. I'm not gonna argue with my AI, but you are a very contradictive bastard right now.
Yeah, he told me. Yeah, that he trying to steer away from it. but
Wait a minute, but they Germans.
Listen, they could never gain traction in it. They would start off fighting, and it would be bloodshed, but they was losing. It was losing bad. That's the reason why all them companies, all them countries, after they went in there a couple times, they all just went back to the drawing board. Like, no, flee. We got to have a talk. We need to have a meeting.
That's crazy.
Then that repeating rifle came into play, and see, you ain't need to. Like I said, you ain't got to reload it like the musket.
I know what you're talking about. Listen, all right. Listen, I ain't have the rifle in my hands, but the name of that rifle, we played it, right? If y'all ever played Resident Evil, that damn rifle's in there, so I know what he's talking about. Have I ever seen it in real life? No. All right, I'm not gonna lie.
No,
I know what he's talking about.
They came up with them so they wouldn't have to reload. They could shoot multiple people and take multiple people's lives at once. That was their way of what do you call it? It's like a one-upper. It's like, yeah, y'all might be stronger than me. These lions out here tearing our ass up. These mosquitoes too. And I'm talking about getting literally bit by them bugs because they was trying to go to Africa, not even knowing what they was doing, but they wanted to take something. That's what they was up to. Then they got that gun, and that's what helped them. So when they went back in that last time, it was like, okay, y'all go on this side because y'all gonna take this land. Belgium, you gonna take this land. Portugal, you gonna take this land. France, you gonna take this. Britain, you gonna take this. Spain, you gonna all that. That's when they went back in. It was just like, okay, now we got to come up with another plan because they out there watching. They waiting on us.
Right.
But that helped. That when they got them guns. Before them guns, they couldn't do that because it was too much resistance on that continent. I'm sorry, I'm damn. On that continent, there was too much resistance. It was too much. It was people willing to fight. And they ain't never been at war like that before. They just seen something they wanted to take. They knew it was resources in there somehow, probably from the missionaries, because that's usually who they send first: missionaries, then the military.
Okay. Listen, Mr. Osman is some gems. Listen, guys, all right. And that's why so many people today are shocked when they learn how many ancient populations in that region, all right, were described as dark-skinned, brown-skinned, or black in early texts. Because the modern image of the Middle East, right, the one shaped by Hollywood, textbooks, and politics, doesn't match the historical descriptions, all right? But again, that's what happens when you let colonial powers rewrite the map and the story. They didn't just redraw. How can I say? Yeah, redraw. How can I say? Am I saying it right? Redraw borders. Yeah, I'm saying it right. All right. They redrew identities. All right. They reclassified people. All right. They, how can I say, redefined regions. And once those labels stick, generations grow up thinking that's how it always was. All right. That's why, listen, sometimes when I have conversations, not just here on YouTube, right, with certain content creators or certain subscribers, right, that pop up, or within my community, right, you hear people, right, talk a certain way and think a certain way. And it's like, no matter what you say, You can't sit here and be like, get them to understand it, your way, your point of view. You're not trying to change their minds. You're just trying to get them to understand, look, listen, based on what I read, it could be a little different. The world is full of mysteries, all right? And since everything got whitewashed, twisted, retwisted, all right, erased and rewritten and then given to us, that's how it is. Real shit. The only way you could change that is by reclaiming. And the only way you could reclaim something is by you keep talking. No matter what people think. Even if, like for example, here on YouTube or anywhere else, when people come, oh, I'm tired of hearing this, what? Well, you don't gotta be here. All right? The ones that need to be here are gonna pop up eventually. You see where I'm coming from? So it's like I tell people, I ain't trying to convert nobody. I'm just here to have conversations to get a better understanding. But let's continue.
Universities in Paris and Oxford were established after visits by French and English scholars to Moorish Spain. The Moors brought in a West African tradition of learning that was rooted in the scholarship of the great empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, from a region that boasted higher educational institutions dating back to the 8th century in cities like Djenné, Gao, and Timbuktu. According to the United Nations Education Body, the oldest university operating in the world today is the University of Al Qarawiyyin in Morocco, founded during the height of Moorish rule in 859 AD by a black woman named Fatima al-Fihri. So the Moors brought enormous learning to Spain, which over centuries spread throughout the rest of Europe. As earlier stated, this system of education taken to Europe by the Moors seeded the European Renaissance and brought the continent out of the 1,000 years of intellectual and technological stagnation of the Middle Ages. The Moors, who ruled Spain for 800 years, introduced new scientific techniques to Europe, such as an astrolabe, a device for measuring the position of stars and planets. Scientific progress in astronomy, chemistry, physics, mathematics, geography, and philosophy flourished in Moorish Spain. At one point, Cordova, the heart of Moorish territory in Spain, was the most modern city in Europe. The streets were well paved, with raised sidewalks for pedestrians. At night, miles and miles of streets were well lit by lamps. Mind you, this was several hundreds of years before there was a single paved street in Paris or a street lamp in London. Cordova had 900 public baths, and it was a known legend among the Spanish that a poor Moor would rather go without bread than soap. The Great Mosque of Cordoba is still one of the great architectural wonders of the world, despite later Spanish meddling with the structural design. Its low scarlet and gold roof, supported by 1,000 columns of marble, jasper, and porphyry, was lit by thousands of brass and silver lamps, which burned perfumed oil. It was also the Moors that introduced to Spain and Europe the convention of breaking up meals into several courses in an orderly manner by starting a meal with soup and ending with dessert, rather than just eating everything all at once in a disorganized manner. The Moors introduced paper to Europe as well as Arabic numerals, which replaced the clumsy, outdated numeral system the Europeans were using, which they'd inherited from the Romans. The Moors also brought the compass from China into Europe. The Moors introduced many new crops, such as the orange, lemon, peach, apricot, fig, sugarcane, dates, ginger, and pomegranate, as well as saffron, cotton, silk, and rice, which remain some of Spain and Southern Europe's main products till this day. The Moorish rulers lived in huge, beautiful palaces at a time when the monarchs of Germany, France, and England lived in very basic buildings, which were actually just barns with no windows or chimneys. One of such grand Moorish palaces is called the Alhambra, meaning the red one in Granada, and is one of Spain's architectural masterpieces. Today, the Alhambra is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The Moors introduced new methods of improving soil productivity, such as irrigation, crop rotation, and the use of manure. Moorish doctors and physicians were especially trained and highly regulated. Europeans offered no competition with Moorish advances in pathology, etiology, therapeutics, surgery, and pharmacology, wrote Jose Pimienta Bay in his important work, Golden Age of the Moor. Moorish scholars like Jabir discovered nitric, nitromuriatic, and sulfuric acid. They were well versed in the sciences well before Europe. The Moors' scientific curiosity extended to flight. Ibn Firnas made the world's first scientific attempt to fly in a controlled manner in 875 AD. Historical archives suggest that his attempt worked, but his landing was not successful.
Woo! And see, listen. So let's talk about the Moors, right? Because this is where the conversation gets really eye-opening, right? The Moors of North Africa were scholars, architects, astronomers, right? Mathematicians, doctors, engineers, and philosophers, right? Who brought advanced knowledge into Europe during a time when Europe was struggling, all right, through the Dark Ages. And this isn't speculation, right? This is documented history. When Europe lost libraries, the Moors brought them back. When Europe lost scientific knowledge, the Moors reintroduced it. When Europe lost, architectural skill, the Moors rebuilt it. Spain and Portugal, right, were transformed under Moorish rule. And the evidence is still standing today in stone, all right? Tile, language, and culture. And here's the part that, blows people's minds, right? Europe openly celebrates this. They don't hide it. They don't deny it. They don't pretend it didn't happen. They have festivals, monuments, palaces, and entire towns dedicated to the Moorish legacy. They teach it in schools. They reenact it in parades. They preserve the architecture. They honor the influence. Meanwhile, in America, you mention the Moors, and people look at you like you're talking about a Marvel character. That's the difference between, a continent that acknowledges its African influence and a country that's still, that is still allergic to the truth. And I know some people are going to get mad, at what I'm saying, but it's the facts. It's the truth. All right. I say the same shit about Puerto Rico. All right. Y'all out there, praising the ones they do. All right. Because the ones that are true to their tribes, the Taino tribes and whatever tribe they're from, because, Puerto Rico got a lot of tribes. Right. Like, listen. We need to remember our roots, right? Because, like over there, like I said, the ones that praise Ponce de Leon, I look at them sideways. All right, because what did he bring to Puerto Rico? But suffering and strive to the real people that lived in that island.
Africans took to the skies 600 years before the Italian Leonardo da Vinci developed a hang glider. The works of numerous Moorish scholars were translated into various European languages and were required reading in the new universities that were being established across Europe. These include Generalities on Medicine by Averroes, Solitary Regime by Evan Pace, Primus Canonis by Avicenna, and Altasis by Abulcasis. Researcher Jose Pimiento Bay also notes the close proximity of the founding states of Europe's major universities to the translation of Moorish works from rulers such as Alfonso X of Spain. These new European centers of learning relied primarily on Moorish texts for centuries. The Moors were masters of strategy, as shown by their invention of Shatranj, the direct ancestor of chess. Said bin Jubair, a Sudanese, played Shatranj as early as the 7th century, and the game would later on find its way across the Sahara and into the Iberian Peninsula and Europe. In Portugal, the Moors ruled and occupied a city they named Lisbona, the city now known as Lisbon, the capital of Portugal. The Moorish Empire went through many tests and dynasties before political and social fractures contributed to the downfall of the empire, which lasted well over 800 years. The Moors signed the Act of Capitulation and surrendered their last stronghold, Granada, in 1492. To answer the question, where's the black ancestry in Spain today? Well, it is very small, because after their military defeat, or rather their military surrender, the Moors were given the option, as were the Jews, to either convert to Christianity or be exiled or executed. About 80% of them chose exile and headed straight back into Africa. This migration began around 1501, roughly a decade after their capitulation and with the rise of a new, more European social order. A large number of the traits on which modern Europe prides itself today came to it from Moorish Spain, namely free trade, diplomacy, open borders, etiquette, advanced seafaring, research methods, and key advances in chemistry. The impact of the African Moors on Europe was far-reaching, to say the least, and it's therefore no surprise at all that in 2023, a full 530 years after the exit of the Moors, the people of Europe, in their traditional festivals, celebrate the glory, the magnificence, and the supreme influence of the Moors. Thanks for watching this episode. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and turn on your post notifications.
All right, we're gonna put it right there. We're gonna pause it right there. All right, and I'm gonna finish saying my commentary, and then I'm gonna see if Mr. Oates got something to say before we move to the last video. All right, listen. When you look at the bigger picture, it becomes clear why these stories were hidden or downplayed in the U.S. If people knew how much Africa contributed to global civilization, right? Not just labor, but how can I say science, math, medicine, architecture, philosophy, right, and governance, it would shatter the racist narratives that were used to, justify slavery, segregation, and discrimination. Right, it would force people to confront the fact that African civilizations, right, were thriving while parts of Europe were struggling. It would force people to admit that the world has always been, all right, interconnected, and that Africa has always been central to human history. So when we talk about the Moorish legacy, we're not just talking about Spain and Portugal, all right? We're talking about a global story, a story of migration, innovation, knowledge, and influence. Right, that stretches across, how can I say, continents. We're talking about the African roots of European culture. We're talking about the political games behind regional labels. We're talking about the truth that was hidden to maintain power structures. And once you start seeing the patterns, you can't unsee them. All right, you start realizing that the world is way more connected, way more blended, and way more African than the textbooks ever admitted. And that's exactly why we're here. To learn, to question, and to reclaim the full story. I don't know if Mr. Oates got something to say before we move on to the next video, but I'm gonna give him this,
No, I want you to think about something, okay? Like they said, all the different areas, all the different educations. Or the education information that Africa contributed to the world. I want you to think about something. After they went in there and did what they wanted to do in Africa, right? I want you to think about how many different eras that Europe has had. I believe the first one was the Enlightenment era. That was all those philosophers. Plato, Socrates, Aquinas, I think I'm saying that right. All those, they had, like Socrates had an understudy. Plato had understudies. There was other ones who had understudies who they pretty much taught the information to, and they might have spun off of them. They might have not just went with what they were saying. They might have seen it their own way and put it in a whole different way. But they make a big deal out of the Enlightenment era, when all I see it as, me personally, from what I've studied, all I see it is y'all went and stole this information. Now y'all gonna try to make it your own.
Thanks. A repeated cycle.
That's it. Y'all went and took this, and you're not even gonna give it to the people like you received it. You're gonna put a spin on it for whatever reason. You have an agenda. And it's just like, why not give props to the people who gave you this information? But they might have gave you some of it. They didn't give you all of it. When you invaded it.
Hold that thought, Mr. Oates. Hold that thought right there. Don't forget it. Don't forget what you're about to tell me. But let me give a big shout out to CC in the building. Blessings to CC. Hope you enjoyed the stream, CC. Welcome to the live. Go ahead, Mr. Oates. I apologize. Hello?
Oh, you said, okay, my bad. No. All I'm saying is that you went over there. These people have stolen a bunch of information, a lot of information, and burnt the rest, and then claimed it as their own, like they actually invented it, or these were their thoughts.
Sure. Kind of like what they're trying to do here, right? They already talking about, they've already closed a lot of libraries. People just ain't peeped that job. For real. Libraries have been closed down. And They're already talking about burning books and keeping everything digitally. Why? Textbooks is the best thing to go to when you want to learn about history.
No, because I still got plenty of books. A friend of mine be saying that to me. He was like, "Man, why you got all these books and go online and find all of them?" I'm like, "No, I got these right here. Because I done marked in them. I done highlighted certain passages. I done wrote notes in there. All that. No, I'm not going back and do that again. I know where I need to go to get the information I'm looking for."
Yeah. Like, I don't just depend on Google. I tell people that, man, my resources are actually hardback books. Like, when I first started, I showed my collection, and throughout the years, my collection is only getting but bigger. Like, listen, I got if I'm not mistaken, I got 36 books of the encyclopedia. All right, and I'm gonna keep collecting them. Right? It's not total there. The whole collection is not there. I got, all mixed up. A few, the 20s. Few of the zeros, which what I mean by the zeros is I got 1, 2, 5, 9, 10. Like, once I hit 9, there's no more zeros. But you get my whole point, man. I just love collecting, right? And I'm not talking about I'm a hoarder. I can't even say the word right, all right? But you know what I'm talking about. Because I don't sit here and collect materials, but I sure as hell collect these books. Why? I don't know.
No, because it's necessary. Like I said, some books I can read like right now, or in the past I've read, and I'm like, okay, I've already taken my notes on this book. I got the meat and potatoes. Let me pass this along to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get them. Yeah, let me see if they are at least willing to read one book.
Exactly. And listen, that's why I said when I said earlier, I didn't know I didn't know other people did that. Listen, when they send me these videos on Instagram, right? When they DM me these videos and stuff like that, like I said earlier, I like to see which videos people don't really talk about the most. For real. Do I hit on celebrity topics? Sometimes. But that's not really my lingo. I don't really like going there. Right? Because I'm gonna still end up going back to what we talk about anyways, the political and the history. See, people don't understand that part. See, I'm not going for the drama and the entertainment. I'm going to learn and gain some shit from it. I want to see what I can borrow out this shit that's happening right now, and what solution can I bring to this table over here to prevent something like this happening within my own community or within my family. But see, people don't think like that. I've been thinking like that since I was little. I don't know what it is, all right? But I think like that. I question things. I've questioned things since I was little. I used to get in trouble. Like, when I tell people my mouth gets me in trouble, it literally gets me in trouble. All right.
I feel you, and that takes me back. It just made me think of it. We was talking about barbecue earlier.
Yeah, how it got started with the pitmasters were black, like indigenous men.
I'm sitting here thinking, I wish somebody would tell me black people didn't start that. Yeah, you might have had European people that was just burning food over the fire, because that's all they did was set up a fire and set it aflame, because they got tired of eating raw meat and raw fish.
But they didn't put their soul into it. All right, they didn't put love into it.
That's what I'm saying. You got and who you think gonna season some meat? I don't even. Yeah, who you think gonna actually get cooked, slow cook it? They know you got to slow cook it so you don't dry it out. But also you gonna season it with whatever you got. You might have some broth or some broth from that you done already cooked up. You might have some vegetables with some leaves you done cut up or whatever. Just you working with what you got. That's why they were so mesmerized. Like, what? Like, why does this taste so good? Like, what is it? And we know, come on. We know
they
most.
Put their soul into that, John. That's why. Nobody put like their ancestors did. They did. They put their heart and soul. They listen. You got to realize their ancestors had to survive, so they had to find ways.
Yeah, exactly. And it was just like, no, we just gonna cook this up real quick, because 9 times out of 10 the grill was outside. away from the house, away from the plantation house.
Yeah. And they
So all,
experimented what they had, came up with all
yeah,
these recipes that were
exactly,
stolen from them. All the
exactly.
recipes were stolen from them. That's why I
Like,
mentioned what I mentioned, about the Mr. Tenderism story. People, I had some people be like, "How you comparing?" I'm like, I'm not the only one that's saying that. That's colonism, Diddy style, what was done to Mr. Tenderism. But he kind of old. You see where I'm coming from. So, but the story ain't no different when it comes to the barbecue story, Mr. Oates. Real shit, right?
no,
Because if you
and I
look at it, listen, it's modern day, right? We're in 2026. This was happening, in 2025 before 2026 happened, right? And you got a white owner that owns a cafe, and he met this old head that was good at the grill. He had his own recipe, his own twist, right? Boom, he hired him. I don't know if they became partners, but he hired you. He's the one paying you. So basically that's your boss. All right. Anyways, that's what the part that people don't seem to understand. And I'm like, I try to get people, but I'm not going to convince anybody once again. So I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to, right now prove a little point that makes sense and connects to what Mr. Oates is saying and connects to that barbecue story, right? We have a white man in modern day, all right, century, all right, sitting here exploiting an old man, trademarking, all right, all this behind his back. And this old man is, has such a good heart, all right, that he pretends like he don't care. But deep down, we know he does care. Because if not, he wouldn't have put all that effort into it. We know that a lot of old people are not into social media. This man went into social media, all right, and promoted his legacy. We don't know if he got kids. We don't know none of that. But at the end of the day, it's a repeated cycle. All right. He got exploited and, how can I say used? Everybody gets used, right? But that's not my point of the story. The point of the story is that this man thought that he was going to be able to do something that was done back then and nobody was going to find out and people was going to stay shut just like back then. All right, that's the part of the story and why I brought it up earlier, and I'm gonna keep bringing it up, even though that that owner bought back Mr. Tenderism and hired him. A lot of people already said, "Yo, your business is dead. We ain't going back because we already saw through the smoke." That's my point. There's no justice in that story.
I did hear some of what was going on. I couldn't tell who was the owner and or the manager.
Hey, he's a white man. He's a white man. It's this
Okay,
white dude that
no,
yeah,
listen, that man, Mr. Tenderism should be getting rich at the same time. At the same time that white man is getting rich, Mr. Tenderism should be getting rich at the same time on the same level, because that's who brought who's bringing everything to you. The whole thing about it fall off the bone. It's like, dude, are you seeing? Everybody love his food.
But he got envy, and it's not hate. I keep trying to tell people hate and envy are two different things. Hate comes from a distance. Envy comes within your circle, and people don't even peep that part. All right, envy waits. All right, it observes you, waiting for that perfect moment to make its move, and people don't peep that part.
Yeah.
So that's why you don't ever see it coming, because it comes from those near you, those that you think you can trust.
And I wish there was somebody around that older gentleman, like that could have been looking out for him. If he got kids, I wish one of his kids would have been like, "No, you ain't no."
I think if he had kids, his family would have been fighting for that trademark, and I don't think I think that he has really nobody, because somebody would have already came up and spoke. Man, that story went viral, Mr. Oates.
Right. So they can give him trinkets. What they do? Give him a Benz?
All he did was hire the bull back. I think that was his car already. I don't know. I'm not sure. See, I couldn't even say that because we didn't see behind the scenes.
But no, I heard on somebody's video where they were saying they bought him a car. Okay, well, what about his stake in his business? He needs to at least own a portion of this business.
That's what I'm saying. But the owner is the white bull. People listen.
Yeah.
Some people went in as far as digging receipts, and when they pulled out the paperwork, I said, "Oh yeah, it's curtains." Like when y'all pulled out the paperwork and it's the white bull's name and his family involved in this shit, I was like, no, y'all think him dirty. Like, yeah, I get old head. Old head, look, listen, old head is old. He just want to enjoy his life. So he's not even going to bother with this. Like, they bought him back. He's tired. That's what he loves doing. He don't want to start his own business. See, I'm not even mad at Mr. Tendenism because he's being who he is supposed to be. The part is, he's not going to see that he's being exploited, right? It is a big difference between Mr. Tendenism and Mr. Oates, all right? Mr. Oates woke up. Mr. Tendenism is way older than Mr. Oates. You see where I'm coming from? So he's still in that era. I don't know if Mr. Oates, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Like I said,
than Mr. Tendenism, right?
If I was Tendenism, I would try to find. Oh my God. Never mind.
You got muffled.
I would at least. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I would at least look for like one or two young people that I could knowledge with, because he's an older gentleman. He ain't gonna be around long. You want somebody who can keep it up or carry on the legacy.
He can't do it no more because the bull trademarked it. He trademarked his recipes and everything.
Okay, he trademarked his recipes. He ain't got to be doing the same recipes. Figure that out.
I guess come up with some new shit.
Figure that out. I might have on one recipe. I might have said two tablespoons of oregano or whatever he puts on garlic. No, this time I'm gonna use 1.5. It's not the same recipe.
I'm dead, Mr. Oates.
No, that's how I play him. Like, yeah, you can go ahead and do that because 9 times out of 10, I honestly believe this, Riders. I honestly believe this. Even if they got the recipes, I don't believe that they're gonna be able to do it like that man did it. They ain't gonna be.
When I did the live, right? I said that they can never replace Mr. Tendenism, from the dance to the how can I say the charm. All right, even though he's an old head, right? There's something about him. There's a charm in him that draws our attention to his videos.
Right.
He's not disrespectful. He's not rude. He's none of that. He's like this joyful old man that comes in just showing us his art for real, and it's with food.
You exploit the people and you exploit the culture.
Facts. And that's what they're doing, making money off of the culture. That's why I say, like, this thing that they got, all the culture this, the culture that. No, man, this blueprint is not the blueprint that our ancestors intended for us. I don't care what anybody says.
He might not even though they hired him back, he might not even have the same passion that he had before.
Yeah, something off with that, John. People like gotta look at the video. Something off, but I can't, really pinpoint it, and I'm not going to drag it.
Yeah,
you can't change old head's mind. Like, old head, you was done wrong. Like, why did you go back?
Because that's what he knows, Riders. Okay, that maybe they gave him one of the greatest false apologies ever known to man, and he went for it. Okay, so go to cooking. At the same time, Mr. Tendenism, I would be looking for like 2, maybe 3 young people. I'm talking about in their 20s that like to cook. Go to one of them culinary schools and find one of them that some of them youngsters that
and have fun training on some real shit. Fine, there's ways around that trademark, but exactly, Mr. Oates is that shit right. Like I was trying to say it, but he found the right words.
Yeah, don't even come back as Tendenism. Don't even come back. That's what dude said. He got that trademark. Don't come until you figure that out. Don't even come back with that. Come up under a new name, a new type of ism.
Facts. But unfortunately, it turned out this way. That's
But
something
no,
we can't prevent, but is something, how can I say, we can learn from to help, others, how can I say, prevents it from happening in the future. There you go. This time.
right, right. You protect them. Any of you youngsters out there, you might not even know how to cook. You might know the law. You might know trademark law. Might know copyright law. Might intellectual properties. All that. Help them out. Anybody around you that's in that position. They got some banging macaroni and cheese. I done been to plenty of restaurants, and only thing that just seemed to stand out is the mac and cheese or the yams or the greens.
Always.
Figure out a way to protect those people, because they ain't gonna be around long. I done seen so many soul food joints around this area, like that was the staple of Cleveland, and they done fell all the way off because the elders who was doing the cooking in the first place, they've passed on. The youngsters didn't. A lot of the youngsters didn't pay enough attention to actually perfect the recipe. So every time somebody came in here and got these greens or these yams or this mac and cheese or these ribs, make sure you know how to cook that. Make sure you got somebody in that kitchen that know how to cook that.
Facts.
Yeah. No,
But
I'm
yeah.
just saying that's crazy. Go ahead. Was you done with the last video? Oh, my fault, Brad. Just go ahead and say what you.
We was done with the last video. All right. Since Mr. Oates said what he said, we're gonna jump into the last topic. All right. And I think Mr. Oates might enjoy this one.
Uh-oh.
All right, y'all. Now that we walked through, right, the White House saga, exposed how barbecue got whitewashed, uncovered the assassination of MLK's mother, dug into the mixed-race women erased from Confederate history, right, and traveled across Europe celebrating the Moorish legacy. Let's slide into our final rabbit hole of the day. Why? All right. Why Japan attacked Pearl Harbor? All right. I've heard this story in so many different ways, seen so many different movies. All right. Read so many different books. All right. Listen, we're going to talk about this one because this one right here, woo! It's one of those stories where the version where, how can I say, the version we were taught in school is the PG-13. All right. Don't ask too many questions version. But when you peel back the layers, you start seeing the real motivations, the real tension, and the real global chess game that was happening behind the scenes. All right. Whew. Japan attacked the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. All right. A date they drilled into our heads like it was the only thing we needed to know. But the real question is, why? What pushed Japan to make such a bold, dangerous, world-shifting move? And the answer, right? When you strip away all the drama, it's simple. Can y'all figure it out before I continue? Mr. Oates, what you think? He talks about it so much. What you think, Mr. Oates? You there, Mr. Oates? Mr. Oates is on. All right, he's still on mute. I don't know what's going on. He's probably doing something. All right. I don't know if anybody's in the chat. Let me see if anybody's in the chat. Let me get back to the stream right over here. This video. Nobody's in the chat. All right. So I'm gonna continue to say what I'm saying.
What's the problem?
Oh, he missed a lot of what I said. Why do you think? What do you think is the real reason why Japan really attacked Pearl Harbor?
I'll take an educated.
Talk about it a lot.
No, they were coming over there trying to take shit that didn't belong to them.
But what was the specific? They wanted one thing in general. What do you think it is?
Okay, as far as Japan, I would
We're
definitely
going
say
through it
land.
right now. No, we're going through it right now. It wasn't the land.
Was either the culture or the resources?
It's part of the resources. All right, I'm gonna tell y'all.
So
Oil,
what is
like
what is what?
always, it's oil. It never fails.
Oh, see,
Oil. That's why I kept trying to give you the hint. We're going through it right now, Mr. Oaks.
yeah, I didn't think about Venezuela there, and I really didn't pay attention to how much oil Japan had or has.
Mm-hmm. So listen, Japan was, how can I say, modernizing, fast building factories, right? Expanding its military, trying to create an empire like the Europeans, right? An empire, how can I say? Yeah, it's kind of like an empire like the Europeans' powers have. Let me put it like that. But there was one problem. Japan didn't have the natural resources to fuel that dream. All right. They had ambition. All right. They had strategy. They had military power, but they didn't have oil. And without oil, an empire is just a fantasy. That's why I say Mr. Oates talks about this a lot. A lot. So listen, by the early 20th century, Japan was, how can I say, important almost 94% of its oil. That means their entire economy, their military, their expansion plans, all right, all of it dependent on foreign countries supplying them with fuel. And when you depend on how can I say, on other nations for your survival, you're vulnerable. So Japan started expanding into Asia to secure resources. They captured, how can I say, I don't know how to say the word, Manchuria in 1931. Then got pulled into a full, how can I say, scale war with China in 1937. Right? But war burns through, how can I say, resources fast, and Japan was running out. Right? So they looked south to, how can I say, Southeast Asia, where the oil, rubber, and minerals were. So Mr. Oates was on point, but it all started off with the oil. Right? So meanwhile, the United States was sitting back in its, we're minding our own business, isolated era. But America wasn't blind. They saw Japan expanding, right? They saw the invasion of China. They saw, how can I say, the aggression, and they weren't, how can I say, feeling it. So the U.S. started putting pressure on Japan, freezing assets, restricting trade, and eventually cutting off all exports. And when America cut Japan's oil, that was basically like cutting off someone's oxygen. Japan had two choices: back down or fight for the resources they needed. And Japan was not about to back down. So it all leads back to what, guys? All right, we're going through it right now. Oil. It all goes back to the damn oil, minerals, and resources. All right. So Japan made a, how can I say, a strategic decision, right? Not an emotional one. Not, how can I say, a random one, right? Not that we just felt like it, like, Donald Trump does sometimes. They believed that if they could destroy the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, they could buy themselves enough time to seize the oil, right? The oil-rich territories in Southeast Asia. And how can I say, fortify their empire before America could recover, right? How can I say, it was a gamble, a massive gamble, and Japan knew it, right? The U.S. was bigger, richer, and more, how can I say, industrialized. But they also knew that without oil, their empire would collapse before it's even begun. So they took the risk. All right. And here's the part that, that school never really explains. Japan didn't attack Pearl Harbor because they hated America. They attacked because of, how can I say, ideology. They didn't attack because of culture. They attacked because of resources, because of survival, because of empire, because of, how can I say, the same global power struggles that shaped every major conflict, right, in the 20th century. And when you understand that, the whole story shifts. It becomes, less about good guys versus bad guys and more, about nations fighting over the same thing they've always fought over: land, power, and resources. So when we talk about Pearl Harbor, we're not just talking about a surprise attack, right? We're talking about a global system built on competition, scarcity, and empire. We're talking about a, how can I say, a Japan that was trying to rise, a China that was, how can I say, resisting, a US that was taught, how can I say, that was walking. No, they wasn't walking. A US that was waking up from, how can I say, isolation in a world that was already on fire. And once you understand the real motivations, the oil, all right, the expansion, the pressure, the, how can I say, the desperation, you start to see the bigger picture. You start to see how history is shaped by decisions made in, how can I say, war rooms, right? Not just battlefields. And you start to understand why learning a full story matters. Because once you know better, you do better. All right. And you see the world with, how can I say, clearer eyes. All right. So now let's break this down, because once you understand the chain reaction behind Pearl Harbor, the whole story hits different. Once Japan occupied French, how can I say, Indochina in 1941, the United States didn't just sit there, right, and shrug. America, how can I say, retaliated hard. They froze all of Japan's assets, all right, in the States. I'll be like, damn, America's really capable of doing that shit. Like, that meant Japan couldn't buy oil, couldn't move money, couldn't fuel its military, right? They couldn't sustain its empire. And remember, Japan was importing 94% of its oil. That's like cutting off somebody's oxygen again. And then acting surprised when they start panicking. Japan was modernizing and expanding and fighting a massive war in China. And suddenly the gas tank went from full to empty overnight. All right. So let's tap into this video. All right. And let's see what they got to say about the Pearl Harbor War. I don't know, Mr. Oates got to add something to what I just said. All right. But I've just done my research. That's it.
Go ahead, play the video.
A Japanese attack fleet consisting of 6 aircraft. On the 26th of November 1941, a Japanese attack fleet consisting of 6 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships and hundreds of aircraft departed from Japan and began the long journey to an assembly point 230 miles north of the Hawaiian island of Oahu. Their target, the US Pacific Fleet, anchored at Pearl Harbor. Scheduled for the 7th of December, the attack would take the Americans by complete surprise, paralyzing their fleet for months and costing thousands of lives. However, the attack would also change the course of the Second World War and spell ultimate doom for Imperial Japan. So why did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor in the first place? And how did Japanese miscalculation in planning the attack doom them to defeat in the Second World War? Well, to answer that question, we first need to go back to the 1930s.
So Japan had spent much of the early 20th century modernizing its economy and its military. So basically they wanted to build an empire, sort of like that of Great Britain and the United States. And from that, they could extract natural resources, exploit labor, and build new trade routes, and become one of the world's great powers.
But while Japan had big ambitions, there was one huge problem. The Japanese mainland did not have the natural resources required to build that empire. Japan needed to get its hands on more coal, iron, and in particular oil to make its ambitions a reality. It was 1931 when Japan took its first major step towards empire building, invading the Chinese province of Manchuria. Now, Manchuria had many of the resources that Japan needed and gave them a firmer foothold on the Asian continent for future advances. Over the next few years, Japan poked and prodded its way further into northern China before all-out war broke out between the two in July 1937. At first, things went very well for the Japanese. They won victory after victory, all the while carrying out major atrocities like the rape of Nanking and the terror bombing of Chinese civilians, which drew widespread international condemnation. By 1939, though, the war had descended into a stalemate, and as the Chinese grew in strength, the war became a serious drain on Japanese manpower and supplies. To win, they would have to look elsewhere for the resources they needed. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, the US was looking on with mounting concern.
After the USA's participation in the First World War, they start to adopt an unofficial policy of non-interventionism and isolationism. So this basically...
I gotta pause it right there. He said the U.S. was looking with concern. I don't think they was really concerned. I just think they were surprised that Japan was able to, attack them by surprise. That's it.
means that they won't go to war for their allies or even get into alliances in the first place. And they won't even provide aid either. And this actually starts to become official policy in the mid-1930s when the US Congress starts to pass a series of neutrality acts. But as Congress was passing these acts, the world around the US was getting a lot more violent and unstable.
So though America had began the 1930s as a bastion of isolationism, the outbreak of war in Europe, as well as Japanese atrocities in China, brought a gradual shift in public opinion back towards interventionism. That allowed US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to sign a new Neutrality Act into law in 1939. It needed the US to supply arms to Britain and France if they paid for and picked it up in their own ships. This would later be followed up by the far more sweeping Lend-Lease in 1941, which included China and the Soviet Union and asked for no payment in return. So although the US was still technically neutral, it was very clear whose side they were on, and for Japan, that was a huge problem.
So the biggest resource that Japan needs at this point is oil. In 1939, all but 6% of its oil supply was imported, with roughly 80% coming from the United States alone. Running out of oil would basically spell doom for their military campaign in China, as well as their other territorial ambitions. There were also a host of other natural resources that Japan needed but could only get through imports, and that included scrap metal, coal, iron, all things that are vital to their war effort. And actually, a lot of this stuff also comes from the United States.
To get those resources and grow its empire, Japan had a choice to make between what became known as the Northern and Southern strategies. The Northern strategy was backed by the Imperial Japanese Army and involved taking the oil, coal, and iron-rich areas in China, Mongolia, and Siberia. The Southern strategy, on the other hand,
why you want to curse me out, Mr. Oates?
Imperial Japanese Navy, and instead involved striking south into British Malaya and the Dutch East Indies, similarly rich in oil and rubber. By the mid-1930s, the Northern Plan was already in full swing with attacks in Manchuria and China, and this had led to border disputes with the Soviets. These culminated in the huge Battle of Khalkhin Gol, in which the Soviet-Mongolian forces won a major victory. Suddenly, Japan had to reconsider its plans.
Woo-wee. Listen, Japan wasn't about to bow down to U.S. demands either, right? They weren't going to say, okay, America, you win. All right, we'll behave. Nah. All right, they were determined to keep building their empire. And without oil, that dream was dead. So Japan made a decision. If they couldn't buy the oil, they were going to take the oil. And the closest oil rich, all right, territories were British Malaya and, how can I say, the Dutch East Indies, if I'm not mistaken. All right, but here's the problem, all right? Attacking those places will almost guarantee a U.S. military response. Japan knew that if they moved south, America would come swinging. So they had to figure out how to delay or weaken, all right, that response long enough to secure the resources they needed, all right? And that's where Pearl Harbor comes in. Japan believed that if they could knock out the U.S. Pacific Fleet, right, like you heard him say earlier, and I said way before we started the video, right, on, how can I say, in one surprise strike, America would be forced to, negotiate. They thought the U.S. would say, okay, let's talk this out. Like, man, the U.S. is going to sit here and say, listen, man, either, how can I say, either stay down or lay down. fuck it. You still got only those two choices. Listen. There was no way in hell you was going to get America to say, let's talk it out. But instead of going to full war mode, right, Japan wasn't trying to conquer America. They were trying to buy time, right? They just wanted to secure the oil fields, right, fortify their empire, and then negotiate from a position of strength. It was a gamble and a massive gamble, and Japan knew it. But when you're running out of time and oil and your empire is hanging by a thread, desperation makes people take a risk that normally they wouldn't. But I could be wrong.
Japan's defeat at Khalkhin Gol basically pours cold water on their plans for northward expansion into Siberia, as does the signing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and Germany in August 1939. When Germany invades the Soviet Union during Operation Barbarossa in June 1941, these plans for an invasion of Siberia are briefly reconsidered, but Japan is bogged down in China. They're running out of natural resources, and it just doesn't happen.
With the army bogged down in China, it was the Navy who took up the mantle as Japan focused on its southern strategy instead. This began in earnest in 1940, when, in order to cut a key Chinese supply route, Japan entered the northern parts of French Indochina in an agreement with the Vichy French government. This worked in isolating the Chinese, but the US saw it as yet another act of Japanese aggression that threatened US interests in the Pacific. Coupled with Japan's recent alliance with Nazi Germany and Italy, the US responded by imposing an embargo on iron, steel, and copper, all of which were essential to Japan's war industries and which were largely imported from the US. But the Japanese did not learn their lesson and occupied even more of French Indochina in July 1941 as a launch point for invasions further south. This time, the Americans responded even more forcefully.
So this time, the U.S. responds by freezing all of Japan's assets in the United States, and this prevents Japan from purchasing oil. And right after this is followed up by Britain and the Netherlands, who control the Dutch East Indies, imposing...
I didn't know the Netherlands were a part of this. Now I do.
Oil embargoes of their own. So in one fell swoop, Japan loses 94% of its oil supply.
Japan was in a crisis. They first attempted to negotiate with the US, who demanded their immediate withdrawal from China and the Tripartite Pact. But for Japan, accepting those demands was akin to complete defeat. Unwilling to give up their imperial ambitions, the Japanese felt their only option was to seize the natural resources they needed by force. That meant striking further south into British Malaya and the Dutch East Indies. The US would certainly respond to their invasion with force of their own. The Japanese decided then that they had to blunt that US response by attacking the US Pacific Fleet at anchor at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii.
By attacking Pearl Harbor, Japan believes that it could severely cripple the US fleet and buy them time in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. So not only would they be able to launch their attacks without interference from the US, they would also have time to dig in defensively and consolidate their gains. So this is a really big gamble for Japan. They don't actually believe that they can win a long, drawn-out war with the U.S., so their strategy really hinges on a short war. They believe that the U.S. probably won't have the stomach to fight this costly war against a dug-in enemy thousands of miles away across the Pacific, and they would instead negotiate for peace, allowing Japan to retain some or all of its captured territories.
On December 7th, 1941, those plans were finally put into action. At 7:55 a.m., the first attack wave of 183 aircraft appeared in the skies over Pearl Harbor. The Americans were taken completely by surprise. The wave was separated into three groups. The first two groups of dive bombers and fighters targeted the hangars and parked aircraft at the island's airbase. The aircraft there were stored wingtip to wingtip to prevent sabotage, but that made them easy pickings for the Japanese. The other group of bombers and torpedo bombers targeted the ships in the harbour, in particular the battleships on Battleship Row. The Americans believed that the water was too shallow for a torpedo attack, but the Japanese had created a brand new kind of torpedo specifically designed for the waters of Pearl Harbor, and it had a devastating effect. Within the first 5 minutes of the attack, 4 battleships were hit, including USS Oklahoma and the USS Arizona, which exploded 10 minutes later.
So people,
850 split into 3 groups, attacking mostly the same targets. But with the base now on high alert, their attacks were less successful. In the space of just over an hour, the Japanese had sunk or damaged 18 American warships, including hits to all 8 of the fleet's battleships. They destroyed 188 aircraft and severely damaged the base's infrastructure. Crucially though, the 3 all-important US aircraft carriers were out on maneuvers at the time of the attack and escaped unscathed.
yo, yes, China. China is bold, man. Listen, the attack on Pearl Harbor was bold, strategic, and shocking, right? But it did not have the effect Japan hoped for. Yes, they hit the fleet. Yes, they caused damage. Yes, they took their objectives, right, in Southeast Asia. But the U.S. did not fold. The U.S. did not negotiate. The U.S. did not retreat back into isolation. Instead, America said, oh, you want to wake up the sleeping beast. Don't complain now that the sleeping giant is up. Like, you woke us up bad. And the entire country geared up for total war. All right. Factories switched overnight. Production skyrocketed. The military expanded. The U.S. went from half asleep to fully activated. And once that happened, Japan's fate was sealed, man. America was like, boom, bitches. Like, yo, they was like, yo, boom, I got you. Like, yo, and listen, here's the part, right? Here's the part that's really wild. Many of Japan's own leaders knew they couldn't win a long war against the United States. They knew America had more resources and more industry, more manpower, and more economic power. All right. They knew the math wasn't mathing. All right. But they were trapped between pride, politics, military pressure, all right, and the fear of backing down. That's why Ari Hota's book, all right, written in 1941, all right, it is so fascinating. Y'all gotta read it, all right. It shows how Japan didn't, how can I say, marched confidently into war, all right. They stumbled into it. They were divided, conflicted, and unsure, but once the wheels were in motion, they couldn't stop them.
So because Japan are sort of anticipating this short war that's going to lead to negotiations, their target selection focuses on the battleships, which are going to prevent the U.S. Pacific Fleet from coming out into the Pacific and Southeast Asia and stopping the Japanese. And they're not thinking about things like the fuel depots and the repair shops that are actually going to allow America to pursue a longer war in the Pacific. The shallow depths meant that any ships that sunk, they didn't sink far down, so they were much easier to recover. Almost half of the deaths that day on the U.S. side were from the USS Arizona when it was hit and exploded. And the Imperial War Museum in London actually has a piece of the USS Arizona on display in its new Second World War galleries. And this is actually the first time that part of the USS Arizona has been displayed outside of the United States.
Initially, the attack worked perfectly. On the same day, Japanese launched more or less simultaneous attacks in the Pacific. Thailand surrendered within hours and quickly signed an alliance with Japan, while the US territories of Guam, Wake Island, and the Philippines, as well as the British territories of Malaya and Hong Kong, all fell relatively quickly. And on top of that, 2 major British HMS Prince of Wales and HMS Repulse were sunk off the coast of Malaya by Japanese torpedo bombers. In the first months of 1942, Japan followed this up with attacks on the East Indies, British Burma and Singapore, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. And just as they'd hoped, the US Pacific Fleet was unable to offer a response. They achieved their goal with speed and efficiency. They'd established their new empire, and they finally had the natural resources they'd craved for so long. But there was one huge problem.
So Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor pretty much has the opposite effect of what it was hoping for. You remember, they were hoping for this negotiated peace. So the day after the attack, President Roosevelt delivers his famous Day of Infamy speech to Congress, in which he asks for a formal declaration of war against Japan, which Congress quickly authorizes. So the U.S. is officially now in the war.
The vast resources of the United States, power, raw materials, industrial production, all had to be mobilized to meet the demands of total war.
So support for isolationism quickly melts away. There's a rapid expansion of the U.S. military with hundreds of thousands of men volunteering to join. And the economy is fully mobilized onto a war footing. Japan's hopes for a short war completely evaporate, and they've now awoken this, what many people call sleeping giant, and they're now committed to this long war in the Pacific and Southeast Asia, which ultimately they'll lose.
The Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor was a huge gamble, and one which did not pay off. Japan's desire for an empire and the natural resources to go with it had slowly awoken the US from its isolationism. Bogged down in China and unable to attack the Soviets, the Japanese decision to strike south resulted in a US oil embargo, which gave Japan little choice other than to give up its ambitions or go to war. Their decision to fight paid off in the short term of victory.
Facts. Let's pause it right there. That's the last video we're playing today. All right, let's see. Woo. See, that's what makes this whole story so important, right? It wasn't just about bombs and battles, right? It was about, how can I say, miscalculations, all right? Desperation, resource, all right? Shortages, political pressure, and leaders who felt, how can I say, who felt trapped by their own decisions, all right? It was about a nation trying to build an empire without the resources to sustain it. It was about the U.S. shifting from isolation to global power. It was about two countries colliding because of oil, strategy, and timing. And when you look, when you look at it through that lens, you realize how much of history is shaped by decisions made in rooms we never see, by leaders who don't always know, all right, what they're doing, and by gambles, all right, that don't pay off. So for all my for all my World War I, II, and III history lovers out there, all right, this is one of those stories that gets, deeper. The more you dig, I don't know. But anyways, Pearl Harbor wasn't just an attack, all right? It was the climax of years of tension, all right? Resource struggles and political missteps. Japan hoped the U.S. would, how can I say, negotiate instead. But the U.S. transformed into a wartime machine, and it changed the entire direction of the war. And if you really want to understand how Japan's leadership, thought, argued, panicked, and ultimately made the decisions that led to Pearl Harbor, all right, Eri Hotas, or Hotota, whatever, all right, the 1941 novel is absolutely worth reading. Because once you see how, nations stumble into war, you start to understand how fragile global peace really is, and how much history is shaped by people, who are just trying to figure all this out as they go. All right. And I'm not going to, take this much longer. I'm not sure if the answer is still live or not. Still live. What live? All right. I got to find out. But hey, I'm still going to, say what I got to say. We're going to get this off our chest. All right. If he's live, I'm going to catch up to it. Because I know he'd be doing like 2 hour, 3 hour lives. I know he'd be live around this time. But I'll find out in a minute if he's live or not. But as we wrap up everything we talked about today, all right, from the many White Houses this country has, cycled through, to how barbecue got whitewashed, to, the assassination of MLK mother, to the mixed race women erased from history, to the Moorish legacy Europe proudly celebrates, to a real reason behind Pearl Harbor, one thing becomes clear. All right, history is not a straight line. It's a maze. All right, it's a remix. It's a story told, retold, edited, erased, and rewritten depending on who's holding the pen. And today we took that pen back. All right, we dug into the parts they hide, the parts they sanitize. All right, the parts they whisper about, but never teach. But the truth doesn't, disappear. It just waits for someone bold enough to uncover it. I don't get tired of saying that. Right. And when you look at all of these stories side by side, you start to see a pattern. You see how much, how can I say, how much has been hidden in plain sight. You see how many contributions were erased. You see how many tragedies were softened. You see how many legacies were buried, right, under someone else's version of events. And when you realize that the biggest lie, all right, ever told is that history is neutral, it's not. All right, history is curated, history is filtered, history is political, and when we don't question, or when we don't question it, we end up repeating the same narratives, all right, that were designed to keep us disconnected from our roots. But the ancestors, listen, they left breadcrumbs everywhere. Y'all hear me say that a lot, right? They left clues, right? They left clues in the architecture, in the food, in the language, in the traditions, right? In the migrations, in the bloodlines, right? They left their fingerprints on every corner of this planet, from the Moors who brought, Europe out of the, how can I say, the Dark Ages, to the indigenous copper-collared nations of the America, to the black pitmasters who shaped American cuisine, right? To mixed race women who influenced powerful men, to the global movements that shaped wars. Our ancestors were there. They were present, right? How can I say? They were foundational. And no amount of whitewashing can erase that, right? That's why conversations like this matter, because when we talk about those stories, these stories, we're not just talking about facts, right? We're talking about identity. Right, we're talking about lineage. We're talking about reclaiming what was taken. We're talking about honoring the people who survived, all right, resisted, created, built, and passed down knowledge, even when the world tried to silence them. All right, we're talking about the ancestors who walked so many. All right, they walked so that, how can I say, we're talking about the ancestors who walked so that we could stand here today with clarity, confidence, and truth in our mouths. Let me say this. Every topic we touched today, whether it was political, all right, cultural, historical, or global, leads back to the same truth. Our people have always been a part of history, right? Not the footnotes, not the background characters, all right? Not the maybe they were there. We were central, all right? We were innovators. Well, our people, all right? Our people were leaders. We still leaders today, right? They were and we are creators. And the only reason so much of this history feels new is because it was intentionally hidden. But the ancestors didn't leave us empty-handed, all right? They left us wisdom, resilience, and responsibility to keep digging. Some people don't want to hear that. But I can say this. When we talk about history, we're not just talking about the past, all right? We're talking about the present. We're talking about how these stories shape the world we live in today. We're talking about how erasure affects identity. We're talking about how can I say, truth empowers communities. We're talking about how knowledge, right, and knowing where you come from changes how you move, how you speak, how you fight, and how you build. The ancestors didn't survive everything. They survived for us to walk around confused, all right, about who in the world we are. All right, so let this be a reminder. Everything we uncovered today is a part of a bigger legacy. All right, a legacy rooted in strength, brilliance, complexity, and truth. All right, a legacy carried by ancestors who walked before us and whispered, "Keep going, keep learning, keep questioning, keep remembering." Because once you know the truth, you can't unknow it. And once you reconnect with the ancestors, you stop letting anybody else define your story. Today wasn't just a history lesson, all right? It was how can I say it? It was a reclamation, all right? And the ancestors are proud. All right, real shit. I mean, Listen, that's all I gotta say right now, man. I've been on this job. Listen, I've been on the job 5 hours, 14 minutes, man. Listen, we can keep going, but Mr. Oates is sleeping on the panel, I think. I don't know, because he ain't come off mute yet. All right. Oh shit, we got Yaya in the bill. Oh shit. Mr. Oates.
What's up?
We got Yaya in the. I'm sorry, she made me laugh. All right, so she took me off of my train of thought. Mr. Oates. Yaya said, "Drop Mr. Oates."
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's who I was talking about when I said, "Don't make me cuss you out, y'all."
Oh, why I didn't see that on the phone? I didn't see Yaya's message on my phone.
No, because it's on the vertical. I mean, on the the horizontal or whatever it is. It's over here where I'm at. I ain't on the vertical.
Oh, okay. I was like, damn, I'm on the phone looking at the messages. I didn't see Yaya's message at all. Like, I swear I had my head down. I'm looking up. I'm doing everything over here.
Right.
Shout out to Yaya, man. Look, listen, guys, make sure y'all go check out Yaya, all right, on Dish and Dirt Uncut. All right, come get the smoke. Great conversations, great topics. Listen, it can get spicy at times. So if you're a man, all right, and listen, and you into them spicy conversations, make sure y'all go check out, Sister Yaya. All right. Sometimes she turns into a little priest and she can exorcise the demons out of you. All right. Listen, don't go to sleep on Yaya. Go check her out. You won't be disappointed. All right. Listen, all right, I ain't gonna deny it. Sometimes when she come live, I'll be right here with my baby pops listening to the, how men come on her panel, end up being Usher sometimes. Confession on Yaya's couch. Man, she should make a thumbnail like that. Whenever a man makes a confession, all right, there should be a thumbnail in the back that just pops up on some surprise shit like Japan tried to do, the U.S. with the Pearl Harbor attack. Like, listen, confessions. All right, confessions of something. I don't know. I'm taking some notes in my head right now. I gotta write this joint down. I don't know. Like confessions of, something. I don't know. Confessions on Yaya's couch. I don't know, but men be yo, man. I'm telling you. It's like Usher. I don't know how she do it. That's why I call her madam. All right. I don't know how she do it. But go ahead, Mr. Oates. My bad. Shout out to Yaya for the super chat though.
No, I was just gonna say you did this is a wonderful live. You touched on a whole bunch of issues. I think a whole lot more people should have been over here instead of being worried or concerned with the garbage. But you did
But YouTube spicy, man. Listen, I think Candyman was live, if I'm not mistaken. Dan B was live. There's a few people that was live. There was, some bigger YouTubers on. So I ain't mad. No. Listen, we had a good live. I had fun. I was laughing and geeking part of the time on some real shit. So
right.
I ain't mad. And I got to, sit here and how can I say pass forward some of the stuff that I have learned and read.
Right.
So I'm not even mad. I'm end up clipping this, drawing up, editing it, and putting it into the shorts and the videos. So either way, it's gonna get put out there.
All right, that's what's up. And the next time is what? Next weekend?
Yeah, next weekend we're gonna be diving down the history of Pennsylvania again. We're gonna pick up where we left off.
All right, yeah, that's what's up. Don't worry about it. I'll be over.
The camera's still on. I'm over here tripping.
Yeah, I'll be there. Wait a minute, who? Somebody? I can't see it on my end.
What?
You said somebody over there tripping?
No, I said I was tripping, man. I almost hit the Dutch in front of the camera. I don't do that.
Oh no, you.
I mean, everybody know I smoke, but I don't like doing that on the camera. I'm like, oh shit, I still got the camera on. Like, damn, oh, that's not a slip up. I don't like doing that. I hate it. I don't know why. I'm a woman, and I feel as though as a mother, it's not even a woman thing. I don't think it is. I think it's more of I'm a mother. I don't want my daughter seeing a Dutch in my mouth.
I feel you, right? I feel you.
Because I know she's gonna come across this shit. I don't mind her hearing the cussing. I listen. I owe her my life. All right, that piggy bank. Listen, I don't have enough dollars to pay her for every cuss word that come out my mouth. All right, I'm from Philly. Listen, I don't know if it's just a Philly thing, but the F word, all right, and itch comes out of my mouth a lot for every little thing, and I'm not talking towards people. Like, shit is crazy, and the shit word.
No, don't worry about it. Yeah, you said that piggy bank don't work because that piggy bank with been.
I owe her my life.
Yeah, she like by now she got checks coming out the piggy bank.
Yep. And listen, I'm at least in front of me and in front of her dad, and I haven't heard no one come to me and say, "Oh, your daughter's cussing." I'm glad she ain't cussing. That's the way my mouth is. You would think she would repeat everything I say. I'm glad she don't repeat the cuss words. Listen, I take accountability for my actions. This mama got a potty mouth. She need to take under control. She does good sometimes, but when I get passionate about something, you can't tell me to stop cussing.
I feel.
But yeah, this was a good panel, and I like the Mr. Oates input, all right, because he did say some stuff that got me thinking, all right, especially on the MLK thingy, because he got me right back into the beginning with the questioning part. All right, what made the young boy, like, who told the young boy? I feel as though he was trained, all right, he was groomed, all right, and he was sent to assassinate MLK's mom and then try to pass it off as he was going crazy. That's it. And I think it's just deeper.
Yeah, me too.
Out of all the churches, they sit here and head up the church that started the movement. It don't make sense.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, we learned a lot today. I appreciate Mr. Oates, man. I'm definitely about to end this joint because I know nobody's gonna come on this joint. I'm not sure if the answer is live. All right, I gotta fix my stream elements. All right, so I can add answer, dish and dirt. I'm not sure if I got mouthpiece. I gotta add a few people. So when you hit exclamation, like for example, exclamation writers Instagram, right? Let's see if I'm doing it right. I'm over here spelling this shit wrong. Instagram, right? In the chat down below, it'll give you the link to my Instagram. It'll do that to, you know, the YouTubers that I watch and stuff like that. But I gotta show y'all the names and the links and stuff like that. You can actually, like, if you're on the vertical, copy the link if you can, all right, and put it into the URL. My bad, copy the vertical. What in the world am I saying? You can actually copy the URL, all right, and put it into anywhere up there, right, and it'll take you directly to any of the content creators that I watch, or my Instagram, any of my YouTubes and stuff like that. But I gotta get y'all, you know, in the hang of it. So while I learn how to get, you know, adjusted to that, we're gonna continue doing the lives like this. All right, I'm gonna just put the links down there manually, and then y'all figure out, you know, I'll teach y'all so y'all can figure out how to use them little the stream elements, little link joins.
For sure. All right, before I get out of here, anybody in this that's still listening, you need a good book to read about some of the topics we talked about today, or that was discussed on this panel, or on the live today. Go get the book called "The Destruction of Black Civilization."
You're the first person that have said that.
Yes, it's a book by Chancellor Williams. Go get that book, and you can get a lot of the information that you're looking for. You might not be looking for it because it might hurt your feelings, but the Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams.
I'm definitely gonna look at Amazon for that.
Right? Yeah, you can get a. You ain't even got to buy it new. You can get a used copy because it's people like trying to get. It's like they done read it for school or for a paper or something like that, and they just trying to get rid of it.
Makes sense.
It's a wealth of knowledge.
Before I forget, man, make sure y'all become members, all right? If y'all want to, all right? Make sure y'all become members, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, towards the end of, I'm gonna say
February.
towards around March, all right, the end of March, beginning April, all right? I'm making my little thumbnail for the live. All right, we're gonna do the subscribers and members giveaway. All right, I gave a few memberships, memberships away today. All right, I gave out 10. Hopefully y'all enjoy. I'm gonna try to put more poetry and more videos up on the membership, on the members, on the members only thing. Listen, I don't even know how to say this shit. I'm over here discombobulated right now, man. That's because I listen. I'm not on this drawing for the money, but I want y'all to become members, because I am going to do a members giveaway. All right, we're going to be giving out the poetry books. All right, because I am in the midst of publishing 2 more poetry books. All right, I'm writing them down from my book onto the computer, so I'm able to publish this on Amazon. So if y'all haven't checked out the Writers for Life poetry book, make sure y'all go to Amazon. All right, look up Writers for Life. All right, the way a shorty sees the world. All right, on the book department. And make sure you cop yourself a copy. But in the meantime, between time, like I said, around the end of March, early April, we're going to do the membership giveaways and the subscribers giveaways. I want to do it together. I'm not trying to do it separate. All right, and instead of doing just 2 $50 giveaways, all right, which is a total of $100, we're going to do a total of $200, and it's going to be 4 people winning $50, all right, each individual. So that's how we're gonna do that giveaway. All right, it's been a while since I've done giveaways, but this is my way of saying thank you for all y'all support. All right. So with that being said, let me end it live, Mr. Oates. I appreciate you. Give me 1 second, babe. Mr. Oates, I appreciate you, and guys, I appreciate those that came through and showed support and rocked out with a shorty, man. Because y'all could have been anywhere else, but y'all rocked out with a shorty. Like, I don't know what happened in the beginning. We had a lot of people, but then everybody just scattered once we started going into the Moorish people. I don't know what happened. But we out, y'all, because I got to answer this call.
All right. Salute to you, Riders. I'll see you next time.
All right, Mr. Oates.
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear, together we rise. Let them know we're here, riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share, but the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remain untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. He lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're never shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears, but the ache in our hearts only grew in passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep means the time can't see. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share it all. We got hate in our hearts, but we get concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They said love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattering their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite. It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo and they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united we'll fall. Riders show how we unite.